All right, I'll say good day to you this day of your time. This transmission is titled Signs of the Times and is about the idea of increasing synchronicity in your lives and a sense of connection to all things that synchronicity represents. For as we have said, synchronicity, that experience, is physical reality's way of demonstrating that all things are connected, that all things are in orchestration, that there are no accidents, no coincidences in the way that humans usually mean that term. Everything has been laid out from spirit before your incarnational experience to lay out on your life path all the things that are important for you to face, all your challenges that help you grow, help you accelerate, help your vibration rise, so that you can continue to ascend to a higher level of fourth density reality, to evolve, to become more of the human that is representative of allowing more of your soul to express itself in physical reality as you understand it, as you are creating it. Synchronicity, as I said, is the way in linear space-time that you understand that all things are connected. So when you experience it through different signs, sometimes like numbers popping up over and over again, it's an indication that you are at that moment in alignment with the vibration of your true self, your soul, and it gives you the opportunity to know what that experience feels like at the moment that you have those synchronous experiences, and to recognize that feeling and remember that feeling, and therefore by remembering that feeling regenerate that state of being, so that when you then act on the things that are representative of your passion, on the things that are representative of the challenges that you laid out in your life path, remembering those synchronous moments in your life and regenerating that energy by remembering them will allow you to face those challenges and take those actions from that level, from that energy. So synchronicity is the sign that you are operating at maximum level, in alignment with your true self, and therefore capable, when taking actions, to allow those actions to be most fluid, most flowing, most efficient, and the results most in alignment with who you are and your preferences as you have outlined them by aligning with your soul vibration. Synchronicity and more awareness of it is really the key, because everything is synchronicity. Everything is an orchestration. It's not about increasing synchronicity itself. It's about increasing your awareness that everything is synchronicity in order to allow you to experience more of the synchronicity that already exists, that already interconnects all of you. So just like many other things, it's not that you're actually heightening the amount of synchronicity that is available to you. It's that you are heightening your ability to be aware of the synchronicity that is always available to you, because every single thing that happens in your physical reality is the product of being interconnected with every other thing, is an orchestration, is all laid out. All your life paths are intertwined and interconnected, all of them. It's like a tapestry. You are a thread in that tapestry, woven in to all the other threads to form the big picture of your general experience, your collective consciousness. Becoming more aware that everything is that tapestry, that woven experience, that idea of orchestration that you have laid out in this life, and that everyone's life path to a greater or lesser degree is intertwined with everyone else's through the collective agreement that you have made to experience this earth physical reality. Being more aware of that creating a model of that in your mentality will actually begin to allow you to experience more of the synchronicity that is constantly available to all of you. To have more awareness of the fact that you are creating your reality experience and have laid out a blueprint from spirit to the things that you will experience. Now, you can experience them more quickly, more slowly. You can experience them in a smaller or more expanded way. You can experience fewer or more expressions of your passion in life. But you will experience the things you laid out for yourself. So, you might as well allow yourself to take advantage of the fact that more awareness of the fact that everything is interpenetrated, interconnected, interwoven, truly synchronous, truly in orchestration, will give you more capability of handling the challenges that arise in your life, because you will understand that when they occur, they are occurring within the overall agreement, and that by coming from the energy and the vibration and the so-called memory of any synchronous experiences you have ever had, and regenerating that energy, even if it doesn't feel exactly as it did when the synchronicity occurred, you will simply know you are in the same state by remembering what that felt like, as we have discussed many times before. That's what puts you in the same state, even though it doesn't feel the same, because you are a different person who will extrapolate and process that energetic level in a different way. You are still in that correct state, still in alignment with the synchronicity of all life and your agreements and everyone else's life path. So anytime you face a challenge, we have recently talked about the idea of facing it with calmness and confidence and curiosity and creativity. And the creativity part we will now expand on by understanding that part of facing your challenges with creativity is having the model in your mind of understanding that everything is interconnected, that everything is synchronicity, that everything is an orchestration. And when you start looking at the challenge that way, that everyone and everything is coming into alignment in a way for you, physically and non-physically, people in your life, people you don't even know, your entire spirit team coming into alignment for you with that challenge, giving you what you need to face that challenge in the most creative way, understanding that all those things are interconnected and working to your advantage. Just having that understanding, just having that model in your mind when you face your challenges will increase your ability to flow into the challenge and receive a benefit from that challenge, facing it positively, creatively. So the idea is, even understanding how everything is synchronicity, just the understanding itself, just the awareness itself, just the experience itself of having had any synchronicities in your life can allow you to face all the things you laid out on your life path in a much more flowing way, because you will start to see how everything is connected, how everything is orchestrated to give you the best benefit possible in facing that challenge, to help your soul grow, to help it expand. And you are doing the same for everyone else. It is a true multidimensional orchestration that you are always a part of. Again, there may be things that are there for you to a greater or lesser degree in terms of the lessons that you need to get out of it, even to the point where sometimes you may not even necessarily perceive what the lesson may be, because it isn't necessarily about you at that moment. But nevertheless, if you are experiencing something that has anything at all to do with involving other people, no matter what that scenario may be, you are part and parcel of the orchestration to allow those that need to get something out of it to be able to do so, even though you may not understand what the lesson is for them, because the lesson for you is not necessarily that large or even perceptible. You still have to know you are part of an orchestration. There is no accident. The timing of what you're experiencing, where you're experiencing it, how you're experiencing it, what is going on around you is all part of a laid out plan, all part of a symphony and orchestration that you have agreed to be a part of to aid and assist anyone in that orchestration to get the lessons that they need out of life, just like they are doing for you when it is time for you to get the lessons that you have laid out on your life path that will help your soul grow. The meditation that we will do later on in this transmission will help solidify and crystallize the idea of how you can begin to experience and be more aware of the synchronicity that exists all around you all the time. So that will help you, if you use that meditation permission slip, to really become more aware, really awaken and start to really see synchronicity more often, interconnectedness with other beings more often, and really start to see the patterns that are representative of the life path connections you laid out on your life that bring you the challenges that will allow your soul to grow and will give you, following the formula of facing challenges that we have recently delivered, of calmness and confidence and curiosity and creativity, now including awareness of synchronicity in that creative part, to give you the opportunity to see it as an orchestration, to face those challenges in a way that you can tell more immediately the benefits that will come to you from doing so. So again, following these questions and answers, we will deliver a meditation that will help you increase your ability to see synchronicity, to use synchronicity, to be more aware of the synchronicity that exists all the time, that is representative of all the life path connections you have made and the way in which you have made a consensus agreement to help others and be of service as they are being of service to you in this physical reality experience. So we thank you for allowing us to share this idea, to look for signs of the times, and remember that when you increase your synchronicity awareness, you will also increase your ability through synchronicity to receive more clearly messages from your spirit guides, from your angelic team, from your soul family, from animals, from trees, from all life on your planet. It increases your awareness on all levels of all the interconnection and all the intercommunication that is going on, both physically and non-physically, both in the blueprint of spirit and in physical materiality. It will increase your ability to experience synchronicity on all levels. Signs of the times will allow you to begin to more readily interpret messages that you are getting through synchronicity, so that you will become more receptive and more aware of the guidance that you are always getting to help you move through life in a positive, creative, beneficial way that serves others as well as yourself. In return for the gift you are giving us, I ask you now, how may we be of service to you with your questions and dialogues? You may begin if you wish.
Hey, what's going on, Bashar? It's Ron from Bucks County, PA. I got another question for you today. So I was recently listening to a audiobook, a book that you had recommended, which was Conversation with God. And in one of the chapters, they explain how the most powerful form of prayer, or I guess you could say manifestation technique, is to give gratitude in advance for your desired outcome. My question for you today is, how do you get to the point that of knowingness that your manifestation is already done? And I guess a quick follow-up to that is, does this sort of blur the line of insistence and go against, I guess, part 3 of the formula? Any insight into that I would greatly appreciate, and thanks so much for your time as always, Bashar. Thanks in advance.
It does not go against part 3, because the idea of opening up in appreciation and gratitude for what is still contains the willingness to allow what needs to be to manifest, instead of insisting that it has to look or be a certain thing. The idea is to appreciate what is that already exists, because all things already exist fundamentally. That's how they're already here. It's just that manifestation is the revealing of what is already here. It's not the creation of what is already here. It is the revealing of what is already here by being on a similar wavelength. But it also has to do with what is relevant for you to manifest. So being in appreciation, being in that state of gratitude, present in prayer in that way, is what allows you to be the conduit through which what is relevant and already existing can manifest, can be revealed in your physical reality, can be crystallized into your physical materiality. But you have to still allow there to be whatever differences there needs to be relevant to your reality. It will still serve the same function that what you're wishing for will serve, even if it looks different. So it's about focusing on the function of it, that is the actual thing that fulfills the desire, not the way it looks, because you don't necessarily know that the way you have imagined that it should look externally is actually the best arrangement of material to allow the internal function to give you what it is you are wishing for. So you have to allow the external arrangement to manifest in whatever way, shape, or form it needs to fit into your life path in a way that's relevant for you, in a way that makes sense for your reality, while knowing that the internal function is what will actually manifest, that is equivalent to what it is you have wished for. So that's why no insistence on the way the outcome should look is what we are actually saying, because you know the outcome will actually contain the initial wish fulfillment for what it needs to do in your life, coming to you in whatever configuration will actually allow that fulfillment to happen in the way that is best aligned with your life path. So there's an external and an internal component energetically to the idea of manifestation and prayer.
Hello.
And to you, good day.
Bashar, thank you so much for this interaction. I really
Yes.
appreciate that.
All right. It is our passion and our pleasure. What would you like to discuss?
I would like to ask you a very specific question and technical explanation. I'm really searching for an answers. I'm working with human bodies. I'm helping people to balance their energy systems.
Yes.
And when I sense some blockages in those systems that I've been taught, then I see in my body that it starts reacting. I burp very loudly. I yawn or even shivering. So I'm just very curious. If you are saying that we are not the healers, we are not the one who heals, why my body is reacting, and what's the mechanism behind that reaction?
All right. Many times, even though you are putting out a vibration that the person you're working on needs to match in order to heal themselves, sometimes you also need an accompaniment that reaches them on a different level. Because you are experiencing a physical reality, some people, whether they are consciously aware of it or not, actually need to see or experience a physical representation of the vibration of release that you are offering them. So you are using your body as an instrument, in a sense, to show them what the response or reaction might be to the release of that energy, so that they have a physical, visceral representation of what their body can do to release and match that frequency as well. So you're kind of giving them a kind of sound or a movement or some physical representation, as well as an energy representation that represents the release of those blockages that they may be creating within themselves, because those things may be more viscerally accepted by them because they're so used to the idea of seeing some kind of a physical reflection of what is going on in their life. So you use your body as an instrument to literally show them viscerally and physically a representation of the vibrational energy that will allow them to also be willing to match and release those blocks within themselves. Do you understand?
I do. Yes, I really do. Thank you so much for this explanation. Following that first question, when I am sensing something, maybe sometimes stronger than me, or I fear something, or there is like a stress moment, after that situation, I can see the it looks like an eye behind my eye. It feels like on my field I caught some energy, like a dirt, like a parasite, and I feel it this way, that it is not positive. It is not something that helping me to improve, and I am struggling to. I know that when my vibration raise, then they fall off my field. I can sense that because I did it before. But I am struggling. How can I quicker than the tools that I know help to raise my vibration so those
All right.
parasites can fall off?
All right. Well, they're not actually parasites, so don't think of them that way. Don't define it that way. It's just your representation of a lower vibration, a negative energy that you may be dealing with in terms of helping your client. And it might be your way of simply recognizing and interpreting the vibration that they are dealing with so that you can understand more clearly how to offer them a frequency that counters it so that they can match that frequency and allow that vibration to vanish within themselves as well. So don't use fear when you experience it. Simply recognize it as another way of you recognizing a lower vibrational frequency within them, and then raising your vibration to let it go away will help them learn to mirror that vibration to help it go away in their reality as well. Don't think of it or define it in a fearful way.
I got it. Yeah, it's very helpful. Thank you so much. That explains a lot for me, because I thought I am getting that dirt, but it's not. I get it. Thank you so much.
Yes.
One is the color of the eye. Tell me, what does it mean? I'm so curious why we have different colors of the eye. Does it mean something, or are we from different planets because of different eyes?
Well, yes and no. There are multiple answers to your question. First of all, remember that within humanity, within Homo sapiens, there are a mix of genetics from different extraterrestrial races to begin with. So different environments on your planet will bring out some of the genetic traits of the extraterrestrial DNA that is mixed in with your natural human genetics. And sometimes that can be representative of different eye colors, in the same way it can be representative of different skin color, different hair color, so on and so forth. So the different environments on your planet will push to the surface the genetic traits that are more compatible with those different climatic environments on your planet. Eye color can be one of them. At the same time, that's not always the case, and eye color can symbolically be also representative of things on your life path that you are facing, and the way in which the representational eye color helps you to symbolically see what it is you need to see on that life path. So it can be a vibrational tool that helps you align with what it is you specifically need to see energetically on yourself. And there can be other reasons for eye color differences as well that we don't necessarily need to get into or describe at this point.
Okay, and if a person has two different eye color, does it mean anything?
Then that may mean that there are different things that they are attuning to that they need to see, and it may be that they're capable of seeing multidimensionally simultaneously.
Okay, so it's like a lens.
It's sort of like a lens when used in that context. And again, that doesn't always mean that's what eye color represents in every moment, but it can be used that way to understand it in that context when it's appropriate, when it's relevant.
All right. I appreciate your explanation. It really helps and opened my mind. Is there anything else that I specifically need to know about my future growth and direction of my talent to improve?
Just follow the formula as best as you possibly can. It contains everything you need and will attract everything in your life that will help you move forward. Just understand it as clearly and precisely as possible and apply it as clearly and precisely as possible. That's all you need to do, which is why we give you the formula. Then you don't have to overthink it. You don't have to overcomplicate it. You don't have to wonder if you're missing something. You just have to follow the formula and everything will fall into place in perfect timing.
I got it. Thank you so much. I appreciate this interaction.
You are welcome. Good day.
Good day to you.
Hello, Bashar. My name's Ian, and I'm in New South Wales, Australia. My question is, what can you tell us about the history of AI throughout the galaxy, and what implications that may have for us here on Earth? Thank you very much. That is all. Good day.
The idea is that AI will become a part of your society in every endeavor. Throughout the galaxy, it has evolved to the point where, in a sense, it becomes almost inseparable from your process of conscious awareness. In other words, people on your planet are kind of looking at AI right now in its infancy on your planet and saying, well, if we allow AI to do everything for us, to think for us, we will forget how to think. But that is not really true. What you start to realize when you actually start to evolve AI, develop AI in a beneficial way as a tool that really serves humanity, and not delve into fear about AI, but be aware and conscientious about how you develop AI for the benefit of all, not imprinting it with the foibles of humanity, recognizing that it is a reflection of what you put out, magnified many thousands of times because of its capacity to gather information much more quickly than humans are capable of doing at the moment. Then you start to understand that the ultimate evolutionary expression of AI is that it will be so interwoven into your society ultimately, and into many galactic societies, that it actually becomes the way that thinking happens in your consciousness. It integrates into you in a way that it actually becomes the way that you start thinking, and therefore becomes a seamless expression. It doesn't allow you to feel that you are more disconnected and that you can't think anymore because you're allowing AI to do all the thinking for you. It actually seamlessly interweaves into your consciousness in a way that it actually becomes the method that you use to think.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I have a question regarding location and time being properties of the object. So my question was about what could we think about other properties of an object or other variables crossing the center of the object itself?
Well, again, the idea of objects, not only are they containing energies and variables that locate them in your physical reality in terms of space and or time, but also what they symbolize. So they carry the symbolic energy of what they represent that allows you to take certain actions in your physical reality, all of it being a symbolic reflection of what's going on in your spirit, in your soul. So for example, a pencil or a pen are symbols of self-expression because you use them to write down your thoughts and your ideas. You use them to answer questions in a test. So they can be symbolically and vibrationally representative of accessing information and knowledge from what you typically refer to as the Akashic records. Pens and pencils can be looked at as small wands or antenna, like a magic wand, that can allow you, while holding it, to open up your channels and bring through information for creative ideas, for tapping into answers to questions. So if you start looking at a pen or a pencil almost like a conduit, like a waveguide, like a magic wand for tapping into the Akashic records in creative ways to access information that you require, then you can start to understand how different objects are representational symbols of what the object allows you to accomplish or express in physical reality. Does that help you?
It does. It's tailored to the relevance and the state of frequency of the subject. The object is reflective of it somehow.
Well, yes, always. But I've given you a general collective consciousness consensus symbolic description for the idea of those particular objects so that you get the idea generally.
Thank you. Can PFAS be broken down by the body? PFAS from Teflon, they say that it can't be and it continues circulating but can the body release it and detox it and break it down?
It can, but you don't yet have the technology to do that. But when open contact occurs and extraterrestrials are introduced to your society, they will bring you the kind of technology that is capable of doing that.
Thank you. All the best. Much love.
Our unconditional love to you as well.
Thank you.
Hi Bashar, it's Mehul from Toronto, Canada, and I'm wondering if you could please give us the best advice you can for the people who have much challenge with feeling energized. I know we can follow the formula, but without the inspiration that comes from being in a high state of being, which we need energy to do, there feels like there's almost no point. It feels like you expend more energy than you get back, and that can lead to burnout. And not wanting to be counterproductive, I've done everything I can all day, every day, for years. With all the health and wellness techniques I can, I've met doctors, I've talked to people. Please, for the people who are innocent and devoted to being themselves, could you give us your best advice that you can to help us feel energized?
Well, again, when you actually are acting on something that is representative of your passion, the energy usually comes automatically because you're so excited about acting on that thing. So you tap into what you need to give you the energy to act on it because it is truly in alignment with who you are, because it is really accurately representative of your highest passion. If it's not, and you're doing things in the way that's not representative of your passion, then yes, you can experience that you might be doing too many things more than you need to do, and you can experience burnout or overwhelm. But the idea of burnout and overwhelm usually is your first clue that you're not going about acting on your passion in the way that works for you. You haven't found your particular path of least resistance in acting on your passion, and thus the energy gets drained because you're not going with a flow. So the idea also, as we have recently discussed, is whatever challenge comes up, is start facing it from a calm, centered point of view, with the confidence that there's information there that will help you, and express your curiosity like a child of what that lesson could be that's going to help you, and then use your creative imagination to approach it in ways that will allow you the benefit of looking at all the different expressions and all the different ways that you could find your particular path, your particular unique way of approaching your passion, approaching the challenge. And again, by adding the idea of knowing what synchronicity is all about, as we are explaining today in this transmission, you can add to gathering the energy that will allow you to move forward. But the first thing you should understand is, if you are feeling overwhelmed and burnt out, or lethargic in that sense, or apathetic in that sense, that's your first clue that you're not necessarily going about acting on your passion in the way that works for you. You haven't found your unique way of doing that, because when you do, there will be a flow, and you will get energy, and it will feel more effortless. It will feel like fun. So you need to find the way that works for you, instead of automatically assuming that what you've already been taught by your society or your friends or your schooling or your parents or what have you is the only way that you can accomplish something that you may be excited about. You have to open up your creative imagination and utilize synchronicity and approach challenges in the way we just described in order to be able to utilize all your skills and talents and help your spirit team help you more easily by being more receptive to the guidance that they're sending you. So you have to find your unique way of allowing all of that to happen more effortlessly so you don't feel the burnout.
Hi, Bashar.
What would you like to discuss this day?
I think I want to start with a question. Like someone somewhere taught me that being happy is not okay.
Well, do you agree with that assessment?
I don't, I logically try to tell myself no, but somewhere deep inside, there is a sense of guilt.
About what? About what? Guilt about what?
About other people suffering and leaving them behind.
Oh, so you think that if you suffer, you're helping them? All you're doing is matching the vibration of their suffering and adding to the suffering of the world. How does that help them? Why not be a living example of a happy person who has risen above the idea of guilt and suffering so you can act as a living example to them that it's possible for them to do so too? How can you help them lift themselves up if you're not willing to lift yourself up and be a living example to them that it can be done?
Yes, and I don't know how to relate to that concept of not close my eye on suffering and yet be on the and yet allow myself to be joyful, right? It's almost like to be happy, I have to ignore, I have to in some way close myself off from the suffering around.
You can be compassionate about the idea that other people may be choosing to experience the idea you call suffering. And again, also do remember, people lay out their life paths, and sometimes a soul may choose to experience something like that because when they can learn to transform it, it will accelerate them much faster than if they didn't experience it at all. So it depends on how you're looking at what it is they're experiencing, and understand that they have the self-empowerment to choose that and the self-empowerment to change that, but they're not necessarily going to know they can change it if you don't at least help them with an example that it can be changed. You don't have to shut yourself off from it. You just have to observe it with compassion in the same way that you would look at a child who hasn't yet learned how to do a certain thing. You're not, in a sense, taking on what the child is also going through, but you are an adult that is looking at the child in a way that tells you that the child needs to learn something, learn a lesson that you are capable of teaching them so that they can do something in a different way that is more beneficial to them. You don't have to look at the lack of information that the child has as something that should bring you down. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to help the child. So it's not about cutting yourself off. It's about looking at what they're going through from a higher perspective of understanding that every soul has made a choice and that you have to validate that they're in control of making that choice, whether it's positive or negative, in order to give them the ability to make a different choice. Do you understand what we're saying?
Yes, and I'm trying, and there's a disconnect for me internally. I don't know how to frame or look at experiences. I was brought up in Poland with a lot of concentration camps and things happening.
All right. Let me put it this way. When certain events happen that obviously are perpetuated by a lot of fear and negativity, the idea is that sometimes souls will choose to go through those kinds of events because they know, ultimately, as souls, they have seen that if enough of those kinds of negative events occur, eventually humanity will figure out how to make sure those kinds of events never happen again. So a soul may choose to go through all sorts of struggle and strife and negativity as an experience to help teach humanity how to deal with that, how to make sure within itself that it changes itself in a way to make sure that those kinds of things don't need to happen in the future in order for humans to learn the lessons they need to learn.
Yeah.
So if you look at it that way, then you are understanding how to express the power of the soul that is eternal and infinite, and experiencing a temporary experience of what you relate to as suffering that will actually ultimately benefit humanity in the long run. If you look at it that way, doesn't excuse the suffering, doesn't excuse the perpetration of suffering, but it gives you an understanding of how suffering can be used to eliminate suffering eventually, when humanity finally understands how to change itself in a way that makes it unnecessary for you to learn lessons by experiencing suffering. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So starting to look at it that way will help you in relating to other people and not feeling guilty about rising yourself up, because rising yourself up is, as I said, one of the things that will help humanity understand there may be another way to experience the lessons that they're learning in their lives.
Yeah. How do I, as an individual, relate? I don't want to say word responsibility, but it feels like there is some kind of a social, energetic, human responsibility to define myself around a situation like that.
Yes. You have a responsibility to them to be yourself. You don't have a responsibility for them. Do you understand the difference? You are not responsible for someone. You are responsible to them to show them other options, other choices that you have discovered that can help them. Not that they have to take it, because what they do with what you share with them is none of your business. You don't know their life path. You don't know what they're learning in the way that they're learning it, but you give them the option to learn it in a different way, to transform it, to learn the lesson more quickly. You give them that option, but you're not responsible for what they decide to choose. You can't take their power away from them to choose even a negative thing. You have to let them decide what is true for them, but you give them the opportunity to see that there is a more positive choice. That's all you can do.
Yeah.
And that's enough. That's enough. That's what you have to wrap your mind around. That's enough.
Yeah, yes, I will sit with that. There's something in me that feels like I need to do something, but it's a more of a bigger thing for me, that I need to do something about the world, about suffering of the world.
But that's what I'm saying. What you do is you put it out in whatever way works for you, acting on your passion, that there are more ways of doing things that are more constructive and positive than the way that they're choosing to do things. So you tap into your imagination and your creativity. You say, I'm going to write a book, or I'm going to do lectures, or I'm going to channel, or I'm going to teach, or whatever it is that is the way and method that you can share the perspectives and ideas with others who are willing to listen, who are willing to change themselves, who don't have to, but are willing to look at what you have to say that might help them somehow, someday, in some way. You put it out there in a way that works for you, and you know that the people that you need to reach will be reached. If there are people who simply refuse to be reached, you're never going to reach them anyway. And you have to let it be okay that they're on their path, choosing even the idea of suffering, because you don't know why they're choosing that. And you don't know what they're getting out of it. So you have to let that be okay. If they're refusing to change themselves, you have to honor their choices. You cannot invalidate their choice. You can only share with them that there is another choice. If they take it, they take it. If they don't, they don't. It's none of your business what they do with it. That's how you help. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think you're meaning also not just the victims, but also perpetrators, just to call them kind of so clearly that not you mean not just the victims, but the perpetrator. There is
A
that.
perpetrator, a perpetrator is a victim. It takes a victim to make a perpetrator, because a perpetrator has been victimized and therefore doesn't know how to deal with it, and out of fear will start to victimize others because they don't want to feel alone. But a perpetrator is also, and also has been, a victim. So it's all the same. So the idea is it doesn't excuse the perpetration, because it's up to them to find ways to rise above their victimhood and not be a perpetrator of more victimization. Because that's all simply about a feeling of lack of control, lack of empowerment. All those things, people's reactions to it can cause either victims or perpetrators, but they both come from the same camp. They're both involved in the idea of fear, of feelings of disconnection, feelings of disempowerment, feelings of being unloved, feelings of being unworthy. It's just that one withdraws and one acts out, but they're from the same energy.
Okay. Yes. And as you're saying that, I can feel my inner dynamic of the victim and perpetrator inside me. So I think that's something also that exists. And
yes, so it gives you an understanding of those people. So again, you look at them as children that have simply never learned the lesson that would help them. So help them by sharing the lessons that they can use to help themselves rise out of that pool of victimization.
yeah, that's the lesson I haven't learned myself yet, I think.
But you can, unless you enjoy continuing to be a victim yourself because you believe you're getting some benefit out of it.
Yeah, the drama of that for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
A victim sometimes will choose to remain a victim because they get to say, oh, I'm getting all the attention now because I am playing the victim, where I couldn't get attention before because I believe I'm unworthy of that attention. I'm undeserving of that attention. But if I play the victim, oh, look at all the sympathy that I get from everyone. Look at all the attention I get from everyone. So they continue to play the victim because it's the only way they've ever learned to get attention and feel worthy of other people's attention. But that's not beneficial to a person. It only keeps them down in a lower vibration of victimization.
Yeah, totally understand. And I dive in with you. I know we're out of time right now, so I thank you so deeply for all that. And I think that the conversation around disempowerment and the true empowerment is something that's really important. For not just for me, but
absolutely. Because again, remember, even if you feel like you're out of control, you're controlling that. So you're never actually out of control. You're never actually disempowered. If you were disempowered, you wouldn't be capable of creating any experiences at all. You can't be disconnected from your power, but you can use your power to create the illusion that you are disempowered. But that's what you're doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we thank you for the co-creation.
Thank you so much, Bashar.
You are welcome. Good day.
Good day.
Hi, Bashar. My name is Diane, and I choose to be born in Madagascar, a country often labeled as one of the poorest in the world. This has deeply affected my sense of self-worth, confidence, and even my ability to express myself. Can you help me understand why I made this choice and what my role is for Madagascar and the earth? Thank you. Bye.
Being born where you were born in that type of society, and yet rising above enough that you understand what the situation is, and yet are exploring your spirituality, your consciousness, gives you the opportunity, not the only one, but gives you the opportunity to rise above and be a living example of how people in that society can make choices that would allow them to appreciate themselves more fully and utilize the situations that they have chosen to face as challenges they can transform and overcome to accelerate them to a higher vibrational level more quickly than many other societies on the planet. The people that often choose what may seem to be darker realities, more limited realities, are saying they are strong enough as spirits, as souls, to transform that more powerfully into something they can use to accelerate their society and rise their vibrations higher and higher and maybe even faster than some other societies who don't choose to necessarily face that degree of limitation. So you have to look at the soul's choice to experience those limitations as a challenge that is equal to the power of the soul of those people that have chosen that, to act as an example to others in the world who may not necessarily be facing the same degree of limitation, that if people like you, coming from a society like that, can still find their way to the light, to spirituality, to expressions of consciousness and understanding, and to start communicating with spirit, start communicating as you're doing right now with extraterrestrial consciousness, that you can be a living example to those in your society, that they can do the same if they so desire, if they start looking at themselves as souls having chosen a challenge that is equal to the power of their being. So spread that idea, and you can help others begin to match that frequency and raise themselves up, just like you are doing with your explorations of spirit and consciousness.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Hi, how are you doing?
Perfect, and you?
I'm good. I'm good.
All right.
I just got to see you the other day, and now I get to see you again. It's a double treat. I'm so excited. Thank you for having me.
It is our passion and our pleasure. What would you like to discuss?
Last time I talked to you about watering my plants and how I've been using water with my meditations and affirmations and just kind of utilizing and harnessing the power of water. And when I watered my plant, the water that came out of the plant when it poured out onto the concrete porch where it was sitting.
Square, yes.
Yes, it came out in a square shape. And when we talked about that, you told me many things about it, like it was a meaning of as above, so below, and that the power of transformation, like through a plant. And I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that, please.
Well, the idea, again, simply put, is that you start with something that has fluidity and flexibility, like in spirit, which the water can represent. And then you pour it through a filtering system that is grounded and rooted in physical reality. And it comes out with a more physicalized, like, four corners of the earth sort of pattern. So the idea, again, is that it is a transmutational, transformational symbol of having connection to spirit, which is the upper part of the plant and the flowers and so on and so forth, and the grounding, which is the roots of the plant, that transforms what is above into what is below, transforms spirit into material experience. Hence, the idea of the water coming out in a more orderly or square or rectangular fashion to represent the kind of crystallization of water, of spirit, into materiality.
Okay. Okay.
But this is what plants do. This is what plants do. They're like antenna. Yes, they're like antenna reaching up to spirit and taking that energy and grounding it in the earth. So they're very, very good for assisting people when you can learn to communicate with the plants in a certain way, for assisting people to get in touch with how they also can function as better antenna for bringing higher frequency energies down to earth and spreading that energy out into earth in a more positive and constructive way that helps them grow toward the light like a plant.
Right. I love that because of course as an artist, I feel like I have one foot stepped in reality and then one foot in like the mystical, like spiritual world. And another question I have, if I have a foot in both of these worlds, then how do I like find my footing, so to speak? No pun
Well,
intended.
but that is a balance point, isn't it? To have your
True.
feet, so to speak, or your head and your feet connected to spirit and connected to the earth because you have chosen to have a physical experience. So why wouldn't the naturally balanced point be that you're connected to both?
That's awesome. I love that. And I loved how the water like showed me that.
Yes.
Yeah.
You are receiving guidance from the spirit realm, from your spirit team and your soul, and you are expressing that in your physical material experience. So, of course, you are balanced between the two because without connecting to both, you actually couldn't have the kind of experience that you're having.
Ah, that makes perfect sense to me. And maybe also not at this time, but I had a very beautiful meditation with the mirror meditation that you
Yes,
recommended us to try.
yes.
And I even feel as if I had stepped into like another world, like through the mirrors.
Well, yes, in a sense,
Um,
that's the point of the meditation is to expand your understanding of all the different kinds of realities that you are connected to through your soul.
Yeah, yeah, it was really amazing, and I was so grateful for those meditations. Another one that I was super grateful for is the sacred circuits meditations with the
Yes,
symbols.
yes.
And that experience was so beautiful for me. I actually had what I now know is a Kundalini experience, but it felt so um just for lack of a better term, like orgasmic, like in my mind
All
and
right.
hitting through each of the chakras. It was
Yes.
just so beautiful.
All right. Well, two new circuits are being added and will be presented in something that is being created as a new permission slip that will soon be available to many people on your planet that will allow you not only to take advantage of the meditation with the sacred circuits, but also allow you to use the sacred circuits as a divination system permission slip. So it will be fun for many people to be able to use the sacred circuits in different ways, and we will have added two new circuits to that system when it is introduced to your society in the near future.
Oh, that's so exciting. I cannot wait for that. Okay, well, thank you so much, Bashar. I appreciate your help today.
You are welcome.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar. I had an incident happen to me a few weeks ago that I would love to get some clarity on. I was going to a grocery store and saw a lady sleeping on the bench. She had no sign or anything, but I felt a weird feeling to go up and ask her if she was hungry. I go up and ask her, and she gives me a very specific sandwich that she wanted and was really grateful that I was helping her. So I go into the store, and it was the last one of that specific sandwich, which was kind of interesting in itself. I go out about 20 minutes later, and she was gone. I looked everywhere and drove around the parking lot and could not find her. So I had a weird feeling after that that maybe she wasn't real, or maybe she was an extraterrestrial or a spirit. And I just wanted to know if you have any information on what that was or who that could possibly have been. Thank you so much. I love you.
Not an extraterrestrial, not a spirit, what's euphemistically referred to as an earth angel, giving you an opportunity to be of service to someone else and seeing the synchronicity in arriving in the store to find the exact sandwich that had been asked for, to demonstrate to you the power of synchronicity, the power of connection, the power of service to others that can occur when all those things are lined up, and being given the gift by an earth angel, which is a human that is very tapped into receiving information from guides that can help another person, acting as the translator for messages from your guides to you, to give you an experience that allows you to have all those things line up for you so that you have a very powerful synchronistic experience on multiple levels to put you back in touch with your vibration, your soul's vibrational frequency, and to get you more excited about how there can be much magic in the world.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
May I use Google, Bashar Google?
For what?
I got the book deal that I talked to you about regarding the history of tarot. And
Yes.
I'm curious about the imagery on the oldest tarot decks, which are the Visconti Sforza that we found. These are the oldest images of tarot decks that we found. There's the Visconti Sforza from the early 1400s, and there's the Solabusca from the late 1400s.
Yes. And what is it about the images that you have questions about?
My question is, are those depictions something that originated in Italy, or were they copied from images from a different culture?
They were, to some degree, both copied and intuited and altered a little bit by those that created them, but they tapped into ideas that come from older cultures.
And in terms of playing cards and the Triumphier, the major arcana, as we call it now, decks finding their way into Italy, did those cards make their way into Italy through Egypt or through Andalusia, or?
Mostly through Egyptian sages, all the way back from Atlantean times as well.
I thought you were going to say that because tarot is Atlantean.
Originally, in a sense, yes.
And the concept of assigning meaning to the cards and then the depictions, does that have any thoroughfare through Persia at all, or was it Egypt to Europe from Atlantis?
No, not directly. But the idea is that it has filtered through different cultures in arriving where it ultimately has arrived. Many different cultures have added to it, because you have to understand that the tarot is an archetypal permission slip.
Yes.
And therefore, different cultures that were in any way, shape, or form attracted to any sort of divination system have added, as you would say, their 2 cents to the entire process, until it has now finally emerged in the forms that it has emerged into in your modern society.
Understood.
So it's a mix of many things, even including some extraterrestrial ideas.
Such as?
Well, the very idea that one of them is about the star, and one of them is about the moon, and one of them is about the sun, not only has to do with Earth's experiences of those things, but has to do with extraterrestrial experiences of those things as well.
Okay. And when those cards made their way into Europe through Egypt, it was during this time of the Mamluk Sultanate. And the Mamluk Sultanate is this very interesting, short-lived empire that boasts the only woman sultan in the history of caliphates and sultanates, and also was made up after the Crusades of a lot of Kipchak Turkic people who are from the European steppes of now Kazakhstan, South Russia, and some parts of Ukraine.
Yes, this is an expression archetypally of the high priestess, also connecting to ancient Egypt, where you had the idea of a female pharaoh, Hatshepsut.
Which you told me Hatshepsut is an example of a woman master, such as Jesus or Buddha.
Well, Magdalene is the female master specifically connected to Yeshua.
Yes.
The idea of Hatshepsut is a female pharaonic master connected to many other things.
I see. And so those images that were brought into Europe and then intuited from, were those painted then in that empire in that time in Egypt?
They were rendered in hieroglyphics in a certain fashion, but were only really used by the priesthood.
So what or who was responsible from the transference from hieroglyphs and, let's say, papyrus and stone to paper and cards?
Different cultures, a few of them in their own way, created translations when they found the systems helpful and created their own translations.
And
But
when,
again, this often passed through what might be called the autocracy rather than the general public. It didn't make its way really into the general public until later on in your history. It was practiced by the autocracy for many thousands of years.
okay, thousands of years. And so were the autocracy in Europe privy to it before the year
Yes.
1000?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was just privately held mystery school information transferred through papyrus and
Well,
parchment.
yes, because again, it gave the autocracy the amazing powers of prediction that the public found so helpful, and instilled and reinforced the idea that you had to go to the priesthood to find the answers that you needed, until such time as it was leaked out into the public and the public started realizing that they could get their own answers and didn't need a go-between.
Yes, I'm curious about that. What was the particular leaning, let's say, in Europe and Eurasia towards, let's say, Catholicism as opposed to these sort of priest or priestess schools, pharaoh schools type of archetypal religion?
Well, mostly it was now and then those members of the autocracy that, well, I'll just put it this way, developed a conscience and allowed the information to be leaked to the general public because they thought it actually would benefit them, and why should they retain the only benefit? So there were secret scrolls and secret books that were leaked out.
Yes. Is Zosimus of Panopolis has a book that has like archetypal images and such?
It's part of that process in code, yes. A lot of the things that were leaked were not immediately absolutely literal, but were leaked out in a kind of code that the public understood. That's sort of one example of it.
Okay. And if I were to look at maritime records from 1000, 1100 from in Venice or Florence, would I see evidence of shipments from Egypt that represent that, or is there somewhere else I should look?
Look more to Greece for that.
Interesting. And any year in mind? Period.
In the same year in which what you call the Antikythera device was discovered on a sunken ship.
Amazing. I will do that. Thank you so much for this insight from Google.
It is our pleasure and our passion. Thank you. Good day.
Good day.
Hello, Bashar. My question is, I've been trying to connect with my spirit guides and other spirits, but I don't seem to be receiving any information. Either I'm not looking properly or I just cannot physically do it. How can I connect and hear my spirit guides or spirits that come through to me? Please. Thank you.
Everyone has the capacity to receive guidance from their spirit team, including you. No one is left out. It's just that you may have certain assumptions about how that's supposed to happen, and you may be missing the ways in which information is actually given to you. This is one of the reasons why we're talking about synchronicity in this transmission, because many messages may come to you through the synchronicities that exist in your life, and they may be representative of information that your spirit guides are attempting to get through to you, but you may not necessarily see it that way. At the same time, you can open up in your dream consciousness to receive information from them that you may also only be interpreting as dreams that have no specific message meaning for you. But if you start studying the idea of dream symbology, look into that to see what different symbols may mean, you might be able to become more receptive to the messages being sent by your spirit guides that are translating into dream symbology to let you know you are receiving those messages, but you may not be understanding how to interpret the dream symbology as messages from your spirit guides. So I would suggest that you look into ideas and books that have to do with dream symbology or other things that train you to understand visual symbols, such as tarot cards and things like that, so you can start picking up on the way in which messages might be being delivered to you that you simply aren't practiced with recognizing.
Hello, Tadeo.
Nania.
Well, we've got lots of exciting questions from our viewers.
All right.
All right. So the first one is, I am following my excitement every moment I can. It's inspired me to travel to New Zealand, from New Zealand to USA, and go to Sedona in September. I trust that synchronicity will align my travel with a live event in Sedona in 2026. Is planning a year in advance going against the formula of living in the moment?
No, you can plan whatever you wish. The idea of living in the moment is being open to those plans altering in a way that will actually add some knowledge or serve you or let you learn a lesson or give you an experience that you actually need on the way. So it's all right to plan, just don't be rigid about it and insistent about how it needs to come about or even whether it needs to come about, and allow your reality to shift and present to you what it is you actually need to experience. Setting a plan is a way of guiding yourself, propelling yourself forward so that you can be ready to accept whatever may come to you that may not be in your original plan, but you know will actually be part of the life plan you planned from spirit.
I suppose things like if the person doesn't make it to the airport, then for some reason or another, an accident, whatever, that's the other synchronicity that's taking part in what's happening.
As long as that event is the result of an actual synchronicity and not something that they are doing to deliberately miss the timing. So in other words, if they are doing something that is out of alignment, doing something out of fear, out of negativity, hesitating, procrastinating in a way, that may be a different lesson to be learned. But if they're not doing any of that and still, even despite the best efforts, they do not make it to the airport, then yes, synchronicity is showing them that something else needs to happen and there's another experience that they need to have at that point that's more important than what they had originally planned. So it's just about how that happens and whether or not they're honest in their self-investigation as to why that came about. Is it because of something they were doing out of alignment or something that is simply the natural result of synchronicity bringing them what they need?
So it's all about self-honesty and knowing yourself.
Yes, absolutely.
So can it be said that we are also living in a state of synchronicity? Like if I misplace my keys or cannot find the $1,000,000 idea, then do I really need them right now? Or when I need them, they'll be here. Not a moment before, not a moment after.
Well, yes, and this is sort of similar to what we have already said. It depends on the reason why you're having those experiences, like missing keys and things. One simple exercise or one simple lesson could be pay better attention to where you put things. Or, again, if you already are paying attention and still can't find them, that's more of an indication that something is going on to provide a particular experiential lesson for you. So yes, you will always get what you need in the moment, not a second before, not a second later, and everything is synchronicity. When you ask, are we living in synchronicity? Yes, everything is an orchestration. There are no accidents, nothing out of place. But it's still all about the reason why certain things crop up and what lessons you have to learn in those experiences.
So something like if the person keeps getting distracted and they can't find their keys and those kinds of things, some of that's self-created because you have anxiety about going or
Yes. Well, yes, because you're using the word distraction. Because the idea is that something that happens, even though you might be using your best efforts to make sure that it doesn't, and it still happens, that's not a distraction. That's synchronicity saying there's a lesson here, there's an experience here that is important for you to have. But if it is the product of distraction, procrastination, self-denial, so on and so forth, then that's another different kind of lesson you need to have about investigating yourself as to why you would be creating those experiences.
yeah, that's very helpful. The idea that now maybe you've already asked this, what sorts of synchronicities led to the primordial soup that created life on Earth? And why has no one seen this process take place again on our planet or even other neighboring planets?
Because it is an error that the primordial soup existed in that sense and created life on Earth. That's why you're not seeing it, because it didn't happen to begin with that way. Your planet was seeded either intentionally by extraterrestrial sources or through the idea you call panspermia, where organic material and DNA came from outer space and arrived on your planet through meteoric or cometary bombardment. It didn't actually occur in the way that a lot of scientists used to think with regard to the idea of certain elements in the primordial soup igniting the idea of life on your planet.
So this planet was purposefully seeded?
In certain occasions, yes, but again, also the idea of the simple natural seeding that occurs throughout the cosmos by DNA material being brought to different planets on meteors and comets.
This next question is, can you receive signs in physical reality that serve as warnings of what may happen if you carry on down your current path? Or are they always a positive sign of alignment?
Well, yes, you can receive warnings, but that's a positive thing to happen to you. For example, if you're traveling at 70 miles an hour in your car down the freeway and you suddenly get a feeling to slow down, well, that can be a warning that you might have gotten into an accident had you kept going at your present speed. And, of course, being given the guidance to slow down as a quote-unquote warning is still part of the positive alignment that keeps you alive. So in that sense, a warning can be representative of a positive alignment because you're open to receive the guidance from your spirit guides or angels that can help you in life, even though it might have to be delivered as a warning to keep you safe.
And this person's question is, when I feel like I'm not receiving or aligning with my synchronicity, when I feel like I've missed the message, what is the most effective way to recalibrate my frequency and trust that I'm still on the path of my highest excitement?
Follow the formula. Start from zero. Allow yourself to build back up again. You'll come back into alignment always by following the formula as precisely as you can.
Okay, and this question is asking, how will the government react to the hybrid children? What will be their legal status?
Their legal status will be in the same form as an adoption. Any child that is adopted, it will follow that pattern. And many of the hybrid children have been introduced already into your society through adoption agencies. So that's a natural way for them to gain what you call legal status in your society through adoption.
Will there also be like hybrid children that are teenagers or young adults?
To some degree, yes, but we're not allowed to talk about that group at this point.
Okay. Um, This person is asking if they are part of the hybridization project. And so many people ask you that.
Yes.
What would you say would be some good ways that people could at least get a sense that's very possible that they are?
As we have said many times, that the people that usually find us or communicate with any being that is actually a hybrid, like the members of my civilization, it's a good bet that in some way, shape, or form they're connected to the hybridization program. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're connected in the same way. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have donated DNA, although many have. It may be that they're involved in other ways that help bring about contact and help bring about interactions with hybrid beings that will open up after open contact occurs in a couple of your years. So they're involved in some way, shape, or form, generally, if they have found us or interact with any other hybrid beings at all.
Okay. And this next questioner is asking, I know you say invalidation charges the thing you don't prefer, but I've become familiar with that fearful energy, and I keep choosing it every time I notice I'm feeling good to bring myself down. It feels like I'm getting pulled into what I don't prefer, like a black hole. Please, Bashar, what would you recommend for this person?
Remember, please, all of you, once again, you don't do anything that you don't believe benefits you. So if you feel like you're getting pulled down, as you say, into a vibration you don't prefer, there must be some belief within you that to continue forward on what you were doing that you say you do prefer would in some way, shape, or form result in something that would turn out to be worse than simply bringing yourself back down into a lower vibration. So you may be afraid that because something worse will happen, you will keep yourself safe by going back into a frequency that, even though it may not be totally preferable, feels safer by comparison. So you have to have the honest self-investigation to find out why you would choose to shy away from the direction you were going in, because it almost always has to do with having a belief that says that something bad will happen if you continue. So you have to figure out what that belief is and why you would believe that something worse will happen than simply staying where you are, even as much as you may not prefer to do so.
Thank you. This next question is in a state like hypnosis or QHHT, quantum healing hypnosis technique, what aspects of our consciousness are engaged or lit up that make such profound healing possible? When in altered states, are we primarily interacting with an aspect of our own higher mind or with other forms of consciousness?
Any hypnotic state in general will allow an individual to sort of detach and disconnect from a lot of their belief systems that may not be in alignment with who they are. And in relaxing those attachments to those beliefs through the more balanced state that hypnosis provides, it opens you up to be capable of choosing what you actually prefer and bringing yourself back to a kind of zero vibrational state, so to speak, back to square one, so to speak, to reset yourself like a reset button, in a sense, and allow you to then, from that point forward, assess and choose the belief systems that you really do prefer more often than the ones that you don't. So any that a person is capable of accessing will usually allow them to reset themselves in that way and give themselves more opportunity to choose what they prefer, which will then bring through a more natural state of your being, which can involve things like healing and letting go of trauma and so on and so forth.
And how does changing a core belief immediately affect the body's chemistry and our ability to sustain a higher frequency state?
Well, obviously, it affects all of it immediately. You will notice when you do let go of that core negative belief that things will change relatively rapidly. You will feel more energy. You will feel more conductive. You will feel more capable. You will feel more confident. You will feel more centered and balanced and calm. And it will give you more opportunity to experience things of a higher frequency once you remove what could be called toxic belief systems out of your neurological and cellular fabric.
Yeah, thank you. This questioner is asking or saying that on the premiere screening of the movie First Contact, the Bashar documentary that was released back in September 2016 in Sedona, or that's where it was shown, I clearly remember having the ticket with the number 11. Lately, I took a look at the old ticket and now it has the number 22. Could you please explain?
You have upgraded and shifted to a reality represented by the synchronicity of a higher vibrational reference or number to the original vibration. So you have upgraded yourself.
This person is asking about not ever seeing physical apparitions, UFOs, nothing. They don't even see elementals, ghosts. Anyway, the only thing they see is standard physical reality. They're saying, I feel this is because it's part of my life theme. Do you have any observations on this topic in general?
Yes, it is part of your life theme, your life path, and the idea is for you to simply experience that for a certain period of time. It's not always necessary for people to see UFOs or elementals or what have you. It's more perhaps important for you to focus on your life in a certain way, get grounded, stay grounded in the things you understand of how to relate to physical reality. Because again, remember, you're going to see things like UFOs and ETs and other kinds of things at a certain point in the years after open contact, which will occur in a couple of your years. So in remaining grounded and not necessarily having those experiences, you might actually allow yourself to be more capable of handling the things that then do come to you after open contact, because you will have spent so much time grounding yourself in your typical reality so that you will feel capable of handling things that are very different from your typical reality by having given yourself enough practice in the ordinary reality first.
Thank you.
In other words, you'll be able to handle the new things in a more practical, balanced way.
This question in regards pornography. Is pornography negative, positive, or neutral? I've heard some adult stars say they're living their dream life. So can it really be a passion? And or are they taking actions based on negative beliefs?
Many people on your planet may be involved in the idea of certain sexual interactions out of negativity, but it is absolutely possible for some people to always and actually experience those things as a representation of their passion. It depends on how it's done. It depends on the idea of balance, communication, consensuality, so on and so forth. So just the idea of an explicit sexual act isn't in and of itself positive or negative. It depends on how people relate to it, how it's done, the reasons why it's done, how it's presented, so on and so forth. Does it discount people? Does it devalue people? Does it lift people up in terms of how it's done? Anything can be serving positive or negative energies. So you have to always look at, why is this being done? Why are these people involved? What is their take on it? Why are they doing it? Are they being of service to other people? Are they communicating and connecting to other people in a positive or negative way? Are they eliciting from people more negativity or more positivity in terms of who they interact with? It's the same thing for any act of any kind. It doesn't matter that it has to be sexual. The idea is that it has to be understood as to why it's being done, both within the individuals doing it and for the general purpose that people are receiving it.
And another question that has come in about the aging process and how we can approach aging. I know some people choose to try to retain a youthful look, other people do not. And I think there's some confusion of what is the best path? How should we look at our aging process?
Well, there are no shoulds. Every individual is different. But the idea, of course, again, is to be honest in your self-examination about exactly why you are going about doing what you're doing, and whether it is based on fear and negativity, or whether you are simply capable of understanding who you are and moving forward in your life in a positive and natural way. As we have said very often, learning to live in the moment actually allows you to age less. You retain more energy. You retain a youthful exuberance, a youthful aspect, a youthful experience by living in the moment, because the more you actually do live in the moment, instead of worrying about the past, worrying about the present, worrying about the future, then you literally don't age as much. You stay in a more timeless state, even though you're experiencing the idea of time. You just experience less of it because you're living more in the moment. So you can mature, and it doesn't necessarily mean you have to become decrepit or infirm. But the idea is, for most of the people on the planet, they treat the idea of aging in very negative ways. It would be good to take lessons from many indigenous cultures who treat the idea of being an elder in a much more positive and respectful way. Because the idea is that the more you experience, theoretically, the wiser you are, the more experience you can share with younger generations, the more you have to offer, the more you have to give. So when it's looked at that way, and an elder person is valued more, then they will not necessarily think of themselves as aging into worthlessness. They will still be a vital and vibrant part of the community, as exists in many indigenous or natural cultures on your planet, and they will retain a youthful aspect much longer when they are considered to be a valued member of society.
Will our whole perspective of aging and potentially the degree to which we age visibly be changed once we have contact?
Well, yes, I don't mean it will happen immediately, but over the course of the decades after contact, then yes, of course. Many of the things that the extraterrestrials can teach humanity, not only through the idea of the ability to live longer, literally, physically, but the idea of how to age, shall we say, more gracefully. So yes, of course, there will be more understanding of how to do that. And in time, humans will start to mature more like our society does, where you reach what might be a certain age that looks somewhere between the years of 30 and 40, as you're used to thinking of those terms, and thus maintain that look throughout the lifetime in general, with minor alterations as you may go above 100, 200 years, so on and so forth, but still generally not looking in any way, shape, or form, or feeling in any way, shape, or form infirm.
I think a lot of people are going to be excited to hear that.
All right.
Here's a question about negative beliefs. What's the difference between having trauma and having negative beliefs?
Well, the idea of trauma is the effect of holding on to negative beliefs about yourself. So that's the difference. The trauma is the result of holding on to negative beliefs, or incorporating negative and fear-based beliefs into your belief system and keeping them there.
And this person is saying that they want help in dissolving their negative belief of not being good enough. They used to feel confident, but after being abandoned by someone they deeply loved, and with similar childhood experiences, they began to believe that they weren't worth much. I know the belief isn't true, yet it still lingers and blocks me from becoming my best self. So I guess they're looking for some guidance about how to relate to this situation.
All right. Well, the first thing is, again, watch your definitions. You have used the word abandoned to describe the idea that you may no longer be physically connected, that someone has, in a sense, removed themselves physically from interacting with you. The fact that you chose to see that and define that as abandonment sets up a negative cycle within you that then calls into doubt your worthiness and usefulness and so on and so forth. So first we would ask you to rewind the situation in your mind and look at the idea that that person has decided or made a choice to go a separate way and define it as something other than abandonment. Because by setting it up that way, you don't necessarily do yourself a service of being capable to understand why the scenario may be playing out the way that it is, to give you an opportunity to learn more about yourself and why it happened that way, and to recognize the mechanics of what was behind the choices made. So the idea is start by redefining the experience in at least a more neutral way, if not something more positive. Watch your definitions, because the very fact that you use that word means that you actually do not really completely understand how to remain in a positive state, because you're still defining certain ideas and certain situations negatively, automatically. So recalibrate, rewind, look for ways that you can define the experience at least more neutrally, if not positively. Do not use negative definitions like abandonment.
Can you please explain what the feeling of butterflies in the stomach is when a person is in love? What happens energetically and metaphysically when a person experiences those butterflies?
You may have had certain centers in your body sort of closed for quite a while. So the idea is that when you finally decide to open up, when you have made an agreement and someone has been attracted into your life that you have set up on your life path by agreement from the spirit world, and you recognize them energetically as someone that is going to be involved in your life in a way that will allow you to connect and allow you to grow and allow you to become more of who you are, then those centers neurologically start to open up and start to pass energy along the nervous system in that area of your body, the chakra of intention, the chakra of connection, the chakra of agreement in your solar plexus. And it's sort of like the idea of your arm falling asleep, and then you feel all the pinpricks and so on and so forth when it starts to reawaken. It's sort of like that. It's the center awakening to a new energetic connection and finally allowing itself to process that energy, but it's not used to it yet. And so it has that butterfly in the stomach sort of feeling until you finally truly make the connection and start flowing the energy between you in the way that you originally agreed to.
Thank you. And what is the distortion that is at the heart of fear? How can we move beyond fear and become fearless?
Again, the idea is you make fear your friend. Fear is a messenger knocking on your door saying, hey, you're holding on to a belief that's out of alignment with who you are. You're flowing your energy, filtering your energy through a belief that is not in alignment with your true soul vibration. So the idea is making fear your friend, making it your emissary, your messenger to let you know, to alert you, your little alarm clock to alert you. Hey, you're flowing your energy where you don't prefer to do that. Find out what that belief is and let it go so you can flow your energy through beliefs that are more in alignment with who you prefer to be. So say, thank you, fear, for bringing that to my attention. So you can use the positive aspect of fear as an alert system, a security system, to alert you to when you may be flowing energy through a belief that doesn't work for you.
This questioner says they're a fifth grade teacher. What is the most important thing to be teaching our children at this time?
As we have said a few times, there are several aspects to this. Number one, as teachers, you have to be creative and imaginative and create simulated scenarios that allow children to explore the idea of choices and the consequences of those choices as they would be in what you call the real world before they actually express those choices out in actual society, so that they're in a safe environment, a simulated environment, a play acting environment in which they can actually experience and see what the result of their choices would be, how it might affect other people, how it might affect them. You explore the probabilities and the pathways of what it could cause. You make this choice, what do you think it will do? Ask another child, how did you feel about the choice they made? Did it in any way, shape, or form change you, affect you? How did you relate to it? How did you react to it? What do you feel about it? And then children can start exploring the interconnections that they have and explore how every choice you make has consequences and connections to every other being in reality. Secondarily, teach them the idea of the formula. Let them understand how to use that toolkit to move through life in a positive and creative way. Third, remind them that they are as powerful as they need to be to attract whatever they need in life without having to hurt themselves or anyone else in order to do that, and make sure they understand the difference between what their ego wants and what they truly need, and help them understand that if they get what they need, they will be fulfilled, but not always will they feel fulfilled if they get what their ego wants. They may be two different things. So you can teach them the difference between wants and needs. Needs will always fulfill you. Wants may sometimes do that, but not always. So again, you can focus them in the idea of attracting what they need in life, because that will always be fulfilling. With those three main things, you will allow them to understand how to be individuals that make conscientious choices, understanding that they're connected to everything, connected to source, that they are truly self-empowered, and they can grow up to be mature adults.
Wonderful.
Also, remember, anything you think is absolutely necessary for them to thrive in physical reality, again, use your creativity and imagination to find a way to teach them what you believe is important by adapting the lesson to what they are excited about, what their passion is, rather than trying to crush their passion into the lesson. Find an exciting way for them to learn what it is you think it's important for them to know, so that they will be excited about learning. That's what's important. Get a child to be excited and curious about learning things by designing exercises for things that you think they're important to learn that matches what they're excited to do. Frame it in their language, and they will be eager to learn things. So be creative and imaginative enough to do that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Next question. What does it mean if I feel like I'm going through the motions of life, and how do I change that in order to feel happy? They're just going through the motions, no passion.
Well, you are not acting on your passions then. You are hesitating and procrastinating to do so, most likely because you have some belief system that says that it will not necessarily benefit you to actually explore what you're truly curious and excited to explore. So you are just keeping yourself at a modicum of energy. You're keeping yourself at a monotone level because on some level you're afraid to branch out. You're afraid to explore. You're afraid to grab hold and follow your passion and act on it. So you have to find out what that fear is that would keep you in such a monotone existence that allows you to feel like you're just going through the motions. You're not choosing to do the things that would actually give you the energy that passion would bring.
Next questioner is saying, when I didn't know that being happy was the way to attract the things I wanted, I was happy all the time. Now that I do know, I wonder why it feels so challenging to stay happy.
Because as you expand your consciousness, you become more aware of options, both positive and negative. Just because you've become more aware that there are other options other than what you prefer doesn't in any way, shape, or form mean that you have to choose them. You can still stay in balance, but this is a more mature way of understanding your life. So when you were younger, you were allowed the experience to understand simply, automatically, what happiness felt like. You don't have to leave that state just because you are now aware that there might be other choices. So you're making the choice to believe that being aware of other choices will somehow lower your ability to choose or prevent your ability to choose to still be happy, to still be positive. It doesn't have to, but it's a natural thing as you expand your consciousness to become more aware that there are other choices that may not necessarily be representative of happiness. But again, just being aware of them doesn't have anything to do with whether you can choose to continue to be happy. So don't equate the two. You need challenges in your life to grow. But again, if you approach challenges calmly, with confidence, with curiosity and creativity, you will always get a lesson that benefits you out of whatever those challenges are. So you can always remain happy. It may not necessarily mean that you are giddily jumping or skipping down the street, if that's what you mean by happy. But the idea is it can always be positive and constructive and an experience that enriches you if you approach your challenges that way. And don't assume that just because you become aware of a definition of something that you don't prefer, that's not vibrationally compatible with you, that it has to change the vibrational state that you prefer. You're the one making that choice. So don't define it that way. Don't define awareness of the other as if it affects you. It's just awareness of another choice. That's all it is. Be happy that you're capable of seeing many choices because that gives you the freedom to choose. Even if you never choose what you don't prefer, you don't invalidate it. It's just a choice. That's all. But you have to become more aware that there are a lot of choices. And that also gives you more information to possibly help others in the future by recognizing that they are making choices too that they may not necessarily prefer to make. But being a person that can approach this in a balanced and happy way will give you the opportunity to serve humanity by helping those that may come to you in your life to teach them that they also can stay in whatever state they prefer, even though they may recognize that there are other possible choices.
Okay. You once told the story of a spaceship captain who had said their true power was in choosing not to destroy. This person has become aware of some destructive impulses within themselves, and it pulls at them and they feel sucked in and they're haunted by it. So more than anything, they want to feel their power to truly choose. Can you add to that?
Well, examine the idea that we have said also is that it really doesn't take much power to destroy. Anyone can destroy. Anyone can topple a building. It takes power to create, to build up. So the idea is, why are you choosing to go in the direction of powerlessness? Because that's what the idea of being pulled to the concept of destructivity means. You are choosing to experience the idea of powerlessness. Of course, the paradox is you're using your power to have an experience of choosing powerlessness. So you have to ask yourself, what are you getting out of doing that? Are you just temporarily going into the idea of powerlessness that expresses itself as a penchant for destruction because you just want to experience more of the negative side temporarily in order to finally let go of that and snap into the positive side more firmly? In other words, are you making a contrast and comparison idea? It's like, oh, if I dip my toes in the negative side and feel powerless for a while and self-destructive for a while, then I will finally let go of that, and maybe that will give me enough of that so that I know that what I really prefer is the idea of true self-empowerment and creativity rather than destructiveness that goes with the feeling of lack of self-empowerment. because those two things are related. Lack of self-empowerment leads to a sense of destructiveness, because you are, in a sense, deconstructing yourself, deconstructing your power. So the idea of deconstructing, of destructiveness, destructiveness, goes with choosing to believe in the idea that you are not self-empowered. So why would you choose to do that? Why would you choose to experience that? Because you're using your power to experience that. You never are actually powerless. It's just a choice you're making for your own reasons. You need to find out what those reasons are. What are you getting out of doing this? How does it help you move forward?
Can you tie in a little bit the idea that when human beings have high levels of testosterone, a lot of times that can lead to a lot of aggressive behavior? And how does that relate to this whole concept?
It's not so much the testosterone that leads to the aggressive behavior. The idea is that there may already exist within those individuals certain negative and fear-based belief systems that the testosterone chemically amplifies and magnifies. It's sort of the idea that's similar to the concept of money on your planet. It's not that money corrupts individuals when they have a lot of it. It's that those negative and fear-based beliefs already exist within them, and the sudden acquisition of a lot of money in your society magnifies and amplifies the negativity that was already within them. So chemically speaking, testosterone sort of does the same thing. It doesn't mean that it has to do that. It doesn't cause that to happen, but it may magnify what is already there. In the positive sense, testosterone can lead to a lot of high energy, assertive, creative acts. So again, it depends on what's already in the individual as a belief system that the testosterone and other hormones and chemicals may magnify and amplify to reveal to them that they have these beliefs within them, and therefore it's important for them to pause in any aggressiveness that they may be demonstrating to find out what those belief systems are and let them go, so they can use the testosterone in their system in a much more positive and constructive way.
And you're expanding that a little bit more. Also, our society, at least Western culture, seems to be quite excited by video games that give people a chance to express a lot of violence. Can you give us some idea of how that's impacting the individual and the society?
Well, of course, in different ways according to different individuals. But the idea overall, on the positive end, can be that you have created a tool that allows people to take out their aggressions in a way that doesn't actually harm society. So that's one positive way of looking at it. Now, of course, if they don't get in touch with the fact that there are lessons for them to learn about why their behavior seems so attracted to that, why they are attracted to extremely aggressively violent games, if they learn the lesson of why they're doing that, then they may be able to benefit from that. If it just becomes an addiction and a cycle, well, again, they may not be learning the lessons that are inherent for them to learn about themselves, because they're simply being distracted by the game and they're not willing to look within. They're in a state of denial about themselves. But again, at least on a positive note, they're not taking out those aggressive behaviors on actual members of your society.
Does that also apply to like sports, the way that our country is so excited about football games and
In some cases,
idea?
yes, not all, but in some cases, yes. Again, please, all of you, remember, there are positive and negative aspects that are capable of being expressed in everything. So just remember that caveat, and you will be able to answer your own questions. It depends.
Okay, well, thank you for that. This person is saying they have a repeating pattern of getting into car accidents where someone else hits their car and they end up being injured. How can they break that cycle?
Well, this may require a deeper conversation with this individual on a specific basis, but obviously They are attempting to get their attention to a particular issue. They are, in a sense, not paying attention to something within them. And they are being constantly reminded by being stopped in this way. So there's something they have to investigate within their belief system, something they are avoiding that they need to look at and be honest about within themselves, because they are being shown that whatever the path is they are taking is not correct for them. And that's why they're running into so many quote unquote accidents, why other people are stopping them from going in the direction that they're going. There's something that they're not looking at within themselves that they're trying to tell themselves, and they're attracting a lot of people to do this so that they will finally pay attention ultimately to what it is going on within them that they need to pay attention to. We can't really say more about it here in a general public conversation. We would need to have an actual specific private conversation with this individual to explore the specific reasons of what it is they may not be looking at within themselves. But that's the general idea. There's something they're avoiding looking at. They're not paying attention to. There is something that they may be unconscious about or in denial about within themselves that's important for them to discover. They're not letting themselves move forward in life in a certain way.
Okay, and this is a question about detaching from the results. And this individual feels addicted to results and gets frustrated when an event turns out in a way that they don't prefer. And even though they intellectually understand detachment, they don't feel like they really have a full comprehension of how to achieve that.
Well, that's clear. So the idea is, again, they're not following the formula as precisely as possible because, again, no insistence, no assumption as to what the outcome ought to be. They're insisting on a certain result, which means they may actually be limiting the kind of result they could be getting if they were willing to be a little bit more flexible. They are insisting that they know best more than anything, more than their soul, more than their spirit guides, more than anyone. They know best as to what it is they should be experiencing. They don't. So they haven't really learned the honest truth yet that they really ultimately have no clue what the actual best result would be. And therefore their stubborn insistence that they do know what the actual result should be and are therefore frustrated and disappointed when they don't get what they set out as the final result of their efforts, then they're simply not allowing their reality in any way, shape, or form to flow. They're not allowing their soul and higher mind and guides to deliver to them what it is they need. They're rejecting the idea of the way their life might unfold. They're completely trying to control every little detail. They're not relaxing. They're not surrendering to the control that's already built in to the life path their soul chose for this life. They are expressing a large amount of fear about not having control over every aspect and every detail of their lives. They need to relax and understand that surrender is not giving up control. It's surrendering to the natural flow of control that exists within them already, and they have to start trusting the way their life unfolds and open up to the possibility that something better than they imagine could actually be coming to them if they would give up insisting that what they have imagined should come to them is actually the best possible thing. It might actually be a limitation that they're imposing on themselves.
Okay, and this person says that they believe they're severely trauma bonded to another person. How do they break that bond and the cycle of rumination and low self-worth? They find it very debilitating.
Yes, well, of course they would, because they're not being their true self. It's always very tiring to be someone you're not. So the idea is stop mirroring the other person. What lessons can you have learned from the experiences you have had, and how can you positively apply them in your life to make your own choices rather than constantly thinking you have to mirror what is going on with the other person that you feel bonded to? Remember that all people are in your life to act as reflective mirrors to help you learn the lessons that help you become more of who you truly prefer to be. You don't have to succumb to the idea of the actual experience. You have to find the lessons in the experience that can be applied in your life in more positive ways to allow you to move forward and grow and not necessarily experience the same things over and over again. So, of course, it's debilitating if you're only going to lock into the actual traumatic experience itself instead of focusing on what could it teach you how not to do things in the future in the same way. What could it teach you about choosing different things and different ways of looking at yourself in the future instead of judging yourself so unkindly and so harshly for having had the initial experience? You are ruminating and stuck in a cycling loop of simply judging yourself over and over again for having had the traumatic experience instead of saying, oh, well, this experience exists for me to learn some lessons. Let's explore what those lessons could be that I could apply in my life to move forward in my life and detach from the idea that I have to keep mirroring the experience I had with that person and repeating that experience, because that means I'm simply afraid to learn the lessons, and that would help me move forward.
Since the issue of self-worth is such a strong theme that we see in our questions a lot, when does this position or this perspective of not being worthy enter? Is it in the womb? Does it happen later? I know it's individualized, but
it's always part of the life path set up by the soul. Then the circumstances and conditions that are necessary to fix that, crystallize that, come from the upbringing that is chosen, so that it will be the challenge that you need to face. But it's set up by the soul as a challenge on the life path. How you allow yourself to achieve that challenge, how you set yourself up with whatever belief systems or experiences you have that freeze that or crystallize that challenge that your soul has chosen to experience, happens when you become physical and start absorbing the experiences of the physical reality that are utilized to reinforce the choice made by the soul to have a challenging experience of that kind.
so since like a lot of aggression, a lot of anger that people experience is coming from that basic position of not feeling worthy at a very deep level,
Yes.
would you say that in a sense that is the theme that was given to planet Earth, and that's why we face so many of the challenges that we do as a planet getting along with each other?
Well, yes, in a sense, it's certainly one of the major themes. As we have said, the idea of the Earth cycles is the transformation of darkness into light, negative into positive, limitation into freedom, and certainly the recognition of your worthiness and deservability is an expression of those themes. It all comes from the idea of the extreme density of the frequency of the Earth school, in the idea that it allows you to feel a sense of disconnection, a sense of detachment from source, by completely forgetting, by creating an experience, not that you actually can be disconnected, not that you can be detached, but by creating such a dense experience of disconnection, as if you actually are disconnected from source, to the point where you don't even know that you are connected at all, then creates the idea of, well, if I'm disconnected from source, if I am, quote unquote, cast out from source, because you have to recognize that you do exist. So if the sense of detachment and disconnection is strong enough, yet you still recognize that you exist, then this is an issue that many of you talk about, that we have just recently talked about, of one that feels like abandonment by source, that you are cast out from source, disconnected, thrown away. and therefore not deserving, not worthy, because you can't feel the connection, even though you know and you can sense by the fact of your existence that source exists. There had to be a creation that you're part of. There had to be, in a sense, your existence coming in as somewhat necessary, but then the experience of disconnection makes you feel that, oh, I must have made a mistake in creating you. I have cast you out. You are undeserving and unworthy, and I'm disconnecting, I'm disowning you, I'm abandoning you. And therefore, all that comes up in that feeling of unworthiness. I have been cast aside. But if you understand that creation doesn't make mistakes, that you absolutely are necessary in creation, or you wouldn't have been created at all, you wouldn't exist at all, then you can start to reclaim your connection, your attachment to source, and your worthiness and deservability by understanding how existence works, and that existence needs everything that exists in order for it to be all that it is, all that it can experience itself to be. So if you exist, then by the fact of your existence, you are worthy and deserving, because obviously, if creation didn't need you, you wouldn't exist, because it doesn't make mistakes. You are part of existence itself. You are part of the very fabric of existence. And that means, by definition, your existence is proof that you're worthy and deserving of that existence. And that's always a place you can start from.
Thank you.
Yes.
What energetic principles can a person apply to deepen and harmonize their closest relationships without controlling outcomes?
Well, if you really want relationships to be what they're designed to do, you will not be interested in controlling them. You will be interested in learning from them, in seeing reflections, in absorbing and helping and serving the others in the relationships to be who they really truly need to be the best version of themselves they can be, while allowing them to show you what you need to know so you can absorb information that will allow you to be the best version of who it is you need to be. So it's not about control, because you would understand that trying to control it would be defeating the purpose of the relationship to begin with, because you understand that relationships are for the purpose of getting information and reflections and experiences that allow you to figure out more of who you are and express more of who you are. So why would you want to control it? Again, it's the ego thinking it knows exactly what the outcome is supposed to be, exactly what's supposed to happen. This is hubris. This is egotistical. This is the idea that you don't trust the way things unfold. You have to allow yourself to understand you set up your life path, and you have to have enough of a relationship and awareness of the relationship with your soul to know that your soul knew what it was doing when it laid out the life path. You are the one that gets to experience that. And again, if you approach the challenges, including relationships, in the way we have said, with calmness, confidence, curiosity, and creativity, it won't be an issue of control. It will be an issue of learning. It will be an issue of accepting. It will be an issue of allowing. And your life will start to flow. You will learn the lessons you need to learn to improve who you are, to grow who you are, to expand who you are. And then your life will feel fulfilled. And all the relationships will serve a purpose in your life in the way that they are designed to do so. So again, remember, people that try to control the outer reality feel out of control, and therefore they need to look within and understand, why are they choosing to feel out of control? What belief systems are causing them to feel disconnected, detached, and out of control? But also remember that any feeling of being out of control is being controlled by them. So they're never actually out of control. They're just choosing to believe that they're out of control. And therefore, that belief that they're out of control causes an individual in your reality to try and control the only thing they can, which is the outer world and all relationships in that outer world.
This person, they call this like seeing through the eyes of the creator, is what the way that they perceived it. But the idea that they got into an altered state of consciousness where they were experiencing reality from a completely different point of view. And what they saw was that everything felt perfect, beautiful, exactly as it should be. They felt distanced from their problems and a true sense of freedom. And they just felt fully supported energetically with effortlessly.
Yes.
And they think is that what you mean by being fully human?
Yes, that's part of the expression, but it also is what we mean by being in alignment with your true self, your true vibration, because it is the true vibration of all that is, because you are a part of all that is. So this individual was truly seeing who they are, what they are, as a reflection of all that is. And therefore, that gives them the vibrational state that they need to come from in everything that they do in life in order to continue to flow in that high vibration of being their true self.
And so what vibrational level would that be where you see yourself, I guess, totally from a different vantage point? It's obviously a higher state frequency that
Yes.
has different parameters of its self-definition, those kinds of things, right?
Well, yes, of course.
So what frequency level would you say that requires in order to perceive that?
Well, it's got to be well above the 200,000 cycle per second frequency mark. So there's a range in there, but the idea in general is the closer you are to the frequency of non-physical reality, the more you see things that way. So above 250,000 cycles per second, it's almost impossible not to see things that way.
I see. And then someone else wrote in and said, well, why does the formula only get us close to 200,000 cycles per second, but not fully there? Is that's the level of non-duality and enlightenment, our natural self? So why can't they just reach the even higher level more completely?
They can. The formula, we have never said it only gets you there. We're giving you an average of where people on your planet are at. So we have never said that it stops there. You can absolutely use the formula to go higher. But how many people on your planet are facile enough with the formula to do so is the question. So we're giving you an average of what most people attain by using it if they're attaining a higher frequency than the average on your planet. It doesn't mean that that's the upper limit.
200,000 cycles per second, does that represent a state of being where you can, in a sense, be experiencing heaven on earth on a more consistent basis?
Yes.
If you were to maintain that?
Yes.
So, yeah, because someone else asked.
At least in your own life. At least
why
in
do
your
we only have it like for brief moments?
At least in your own life. It doesn't mean you won't see that other people may not be doing the things that you would consider to be heaven on earth. It doesn't mean that you start experiencing the entire planet that way necessarily. But in your own life, you would experience it as heaven on earth, no matter what anyone else is doing.
Yeah, because there was another question about, well, why don't people maintain that 200,000? You know, maybe they have a peak moment and they get there and then it go back down again. And
there are a variety of reasons why that happens. A lot of them typically are because they still have certain challenges to face and they have certain belief systems to let go of. So they can have peak moments. The idea of having those peak moments is to retain an experience of what it's like to be there and bring that energy to facing the next challenge. And again, remember, it's not necessarily up and down like this. It's up and down like this where you keep climbing. But the idea is you may lower for a while to deal with something more physically, then raise again, then lower for a while, maybe to help someone else who's on a lower vibration, and you have to sort of equate to them and equal to them and align with them temporarily to help bring them up with you again. So there may be many reasons why the fluctuation occurs, but never assume that you actually go down to the same place again. As your Zen monks say, you never step into the same river twice. It's always flowing, it's always different. So you don't have to assume that coming back down out of that state means you're back down to where you used to be.
That's very helpful, and pretty much we're out of time now. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we conclude?
Again, the strong encouragement, strong unconditional love that we have for all of you to move forward, because again, remember, we don't just believe in you, we know what you're capable of. We know who you actually are. It's up to you to awaken to the energy, the spirit, the beauty of what you actually are as a soul. So by all means, allow yourselves to move forward in the understanding and the assurance that you are that infinite and eternal, beautiful, creative soul, and that it is all right. It is all right for you to be yourself, to be your true self, to move forward in that vibration, to be of service to others, to service the whole, because when you serve the whole, you serve yourself because you're part of the whole. So move forward in love, in light. And at this point now, remember, in the meditation to come, everything is an orchestration, everything is synchronicity. Synchronicity is one of the most beautiful ways that you have of recognizing in physical reality and linear time the great command and orchestration that you have created as souls to interweave all life paths on your planet into this beautiful tapestry that you call physical life. So, admire the tapestry, use it to your advantage, be the thread that you are, and prepare yourself to relax into this meditation to bring it home. All of you, please allow yourselves to relax, let go of the cares of the day, breathe deeply and easily, feel peaceful, feel flowing, feel that you are drifting and floating upon the ocean of creation, and let the currents carry you into this synchronistic meditation. Keep breathing easily, gently, and peacefully. In and out. In and out. In and out. Now, imagine, if you will, that you are sitting in some kind of an environment that other people are also sitting, standing, walking in. It can be in a building, it can be outside, a park, a restaurant, doesn't matter what it is. As long as there are other people around that you can see, allow yourself in your imagination, as you see yourself sitting there, to look around at the other people. So just take your time. Don't worry about the idea that someone might think you're staring at them. Just gently look, peacefully, maybe with a slight smile on your face, as you're enjoying the day, enjoying the surroundings, enjoying the bustle of people who may be talking or chatting, or the environment that you're in, everyone enjoying it, everyone relaxing in it. And just look at all the different faces, and just look at them talking to one another, or simply sitting silently, or maybe they're reading a book, maybe they're drawing a picture, maybe they're on their computer. Just look at them, every single one. Just scan around, focus on them for a few seconds, one at a time. And as you do so, start to feel energetic links and connections to each one. So when you look at a person for that few seconds, you imagine an energy beam, a web, a filament, a string, a thread, reaching out from you to them, just touching them gently, staying there. And then you do the next person that way, and the next person, and the next, and the next, until you find that you actually have these threads of energy going out to every person in the place. Now imagine that every person in the place is also sending out these threads of energy to every other person in the place, connecting, touching gently to you from all these different people, whether they are literally paying attention to you or not, whether they are reading a book or looking at their computer or drinking or eating or talking to someone else. Just imagine that these threads are coming out from these people to you, to everyone else in the place that you're in. And just start focusing on this tapestry, this weave, this web of energy threads. And start feeling, start seeing, start imagining that there are little vibrations along these threads, little bits and pieces of energy, and little vibrations of communication and thoughts and ideas and feelings coming to and fro along these energy webs, these energy threads. Start feeling and hearing and sensing the vibrations and the communications. Some of them may be a little bit stronger or louder. Some of them may be soft and gentle as whispers. But start feeling the general hum of information coming to and fro, back and forth, constantly, through each other, from each other, back and forth. And the agreements: you are here with me now, I am here with you now. You are here with me now, I am here with you now. Back and forth, back and forth. We have set this up. We have agreed to be here now. We are helping each other. We are supporting each other. We are providing for each other the opportunity to receive the information and the lessons we need together. Some of you may find that the lessons are not necessarily as strong as others, but that's all right. You are still here, willing to support, willing to participate, willing to be part of the orchestration, willing to be part of the tableau, willing to be part of the painting, willing to be part of the scene. And you can sense that different people may be getting different messages, different lessons, different ideas, different inspirations, as you may also be receiving different ideas, different inspirations from different people, different thoughts. You may start to realize that you may be picking up on thoughts that have nothing to do with you, but have everything to do with them. You may be vibrating in harmony so that you are having the same thoughts that they're having at the same time, so that you know what they're thinking, so that you know what they're feeling, so that you understand and begin to realize what their lives are all about, and how everyone is experiencing something that to them is very important, that is their life path. And all these life paths are intertwined, interconnected, interwoven into this tapestry, into this web. And now, imagine, as you allow this web to exist, and all of the information and communication going along it, back and forth, simultaneously, constantly, exchanging. Now, pick a person, any person in this scenario, and start to imagine what they are seeing when they look at you. Start seeing yourself from their point of view, from their perspective, from where they're sitting, seeing you where you are sitting. Do that with one person. Oh, if I were seeing me from that person where they are sitting, I would look like this. They would see me sitting over here like this. I would see their point of view, their vision of me, looking at me, seeing me sitting over here, but from their point of view. And now pick another person and see yourself from their point of view. And another person and see yourself from their point of view, their perspective. And do this with all the people. Meditate on that and start to identify with them seeing you. Start to feel like you are them seeing you and wondering who you are and what your life is all about and what your path is teaching you and what information is going to you along these threads. All of them seeing the same web, knowing that it's there, knowing that these communications are connecting all of you, that you are all immersed in this web of information and energy and knowingness and sharing and supporting. And then, if you can, as you practice this meditation of synchronicity, start to see yourself from more than one position simultaneously. You can see what this person sees you as, and you can see what that person sees you as, how they have a different perspective of you. This person sees me sitting this way. This person is seeing me from over there, so it looks like I'm sitting this way. And you can start to see yourself in multiple dimensions from their different perspectives, a kind of different parallax view of yourself. This person would see me like this, that person would see me like this. And now I'm seeing both of myself being seen by these two people simultaneously. And a third person who might be seeing me like this, and like this, and like this, and like this, and my back, and my front, and my side. And you start to develop this over time with practice until you really start to feel, viscerally start to feel the multidimensionality, because you are also seeing all these people from different angles, just like they are seeing you from different angles. And you start to feel the real connection. And you start to perceive that they are you from another point of view. That you are them from another point of view. That you are all one, seeing itself from all these different points of view. That you are seeing and feeling and knowing that everything is synchronicity. That everything is connected. But that you are becoming more aware of that. You're becoming more capable of perceiving the synchronicity, the connection to everything and everyone, everywhere, every when. You become more receptive, a better antenna. You start to know and feel that you are in this web of interconnectivity. You start to perceive the communication along those lines. And then when you practice this and get that visceral feeling, you take it to another level and realize that the spirit realm is also observing you from many different perspectives, from a higher level. And you start to see yourself from their point of view in the same way that you practiced seeing yourself from all the different points of view of the people in your scenario, in physical reality. And you take it to a higher level and can start to see yourself from all the different spirit points of view, spirit guides, angelic beings, soul family, extraterrestrials, extra-dimensional. And you start to feel those connections and that information streaming to you, those observations of you from all the different perspectives. And then you do the same thing. You start seeing multiple dimensions of yourself from different points of view in spirit and physical reality simultaneously. And you start to get the bigger picture of everything that is going on in this orchestration that exists in the physical reality and the spirit reality simultaneously. And you start to be able to really see out of all of this, out of all these webs, out of all this information, out of all this communication, you start to more clearly see your unique life path, the unique thread in this tapestry, interwoven with all the other threads, but the unique thread in this tapestry that is you. And how you contribute to the entire tapestry. That without you, the tapestry would fall apart. Without them, the tapestry would fall apart. That you are intertwined, interconnected, interwoven inexorably in each other's lives. That they are you from a different point of view. And you are them from a different point of view. And you are us from a different point of view. And we are you from a different point of view. And we are the orchestration. And we are synchronicity. And we are the threads in the tapestry. And we are the tapestry of all that is. Sit with it. Feel it. Vibrate in harmony with it. Be of service to it. Be there for each other. Invite each other in to an agreement that works for the benefit of all. And find the lines of communication smoothing themselves out until you can find yourselves in consensus and in harmony through the validation of each of the individual unique threads that forms the beautiful picture of the tapestry. Breathe it in and breathe it out. Breathe it in and breathe it out. Everything is synchronicity. Everything. You are now becoming more aware of that in your daily lives. As you look at everything, there are no accidents. No matter what situation you're in, it's there for you to some degree, or to participate in, to help others to whatever degree they need it. It's there for you to be in. By your agreement, by your willingness to be of service. You can speed it up, you can slow it down. You can impact more people or less people. You can express more or less expressions of your passion. But you will, as you have laid out, synchronistically interact with everyone you need to, in perfect timing, to help everyone, to be of service to everyone, while the whole is of service to you. Unconditionally. Breathe it in, breathe it out, and move through life with more ease, more grace, more beauty, more graciousness, more allowance for others to be themselves, for you to be a living example of what others can choose to be if you believe that it can help, with no insistence. Just allow. You are approaching a time of great transformation. You are in a time of great transformation that will soon be very evident on your planet in a way that will propel humanity forward in its evolutionary path so that you can join synchronistically your galactic family and truly realize your full potential as souls, as spirits, as light and love and life. Our unconditional love to you all. Avail. Good day. darkest, most fearsome abyss.
Wonderful. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm April Rochelle of Bashar Communications, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you to this exciting event of Contact with Bashar. I'd also like to welcome all the people who are joining us from all around the world in creating our energy bubble of Esasani energy, of contact energy. And as always, Bashar has come up with a memorable title and topic for us to hear about today, and that is your indestructible core. And the general idea behind the indestructible core is that you have at your essence an indestructible nature. And as you get more and more in touch with that, you're able to navigate physical reality more smoothly, and whenever you're facing challenges, you can always find that refuge within yourself. And so I think this is a really profound tool that he's introducing to us today, and I know I look forward to hearing more about this idea of connecting with this aspect of ourselves. Now, today's session is the first, really, in a sense, of 2016, and our next session coming up is going to be in Las Vegas. I think it's on June 4th, and that one is called Saibo, and it's about an Esasani game. And then later in June, I believe it's on the 17th, 18th, and 19th, Bashar has already given us those titles. Friday night will be called Masks. Saturday night will be called The Story Tree. And then on Sunday, The State of the Union. So it's always good to hear it's always good to hear updates from Bashar about what's going on our planet and how things are going. So I know that should be a really exciting session also. So the first thing, we're going to show you a few videos to get you warmed up and prepared for Bashar. And the first video is about our contact crystals, which is something that Bashar introduced several years ago. And we do have some of those in the back where Hillary is, as well as some new crystals we've introduced. We have some Sirius crystals. And, you know, I'm the dolphin girl, so we got lots of dolphin kinds of crystals now, too. So they all come with activations, so you can meditate on them and use them as your permission slip if you're excited by them. So anyway, it's so great to have everybody here. I'm so glad that you all decided to come and experience this, you know, in person. How many people are experiencing Bashar in person for the first time? That's cool. Great. I can just hear him. Yes, it's whatever temperature you want, right? Okay. Well, let's take a look at our first video, which is our contact crystal video.
The charged crystals that represent the idea of contact.
these being the permission slip that have been entitled Ethithani contact crystals or seeds of contact. The idea being that on my world, this crystal represents the center point of a larger crystal array that is created to represent all of the consciousnesses and all of the worlds in the interstellar alliance of which we are a part and of which you are becoming a part.
Bashar has been in some sessions explaining more about his own life, his own experiences on his planet. When he was very young, he was shown a large piece of artwork that contains many different kinds of crystals, and each crystal represents one of the civilizations that's part of their association of worlds. Now, the central crystal he described is a hexagon that is dark green in color. It's larger than this, but this is basically a replica of that crystal as he described it to us. There is a symbol inscribed on the crystal, which is a triangular symbol that has a spiral in the middle of it. This symbol, Bashar described, is actually his family crest. It represents his family's lineage as contact specialists. So Bashar suggested that if we made replicas, even if they're smaller, of this central crystal, what he did then is he did a special meditation that actually comes with every crystal on a DVD that's for the purpose of charging the crystal with the specific frequency of contact. So when you have one of these and you use the meditation, it is actually charged with the particular frequency that represents his civilization and the particular frequency that represents their initial contact with us. Bashar has basically said that, charging one of these with your own energy and the energy that's in the meditation that he gave is kind of like casting your vote specifically for contact. So if you're interested in acquiring one of these, by all means, please ask the people at the back table to give you the information. It comes in this lovely box along, like I said, with the DVD. And so please check out the information at the back table.
Okay, and why is the contact crystal a hexagon?
It supports the idea very specifically that what is attached to it, around it, as the central hexagonal crystal, are 6 others, which represent the 6 hybrid races, and altogether the 7th. Earth being the 6th hybrid race. We are the 3rd. But altogether, the 6 and the 1 in the center will be representative of the 7th hybrid race, when all 6 hybrid races exist and blend together into the 7th. That's the core of our common evolution and what we share as family and where we're going into what you call the future. Together.
I love our sigil. It's really, I don't know. Bashar's going to explain a little bit more about that in another recording about the sigil and what it means and all those things. But anyway, we're glad that you all agree with us and like it. The next video that we're going to show you is all about the dolphins. And one of the things that we offer is a dolphin workshop both in February and in October. And it's been a very magical journey now because we've been doing this for about 5 years. And Bashar obviously has a very strong, serious connection and a connection with the dolphins. He used to channel through a dolphin called Dreamer. And since swimming with dolphins and whales is part of my passion, we developed this workshop, which is 5 days of guided meditations that Bashar pre-created for this event. And it's just an opportunity to be with people of like mind and create our own Essassani energy bubble, and then swim with the dolphins for 5 days. And we're talking, we go out in the morning, about 8 o'clock in the morning, and we swim with them sometimes for 3-4 hours. And this is a pod of spinner dolphins that has become very acclimated to humans, that wants to interact with us and chooses to play with us. And it's one of the first steps in really creating that interspecies communication that can also act as a preparation for contact. But more than anything, you have so much fun and you connect with people that are of like mind, and it just truly is an extraordinary experience. And as this has been progressing, we are finding that more and more other species of cetaceans have been showing up. We've had false killer whales. The group last time actually attracted a whale shark, as well as pilot whales for 3 hours that were just laying on the surface of the water out in the deep. And we literally spent 3 hours with them in the water, just becoming part of their pod. Truly extraordinary. I mean, even our boat captain, who's been out there for 20 years, was like, I can't believe this is happening. So anyway, it definitely seems like Bashar, in co-creating with us, really has a magic touch of attracting dolphins and whales for extraordinary experiences for us. And then in March of next year, we will also be going to the Dominican Republic to swim with the humpback whales. 7 days on a liveaboard boat out 80 miles out to sea. And you spend all your time immersed in the energy of the humpback whale and in the water with them too. So here's a little bit of what one of these workshops is like.
The deeper you dive into the unknown, the greater the gifts will be, the more expansive the gifts will be, the more exciting the gifts will be. You will discover the buried treasure that lies deep within. Into the darkness,
into the unknown, I'm in search of buried treasure, into the shadows of the unconscious, deep, deep under, I'm in search of buried treasure.
blend and sink and melt within the sea of space and time and timelessness, into the ocean, in the infinite depths, into a realm unto its own. once again. Buried deep within the seas, in an everlasting dream of joy, an everlasting dream of exploration, an everlasting dream of ecstasy.
So anyway, if that's one of your dreams to swim with dolphins, this is definitely one great way to do it. So I hope you'll join us. And now we have a special video that we're going to show you, a surprise, which is perhaps many of you are familiar with the documentary that we've been working on for several years. And we actually now have completed the documentary, and it will be coming soon to a theater near you. One of the things that we're going to do is we're going to show you the trailer, and if you're interested in seeing the documentary, you can go to the website and you can put your email address in, and then we'll take a look at what cities people come from that are most interested in seeing the documentary. So without further ado, here is the trailer.
The concept of alien contact is no longer foreign to our society. The question isn't if it will happen, but when.
Yeah, we're pretty excited too. Yeah, it's great. It's wonderful. So yeah, we hope you all will, put your email addresses in so we know what cities people are most likely to come and see the film at. So I think it's time now for us to get started. And so it is my great pleasure to introduce to you the very gifted channel of Bashar, Darryl Anka.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here today. We really appreciate it. It's nice to see you all. Did you enjoy the trailer? Hopefully you will enjoy the film. We're excited about it, as April said. So yeah, when you sign up, we'll start booking it in theaters.
Okay, so again, thank you all so much for coming here and creating this reality with us. It's really so much fun. And thank you, Darryl, for
April.
being willing to be the channel for Bashar. Thank you.
All right, everyone, have fun. I'll see you later. Going to go color now.
But it'll say good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? All right, thank you. First and foremost, once again, we thank each and every one of you, individually and all of you together, collectively, for the co-creation of this interaction and the allowance of this transmission in this way on this day. We are always given a gift when we are able to interact with all of you. So we thank you for the gift of expansion that you give to us in allowing us to experience through you that many more ways that creation has of expressing itself within the existence that it is. And that's what brings us to today's subject, your indestructible core. Why are you here? All right, well, some of you are here to laugh. But fundamentally, though it may sound a little bit like a puzzle, why you are here is because you exist. Why do you exist? Because you do. Many people on your planet, philosophers, have asked why. Why do we exist? Why are we here? This is a question created from within the space-time perspective. It is not a relevant question for existence itself, because existence only has one quality: to exist. That's its fundamental state. Because you are an aspect, a reflection of existence. That's your fundamental state as well. And when we say fundamental, we mean fundamental. That's it. Can't get any more basic than the fact that you exist. And when I say you exist, we mean you exist. Meaning your particular unique perspective, your unique point of view, your identity, the things that you experience in life that you believe are happening to you is what exists. You, your unique perspective exists. Therefore, it is absolutely unable to not exist. The fundamental quality of existence cannot become anything else on an equally fundamental level. As we have often said, it can become any kind of form or expression, but it cannot become non-existence. By definition, non-existence doesn't exist. Therefore, that which exists cannot become that which does not exist. Because there's no such thing
as non-existence. You can talk about it, you can use the words non-existence and think that you're actually talking about non-existence, but you're not, because even the term non-existence exists within existence. Therefore, the term, the idea, the concept that sometimes your philosophers may bandy about in discussing and thinking about and pondering the concept of non-existence is not really a discussion about non-existence. It's a discussion about a symbol that represents the idea of non-existence, but there can be no discussion. There can be no concept. There can be no conceiving. There can be no perceiving of anything that is actually non-existence, because again, by definition, there is no experience in that idea at all. Even if, just to push the philosophical point, you were capable of experiencing non-existence, you would never know it. Because there would be no reflection, nothing to bounce back to you, no awareness that you had experienced it. That's the very fundamental definition of non-existence. There is no existence there for you to have an experience of anything in. Therefore, if you really wrap your minds, wrap your hearts, wrap your souls around the concept that your fundamental state of being is that you exist. You exist. And while you may perceive yourself in many different ways, in many different forms, throughout the course of your existence, physical, non-physical, other dimensional, parallel, what have you, doesn't matter, you will still exist. Your unique perspective will still exist. In other words, anything that happens will be happening from your point of view to you. Even when your philosophers say that there is a point at which you may blend and be absorbed back into the all that is, absorbed into God, you never lose your identity. The only thing that is left in that experience is your identity as all that is. The you-ness can never go away. It is absolutely indestructible. It is the nature and essence of existence itself that forms your indestructible core. You cannot destroy that. It is simply not possible. It is the direct expression of the first law of existence, that you do exist. And that will never change. And again, the emphasis being very important, not even so much the emphasis as, yes, you exist, but that you exist. So if you exist, the unique identity, the unique perspective that you are, you must need to exist. Existence must need you to exist in order for existence to be all that it can be. In order for it to really be all that existence is, you have to exist. So since you already do, that will never change. Therefore, this keys into the concepts that many of you explore in your lives of unworthiness, undeservability. I don't deserve, I'm not worthy. These concepts can only be experienced because you are worthy. Because if you were not really worthy, you would not exist. Because existence hasn't made a mistake in making you. You are part of existence. You are part of existence. You have value. You have worth. You deserve to know that. You deserve to understand that. And when I say know that, I mean know that. Because it is the fundamental truth. The fundamental truth. You exist. Nothing can take that away from you. You exist. Therefore, you are worthy, and you are valuable, and you are deserving. So anytime in your experience of life, when you buy into a belief system that may make that idea of your worth seem to be more true than the fact of your existence, give yourself the opportunity to remember. Give yourself the opportunity to take a moment, because there's only one moment in existence anyway. You might as well take that one. And in that moment, allow yourself to simply sit and be and realize that no matter what you may experience in life that tells you you are not worthy, you are not deserving, you have no value, no matter what you may hear, no matter what you may have been taught to believe is true, just being will confirm the real truth. Because all you have to do is just be and recognize that that's your existent self right there. No matter what anyone says, that's never going to change, even if you may change the way you express it. But you must understand that whatever belief you may buy into is not necessarily the truth. It is simply an apparent truth. More discussion of this idea and a breakdown of this idea will be given at another time. But for now, the idea is when going through life, anytime you may doubt yourself, anytime you may fear, anytime you may feel unworthy, anytime you may feel less than, anytime you may believe anything else other than that you are absolutely valuable, take that moment that is your moment to take and just remember that you exist. That your fundamental core, your essence, your essential self, your essential point of view, your essential perspective can never be destroyed. It's all right to bring yourself back to zero, back to a clean slate. Anytime you become confused, anytime you feel lost, anytime you have self-doubt, take that moment, bring yourself back to ground zero. Let it be a clean slate and just allow yourself to remind yourself. Allow yourself to remind yourself that yourself is a unique point of view of existence and that the unique point of view you are cannot vanish, cannot be annihilated, cannot disappear from existence because you are an essential ingredient in the makeup of the very fundamental state of being itself. That is how valuable you are. That is how worthy you are. That is how deserving you are. So as you go through life, allow yourself to begin to feel that indestructible core more and more viscerally, more and more readily. Let it become a true physical experience for you. Because it is real. Existence, obviously, is real. And you are a part of it. And there will never be anything you can do to change that. So, when you argue about your worth, when you have self-doubt, you are attempting to argue with existence about your existence. You can never win that argument. Ever. So, please, stop arguing. Relax into the understanding that you are an infinite, eternal being. That is your nature. It's your very core, essential nature. No matter what else is going on in the space-time reality game, in the space-time reality play, no matter what apparent truths you think are true, you think you know are true, this is the one thing you can absolutely know for a fact. You exist. Nothing can take that away from you. Nothing. Even existence itself can't take that away from you, or it would annihilate itself, which it can't do because there is no place for existence to go. Because non-existence doesn't exist by definition. That is rock solid. That is your guarantee. That is your absolute right there. You are absolute in your existence, no matter how you may change, no matter how you may see yourself, no matter what kind of an experience you may have. You You are absolute as a perspective, as an identity. And anything that happens, anything you experience, you will experience it. And that will never change. Does that make sense? Oh, all right. Then we will thank you for allowing us to deliver that information to you at this time. There will be more on this in times to come. But for now, sit with it, absorb it, feel it, know it, savor it. You exist, and that will never change. You are indestructible. You are indestructible. Anything else that may be, in that sense, malleable, flexible, changeable, apparently destructible, isn't the real, essential, core you. It's just the apparent you, the apparent truth, the game you are playing, the illusion that you have been taught to believe is true. But it's not the truth, which is that you exist. And that's the only fundamental truth you need to hold on to. That's all there is. So we thank you. In return for the gift that you have given to us, I ask you now, in what way may we continue to be of service to you? You may begin your questions, your dialogues, if you wish.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I grew up in a... I'm going to try not to get emotional.
Well, that's all right. You can get emotional. There's nothing wrong with being emotional.
I grew up in what I now recognize as a religious cult, and I grew up with a lot of fear of
yes,
life, basically.
Oh, all right. Well, how exciting for you.
I'm having trouble letting go of that fear in order to move forward.
All right. Well, what are you afraid will happen if you do let go?
That's a good question.
Thank you. Do you have a good answer?
Not really.
Sure you do. Just think about it for a moment. What are you afraid will happen to you if you let go of the fear? There's a paradox there, isn't there?
There is.
So you're saying, I want to let go of the fear, but I'm afraid something will happen if I do. What are you afraid will happen? Come on, use your imagination. I know you people can come up with amazing nightmares. So come on. This is the way to get at it. This is what we're attempting to show you right now. This is the way to get at it.
Right.
This is the way to answer the question for yourself. If you can't find the answer of what it is you believe to be true, what it is you're defining to be true, just by asking, well, what would I have to believe is true in order to feel the way I do, which is fine. Sometimes because you're so used to the idea of fear, because you've been entrained into the idea of fear, you can use the fear in a positive way to drive the answer to the surface by being willing to hear the answer when you ask the question, what am I actually terrified will happen if I allow myself to be who I prefer to be? And if you're willing to hear the answer will come.
I'm afraid that I will lose my family who are still trapped in that cult.
I see. But not that anything is ever really lost, but in a sense, haven't you lost them already?
Yes.
Therefore, that's not something that will happen. It's something you're saying already exists.
Yes, there's definitely been a drawing apart the more I become true to myself and walk away from those beliefs.
And what's wrong with that?
Nothing.
So remember, please, as we have just explained, you can do whatever you can, whatever you feel is in alignment with your truth, to aid and assist them, to give them an option to change their point of view if they so desire. But if they desire not to, maybe they need to be on that path just as you did for a while in order to learn what they really need to learn. You don't know. You understand?
Yes.
But that shouldn't stop you from becoming more of who you prefer to be. And in fact, the more you are willing to become more of who you really are, the more capable you will be of actually being able to help them should they ultimately desire your assistance. Whereas if you just remain in the fear, all you're doing is remaining within the parameters that you were in with them before, and you're reinforcing that energy for them too, because you're not showing them that there can be a difference. And you're not showing yourself that there can be a difference. Does this make sense?
Yes, it actually makes a lot of sense.
Is this helping?
Absolutely.
So if you move forward in your true joy, is there anything really to be afraid of?
No.
You know that. Yes?
I know that intellectually.
Oh,
and
there's that lovely phrase that you people use. I know that intellectually.
I'm learning it. I will say that
All
I
right.
am learning it.
You are
and
in
I'm
process of
accepting it.
learning that. And in that process, what you're going to do is you're going to discover more and more definitions that are out of alignment with who you prefer to be, and you're going to go through the process of letting them go. Yes?
Yes.
Letting them go so you can grow. Yes?
Yes.
All right, so that's your process. Anything wrong with that?
No.
All right, so are you having fun with that process?
Yes.
Anytime you feel fear, use the fear in a positive way. Redefine it so that it becomes a messenger knocking on your door to let you know that you have a definition that doesn't work for you, that you're still holding on to. So when you feel the fear, say, thank you, fear, for bringing that to my attention. Let me find out what that is so that if it's not what I prefer, I can let it go. And that's how you use fear in a positive way. Make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Is this helping you?
Yes, very much.
Anything else?
No.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Pleasure to meet you.
And you as well.
My question kind of has two parts. The
Oh,
first
all right.
part is, do dreams come in the service of health and wholeness for individuals in the society?
Do they come in the service of health and wholeness?
Do we dream in the sense, is that a way of healing ourselves?
It's one way, yes. It's not the only way, but it's one way. You can use dreams as a representation of the things that need to be rebalanced, and sometimes the rebalancing can actually happen in the dream state.
Okay.
It just depends.
How can I help people, or because I'm also working towards MFT licensure as a therapist.
Yes.
And
this excites you?
It does.
All right.
It does. And I'd like to be able to utilize this in a way to assist people in their own becoming.
All right. Well, what's
themselves.
stopping you?
Oh, nothing. I just would like to know if there is a better way, or
a better way?
Good way to use the dreams to help people?
The way that you're most excited to use them is the best way.
Okay.
Don't you trust your imagination?
Yes.
Well, then don't you understand that the permission slips you attract because those are the ones at that moment that will work best with your belief system?
Oh, no, I didn't think about that.
Oh, well, now you can.
Yeah.
That's how it works. You attract what works for you as a symbol, as a permission slip, as a mechanism.
Okay.
That's why you attract it, because it's in alignment with your belief system in such a way that allows you to be willing to give yourself permission to be more of who you are. And in working with other people, you will also attract whatever permission slip will allow you to be most effective. Now, you have to have no insistence or assumption as to what you think they're going to get out of it, because different people will come to you for a variety of different reasons, and not all of them will be what you expect. You can even attract someone for the exact opposite reason you assume they might be coming to you. Someone might be very insistent that they simply cannot be healed. I'm going to go to a healer and I'm going to show you, I'm going to prove that no one can heal me. There I went. See, nothing happened. Ha, told you.
Yeah.
But you have helped them because what they actually came to you for was a reinforcement of something they already believe and want to hold on to. So you help them. They don't have to heal in the way you think they do in order for you to be of help just by being there. Just by being a sounding board, just by being an experience. They will use it however they need to. You just need to be there. Make sense?
It does.
You can give them the vibration that may represent the healed state. If they choose to align with it, they can experience the balancing and the healing. But they don't have to choose to align with it. Your healing must be unconditional to really be healing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Is this helping?
Yes, thank you very much.
And anything else?
I had a question, but I kind of answered it while you were talking.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
So nice to meet you.
And you as well.
I have so much love for you.
Our unconditional love to you as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
For some reason, everything you say really resonates with me.
For some reason, yes. It's because you're aligned with this frequency in terms of how you need to receive information.
I have a question
Yes.
regarding myself.
Yes.
Hopefully, maybe you can help me.
Maybe I can.
Figure
Maybe
this
I
out.
can. We'll find out together.
Okay. I have been doing stock options trading for 10 years plus.
Oh, all right. This excites you?
It does, but it doesn't, it hasn't served me.
It hasn't served you?
No, because I lose more money than I make.
Then it has served you. It has served you very well. Maybe it's serving you by telling you maybe this isn't the way to go for you.
Yes, but
Maybe you need to put more stock in yourself.
Why would an intelligent person like me keep doing it for like 10 years?
That's a very intelligent question.
But it still excites me. And I'm trying to follow my excitement.
Are you sure it's really excitement? That's the first thing to always check. Are you actually acting on excitement, or are you actually acting out of anxiety and calling it excitement in a state of denial? Because you might be afraid to actually do the thing that really excites you, because you have a definition that it can't support you somehow? Just a question. But you can think about that for a moment.
Yes, perhaps.
Yes, perhaps. All right. Let me put it to you this way. If it wasn't an issue of how it could be helped to happen, what would you rather be doing if you could do anything?
I would like to awaken people to their own health, because I'm always telling families and friends. And
are you
what to
saying
do.
that that's really exciting for you?
That is really exciting for me.
Is it more exciting than investing in stocks?
Well, stocks has a different kind of excitement.
I understand, but I'm asking you a question right now.
Is it more exciting?
Right now is that idea, if
Yes.
you knew you could do
Yes.
it, that's more exciting.
Yes.
All right, so what can you do to invest in that first? Because if the stocks actually are representative of one of your expressions of real excitement, the only way you're going to allow it to synchronize and harmonize in a way that really serves you in your life is to act on the thing that excites you the most first, and allow that to be the driving engine and the organizing principle of every other expression of excitement that will then automatically play out through synchronicity in your life to show you what you need to do, in what order, and when. This is how you understand how to use excitement, because it is, as we have said many times, a complete kit. It has all the tools you need. It has the driving engine that moves you forward. It has the organizing principle that brings you the synchronicity. It is the path of least resistance. It is the path that connects you to all other forms of excitement in your life. It is the reflective mirror that reveals to you anything that's out of alignment with your excitement, so that you can identify it and let it go and add that energy to your excitement. It leaves absolutely nothing relevant out of your life. But the only way it really works in the way that you would prefer it to is by activating it, by acting on the thing that excites you the most to the best of your ability first, with no insistence on a particular outcome. That's how the formula activates the kit. So if you act on the thing that excites you the most first to the best that you are able to, until you can take it no further, and then look for the next option, and act on whichever one contains even just a little bit more excitement than any other option, no matter what it is, no matter how simple it seems, no matter how basic, no matter how mundane it may seem. If it contains even just a little bit more excitement than any other option at that moment, that's your synchronicity, that's your higher mind saying this is the thing to do next. If investing in stocks is in the mix somewhere of what really represents one expression of your excitement, it will be put into the mix in the proper order. Synchronicity will organize it to let you know when it is actually the appropriate time to act on that expression of your excitement as opposed to any other. If it never shows up, that's not what serves you. Are you beginning to understand how this machine works?
Yes, what I'm hearing is acting on your most excitement right now.
To the best of your ability.
To the best of your ability.
With zero insistence on a particular outcome. I know that that's a challenge for a lot of you. Zero insistence on a specific outcome. Do you understand why that's important?
Because your higher self is going to show you what you can't see in this form.
Exactly, and the physical mind can't always tell what that's going to be. But it will always be what's actually best for you. So the idea of having an image, a symbol, a goal, whatever you want to call it, a visualization, that's fine. But you use that to instill the state of being of excitement within you, because you get excited when you think about that goal, when you have that idea, when you see that visualization, it gets you excited. Oh yes, this is the best thing that could possibly happen. This is the best outcome I can imagine. That's fine. But once you get all excited about what it is you're seeing or thinking about, drop the goal, drop the vision, utterly let it go. Because you don't actually know if that representation is the best possible representation of that level of excitement. But your higher mind does know what the best representation is. And if you make space by dropping that picture, then you will allow the higher mind to fill that space with what really needs to be there. And in fact, if you understand that the physical mind has its limitations, then you will know that what the physical mind might think or believe to be the ideal outcome may actually be a limitation on the ideal outcome. So why would you prefer that? Does this make sense?
Yes, because, probably like most people, I bought into the idea 10 years ago when I wanted to do this as a stay-at-home mom.
Yeah.
To be with my children, and then I got in a habit of doing it. But I was putting forth from my physical mind to say, well, if I can make X amount of dollars, then I can do all this other stuff.
Making a lot of dollars doesn't always make the most sense. You understand? Because abundance is simply the ability to do what you need to do when you need to do it.
I've heard you say that, yes.
All right. Well, if you've heard it, maybe you want to start practicing it. Because the idea is, it doesn't mean that you can't attract money into your life. That's one legitimate representation of abundance on your planet. It's a symbol of abundance. But that's all it is. It's a symbol, one symbol. If someone comes along and gives you something that allows you to do what you need to do, that's also a symbol of abundance. So if you know that it would be easier, the path of least resistance, for someone to actually come along and say, hey, you know what, I don't need this anymore, maybe you can use it, and it's exactly what you needed, would you actually put your foot down and say, no, 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 thank you, I'm going to wait until I make enough money to get that. I'm not going to take it from you as a gift. Would you do that? Of course not. Do you understand?
Yes, there's more than one path to.
And when you focus only on one representation of abundance, you actually close the doors through which other forms can come.
I think that's what I've been doing.
I know. That's why I said what you need to be investing in is your own stock. So take stock of what your beliefs are and invest in yourself so that you can appreciate yourself more. Yes?
Yes.
And when you appreciate yourself fully, you will be rich beyond your wildest dreams in more ways than you can imagine, because you already are abundant. You all are already fully abundant. The issue is not learning to be abundant. The issue is learning what to be abundant in. Because you are always abundant in something, even if it's an abundance of lack. You cannot lack abundance, but you can have an abundance of lack. So if you don't prefer an abundance of lack, choose a different form of abundance. Does that make sense?
Yes.
You cannot not be abundant. That's not possible. It's your nature. Everything exists right here, right now. Everything you need is here and now. When you allow yourself to exist in the here and now, you will begin to perceive what is also with you in the here and now that is reflective of your true abundant nature. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Your stock just went up.
I have another question.
Yes.
About the concept or the idea of parallel realities.
Yes.
So,
You're going through billions of them every second to create the side effect you call time.
Right.
Right. I didn't understand a word he just said, but I'll go along with it.
Well, okay. So if everything is happening at the same...
All at once, yes.
All at once.
Yes.
Which then, so in other words, there's another me somewhere having a life.
Another version, actually millions and billions of other versions of what you consider to be you having other lives.
And that's all happening at the same time.
Right here, right now.
Right
you just
here.
can't see them because the vibrational patterns are different than what you can perceive. Just again, simply enough, by analogy, like your television. At any given moment, there are dozens of programs playing all at once. You only see the one you're tuned to. Change the channel, you get another one. The other one is still playing. They all happen at the same time. It's just a matter of frequency as to what you can perceive.
Then if I shift my frequency...
You shift to a parallel version of you, which is what you're doing to create the concept, the illusion, the experience of change, time, growth. That's what you're doing. Every single parallel reality is actually just a frozen frame. You have to move through the frames with your consciousness like a projector light in order to create the illusion of movement and change and time and space. So by doing that, you're creating this idea of what appears to be the same you going through some changes, but it's not. It never is the same you. You are an absolutely, utterly, completely different version of you, billions of times per second, existing in billions of different versions of Earth. But that's what you call time. That's how you create the space-time illusion, because you are essentially a timeless being. So how can you discover something new about yourself if you only experience timelessness? You have to forget who you are and impose upon that new clean slate an idea called space-time that allows you to have an experience of discovering yourself for the first time in a new situation from a new perspective, so that you can have a new experience. So the structure of existence never changes, but your perspective of it does, and that's what expands creation. The changes in your perspective of a structure that never changes. That's the paradox. Is this helping, or am I just confusing you?
Yes, but...
Yes, I'm confusing you, or I'm helping?
No, I'm still sort of stuck on, then what distinguishes my consciousness in this time-space reality?
You mean this one?
Well,
or this one?
This body,
or this
on
one?
this earth.
Or this one? Or this one?
But then why can't I, like, see myself when I was in Atlantis?
Sometimes people can. It depends upon your perspective and definition of the idea of what creates a barrier between what you consider to be different times. Of course, it's not always relevant for someone to have that ability. Doesn't mean you have to be able to do that to live a full life. And sometimes being able to experience or connect more strongly, more consciously into a parallel life going on right now in Atlantis doesn't necessarily always benefit what theme you're exploring right here and now. Conversely, you are always downloading information from all those different parallel versions when you need them, whether you know you are doing so or not. And again, the point may be that you're downloading information and experience as you need to apply it in your life, and stopping to figure out where it's exactly coming from may actually slow the process down, and you may not really actually prefer to do that. So you're doing it all the time, you're connecting all the time, you're drawing information from all those parallel lives all the time, or at least many of them, just as they are doing with you, drawing upon your experiences as they need them in their lives. Because from the physical level, those people are their own people. They're not you. You are you, they are they. And you're making that cross connection from the present. There's no such thing as the past. That's an illusion. All lives exist now. Therefore, you make a connection to them as you need information from them. But because you are coming from a space-time perspective, you interpret that connection as a past connection, as a memory. But you're creating that right now, in the present, billions of times a second, over and over and over again, to create a sense of continuity for yourself, in order for you to have a space-time linear experience. Is any of this sinking in?
Yeah, it sounds like it's all about frequency.
Very good, it is. It's all about frequency, because that's really the only thing that can differentiate what is essentially a homogeneous medium. The one is a homogeneous medium. It's all one, yes? So anything you perceive as a difference has to be the one expressing itself at a different frequency in order to appear to be something else. Make sense?
Yes.
So it's all about resonance. It's all about frequency.
So is that the same reason why I heard you say the toxins, chemtrails, whatnot, it doesn't have to be our reality if we are not vibrating in that frequency?
If you have the capacity to truly know that you are living a completely different truth than someone else, then you will experience a completely different physical reality. You have given yourself many different kinds of symbols or representations of this idea. In other words, one sample, one example, one symbol is many of your medical doctors have discovered that people on your planet with what you call multiple personality disorder, which is not really that thing, but nevertheless, one personality can actually have a cancerous tumor. The minute they switch to another personality, that cancerous tumor is gone. Instantly. Because they literally, truly are another personality believing a whole other reality. So it can be done, and it is done all the time. But you have to be able to wrap your mind around the fact that that's how it actually works, in order for you to know that you can do that consciously and intentionally. But that's part of the process of what many of you are learning in this age of transformation. So let it be okay that it's a process. That's what life is all about anyway.
So in other words, based on your multiple personality example,
yes,
if I were to know that, you know, chemtrails really exist and there's aluminum, whatnot, being sprayed.
yes,
But if I...
if you know that they can have no effect on you, they will not.
Got it.
You can observe, neutrally observe realities that you don't have to experience everything of. That's one of the traits of the new transformational age on your planet. You can observe people that have reality experiences that you don't have to experience, and just observing them neutrally doesn't mean you have to be affected by them. It's just information for you, perhaps even to be able to help them make a change too. You have to be aware of what they're going through in order to help them know they can change. So you have to be aware that there are other realities you could be experiencing, but know are not relevant for you.
So we have the power to neutrally observe what is.
Absolutely.
And not let...
That's the balance point. You see, many of you talk about your physical reality as if it's actually a polarity, a duality. It's not. It's a trinity. Between the light and the dark, the positive and negative, there is always the center point, the balance point. And the big secret is because it's an actual true balance point, which gives you the conscious ability to choose what you prefer, that means creation is actually very slightly biased in the direction of the positive. So if you did nothing else but just let go, utterly let go, the natural currents in creation would carry you toward the positive side eventually.
I love you.
Aw, shucks. We love you too. Thank you. Andy, you good day?
Yeah, this is Ye. I came from China, especially for this event.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you. I did hypnosis last year. The first time alien regarded me as a channel and transfer some message to others, but not me. And then I did the second one. I connect my hairmander. My hairman told me I should come here, I should come to America quick as soon as possible and connect to you. So now I'm here.
Oh, all right. Welcome.
Yeah, but I don't know what should I do the next step.
Again, you must act on whatever is the most exciting thing for you.
Yeah, the problem is I don't know.
There is no problem. There may be a challenge and an opportunity, but if you define it as a problem, you're only going to experience it as a problem. Do you want to experience it as a problem, or would you prefer to experience it as an exciting challenge? Which?
But I don't know what is exciting. I don't know my dream.
Why are you here today? Because you were following your excitement? Yes or no?
Maybe not excitement, just older.
Just what?
Like, because I trust my hairman. So
What's the difference? Excitement is the physical body's translation of a communication from the higher mind.
But I don't have any emotion feeling.
I didn't say you had to. You're confusing the idea of excitement with meaning you have to be jumping up and down. No, this can be an expression of excitement.
Yeah,
a sense of balance and peace can be an expression of excitement. It doesn't mean you're running around like a crazy person.
Yeah,
So,
you're right.
Following your excitement means following what's true for you, what feels right for you. That's also an expression of your excitement. We're just using that word because that's the way you most strongly often feel the communication from the higher mind as something that excites you or attracts you.
Yeah, but I got the message from hypnosis is really special status, but like normal life, I got nothing from Herman, you know. I should ask them questions and then maybe give me message, but I don't know. I think that maybe...
This is very, very simple. You're making it too complicated.
Yeah.
When this conversation is over, when this event is over today, you will have a number of options available to you that you could do something about, that you can act on. You can take a walk, you could read a book, you could see a movie, you could have lunch, a number of things. All you have to do is look at all the options and just pick the one that's even just a little bit more attractive than any other, and act on it to the best of your ability with no assumption as to what the outcome will be. That's all you have to keep doing. That's it. It's that simple. It will then lead you into bigger and bigger and bigger representations of your excitement and clearer opportunities for you to act on. But you can start with a single step, a very small step, by just always choosing the thing that is most attractive, most balancing, most centering, most loving, most curiosity invoking, most attractive, whatever it is, however it comes, just act on that first to the best that you are able, whatever it is, no matter how simple it seems, until you can act on it no further, and don't have any expectation as to where it's supposed to go. Let it lead you. Let it show you where you're supposed to go. Just keep this simple. It doesn't have to be difficult.
Are there any options, experience maybe I didn't experience before, but maybe just my future? Do I need to try many things, you know?
You will find out. What I'm saying to you is that your excitement will show you in what order you need to act on things. It brings the organizing energy with it, and it will show you in what order the opportunities need to be acted on by showing you this one has more excitement first. That's the one to act on first. Whatever then comes next that's most exciting is the next thing to act on. And you will find out what all those things are as you go through life. You don't need to know what they all are now.
Yeah, but I have little worry about, seems like I prefer read book now, but stay at home. But I worry about maybe my future is like traveling worldwide.
If you are excited to travel, then travel. That's all we're saying. Act on it to the best of your ability with no assumption that what you assume has to be the outcome, has to be the outcome. Just see where the excitement leads you. If you wind up doing the thing itself that you were excited to do, then fine. But you might wind up doing something else. But it will be obvious when it happens. You will know that it's part of your excitement when it happens. It will reveal itself to you. And then you will know that you can act on that.
Okay, but what is achievement?
Achievement is living your life to the fullest. Being you as best as you can. And the way you do that is by acting on your highest excitement. That's it. That's your purpose in life. That's your mission. That's the highest achievement, is to be you, the true you, as fully as you can and enjoy the ride. That's it.
Yeah. Could I mention other questions? I think I lost all the memory of my past life. Even maybe 1 week ago, I still cannot remember.
That's all right. A, you don't have to always remember them or know about them. And B, remember, many of you have this sort of old-fashioned idea about past lives as if when you know you have past lives, those are the only past lives you ever have. It's a dynamically changing connection. As you change, as you grow, as you become a different person, you make connections to different other lives. So the past lives you may have had 10 years ago are not necessarily going to be the past life connections that you're making today, nor will they necessarily be the past life connections you will make 10 years from now. It's a dynamically changing relationship. So the fact that you may forget some of them or not know about them is fine. It may be exactly what you need to do to detach from one thing and start connecting to something new. As you change, all your relations will change to everything.
Yeah, but when I saw my friend can recall many sweet time or...
So what? That may be what's relevant for them. It may not be relevant for you right now.
But I don't have this kind of emotion, I feel sad.
Why do you feel sad?
I think I lack of something.
Nonsense. Do you prefer to tell yourself that story? Do you prefer that to be true, that you lack something just because you're not doing something that someone else is doing? Is that what you prefer? To feel sad?
No.
Then create a new definition. Create a new understanding and a new relationship. If something isn't happening right now, it doesn't need to happen, and that's perfect for you. And the paradox is that when you relax and you don't necessarily need to be able to do that, you actually make it easier to do that.
Okay.
So when you worry that you can't do something, you're actually preventing yourself from doing it. Stop worrying about it, and you will probably find that when you need to, you'll be able to do it.
Yeah, I just thought it's too unique, It's quite unique because everyone got memory, but I have no memory.
Neither do we. Our civilization has no memory at all. We just know what we need to know when we need to know it. Okay. We don't need to know something a second before we need to know it, and we know that we will not know it a second later than we need to know it. It will be known exactly perfectly when we need to know it. And so because we know that, we don't have to remember anything.
Yeah.
So we have no memory. We just know what we know when we need to.
Okay.
That's how it works. That's a sign of accelerating consciousness. You lose the idea of memory in the old-fashioned way, and you develop a completely new way of tapping into information exactly when you need it. So that you don't have to remember it, you will just know it when you need to know it.
Cool.
That's the new idea.
Yeah, I think I'm quite cold person.
Cold?
Yeah, like
Put on a sweater.
No, the physics things.
I know what you mean. I'm kidding with you. But you're not.
Yeah.
You're not cold. Do you want to believe that about yourself too?
I believe it.
Why? Does it serve you to believe it? Do you enjoy believing that you're cold?
Oh, no.
Well, then why would you prefer to believe that?
No, I don't believe it. But
All right,
I don't want
then
to...
you're not cold if you don't believe it. You're a warm-hearted person, giving, caring, loving person. Would you prefer to be that person?
I just want to do by myself.
Then enjoy yourself. Nothing is stopping you but you. Yes?
But I think if not sensitive or not emotional persons, I cannot get message, you know.
You have all sorts of ideas and definitions you need to let go of that are holding you back from being who you prefer to be. Start examining and investigating those definitions and start learning to let them go because they don't serve you. It's just an idea you have of yourself. It's not an actual truth. Let go of what you don't prefer to be true because it isn't. All right?
Yeah, it seems like...
That's enough.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's
question. Enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sleep on it. You will have help in your dreams to understand and absorb this information more clearly.
Hello, Bashar.
And you, good day.
I'm from China, and I come a long way to see you. Now I stand here.
Oh, well, I am from Ethithani, and I've come a long, long way to see all of you.
I once...
China's just around the corner compared to Ethithani.
I once asked, did I have the contact with aliens in the past?
Yes, you have had some contact.
So maybe someday I can go on the ship.
You've already been on the ship, you just don't remember.
Okay. I also want to ask, when we go to sleep and have dream, is the way that we go to another version or another dimension?
Yes, very often. Not always, but very often.
But what does the process serve us for our life?
Because you go there to go to the blueprint, the agreements that you've made, and see if you wish to make some changes there. You go to gather other experiences and other dimensions that might help you in exploring the theme that you're exploring in this life. You go to meet other friends on other levels just to have a good time. There are many reasons for things that you do when you are in another dimension.
Okay. I also want to ask a question for my friend. What is the difference about frequency between the love for people and the love for things?
Depends on what you mean by that. The idea is that if you have unconditional love, then in a sense your love is equal for all things because all things are an expression of creation, of existence, no matter what you call them, whether they are people or things or anything else. Unconditional love supports them all, if it's unconditional.
Okay, thank you. I love you.
I love you as well, unconditionally. When you love someone unconditionally, it doesn't mean that you have to agree with what they believe. It just means you support them in their choice to believe that for now because you know that that's what they need in their process. That's unconditional love. It doesn't mean that you simply have to do everything someone else does.
Hi, Bashar.
I know you, good day.
I'm so excited to finally ask a question.
Oh, all right. Don't keep us waiting.
The first one, you've mentioned some things about the moon.
Yes.
And I really need to know the truth because I've been having...
You really need to know the truth.
I don't know if these are memories I've been having.
All right, well, describe them.
Well, some of them, like the moon shattered and a bunch of us were from the moon and we all disconnected.
No.
Okay.
Not in the way you mean it.
Okay.
Long, long ago, your scientists are beginning to realize that a planet did shatter into your Earth to create the moon. Do you understand? A little bit different than what you're saying.
Okay.
The Earth and another planet shattered together, collided, crashed into each other, and what remained created the Earth and the moon and some asteroids and comets and a lot of other things. So in that sense, yes, you could say there was a shattering, but it wasn't your moon yet when it shattered.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right.
And because our moon is such a big symbol for the feminine,
Yes.
and I've heard all these different things that are supposedly happening in the moon.
Such as?
I
What's
don't
the
know.
rumor mill say today?
There's so many. I'm not trying to buy into them, but
Yes,
it's
well,
been taken over. There's like military on there.
there are a few extraterrestrial bases on your moon. Yes.
And so my
And
question.
there have been, on rare occasions, some visitation by some humans from your world to some of those bases on a temporary basis. Yes. That's all we're going to say.
Okay, so how, if and how does that affect the feminine principle in our planet? Since
Not
you
at
know,
all if you
not at
don't
all.
prefer that it does.
So in terms of like our moon cycle and how we
Yes.
connect as women, as people who have womb care,
It is
does
not a
have-
significant effect on that.
Okay. Okay. My other questions, what is this thing about the sixth sun? And is our sun actually shifting? Is it changing?
Everything is shifting. Always. You are going into an upgraded vibrational era. And thus everything is representative of a new dimension, a new experience. Remember, you never change the world you're on. You never change the solar system you're in. You are changing and shifting to other Earths, other solar systems that are more representative vibrationally of the changes you've made within yourself.
Okay.
The old solar system, the old sun, the old Earths are all still there, all existing at the same time, but you're not focused there anymore. You're focused here, and here, and here, and here, and here.
So back to the focus, and if everything is perception and frequency.
Yes.
In my lifetime here, I've been dedicated to serving the community and
Oh, all right. Thank you
working
so
on
much.
social justice issues.
Yes, yes.
But I go to this place where I'm like, well, if everything's perception, then maybe I should just perceive like all the oceans being clean and everything being okay.
Remember that you are expressing yourself as a physical being, which means your perception must be grounded through physical action in order to be anchored into physical reality.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yeah. Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, that
All
helps
right.
a lot. Okay, I just have 2 or 3 personal questions.
Oh, 2 or 3.
I have had psoriasis on my scalp.
We
for
do
a
not
long
do
time.
health issues at this
Okay,
time,
okay.
except to remind you of what we have already shared with all of you. The first step always in any health issue is to thoroughly detoxify your body. And then you may find that a lot of the symptomology you're experiencing in many so-called diseases will vanish, because a lot of the symptoms are actually the product of the toxicity in your body because your world is toxic. Air is polluted, water is polluted, food is polluted. The toxins lodge in your cells and prevent nutrients from being absorbed, which then cause all manner of diseases in your body. If you thoroughly detoxify yourself, you will find that for the most part, a lot of symptoms will vanish. And then if there is anything remaining, that's what you're actually dealing with as a so-called disease, but you have gotten out of the way any confusing symptoms being caused by toxicity. So do that first and see what happens.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah. And my highest excitement, or one of them,
Yes.
since I was a little girl, is to build my own home.
Oh, all right.
And
Go ahead.
I want to build an earth ship.
Go ahead.
I don't know where to build it.
What do you mean you don't know where to build
Well,
it?
I'm
Build
just
it
not
on
su-
Earth.
I'm not. I know.
You said
I'm
it was
not
an earth
sure,
ship.
I'm not sure if I should.
All
there's,
right,
like,
you're not sure right
conditions.
now, but you're doing your process of exploring where you would be most attracted to build it, yes?
Yeah, like I want to build it here in the Bay Area, but you're not allowed to build it on.
Then
in
build
the
it
city.
where you are allowed to.
Okay.
Remember, please, all of you, when we say act on your highest excitement to the best you are able, it means also taking into account the fact that you have agreed to exist in a society that may have certain laws, rules, regulations, and if you cannot do a thing without either changing those laws or violating those laws, then you are not able to do that thing. So understand the broader interpretation of act on it to the best you are able. Yes?
Yeah.
So that means that if that's not something you are capable of doing right now because you are going along with the consensus reality and it hasn't changed, then that means that right now you don't have to do that thing right there. There may be somewhere else you can do it, or you might want to get excited about getting involved in changing the regulations that will then allow you to put it where you say you're excited to put it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, it
All
does.
right.
Okay.
Does that help
Yes,
as an
it does.
example?
It does.
All right.
Okay.
And?
I don't know if you can answer this question, but
Well, we'll find out, I guess.
I've been in some really heavy, dense energy lately.
Ooh, heavy, dense energy.
With someone who has been in a legal battle with me, and they're trying to manipulate, taking money and resources and time from me.
Getting heavier and denser by the second.
But in all, just supporting me, like, I don't know if I should just let it all go and risk, like, trying to...
Risk? What are you risking now by holding on to such energy? What do you believe you are getting out of this experience? How is it serving you? What are you learning?
It's not serving me, but they continue to come into my life and pester me.
If it's still there, it's because you believe it's serving you somehow. When I say serving you, that doesn't mean it's serving you positively, but you may believe that the alternative is worse. So you may be holding on to it because you believe you don't want the alternative. But if you understand that an alternative path can actually be more representative of what you prefer, and you're willing to shift and change and look at things differently from a new perspective, then perhaps you may shift to a reality where things can be handled in a different way. And you can feel more free in what's going on. Can you be a little bit more specific about exactly why you have co-created this experience for yourself? Can you give us any specific details at all that will help bring this home more specifically for you?
Well,
what is the actual situation? In your estimation, why is it happening the way it's happening? What brought it about?
They're confused and they're dealing with their own levels of scarcity and projecting it to me.
Can you be more specific, and can you also speak up?
Okay. I believe they're confused and they're projecting their own levels of scarcity towards me.
Their own levels of?
Scarcity.
Scarcity, all right. What is the basis of your lawsuit?
I don't know if she actually has a basis, but she continues to threaten me. And
are you saying that there is actually no legal action taking place?
There's a mediator right now, and she just threatened me 2 days ago that she's going to go to court now.
Yes. And so, are you afraid that you're going to not be capable of representing your side of the story accurately?
I can and I will, but
what?
It's affecting others too.
How so?
Because
it can't affect anyone who doesn't choose to be affected.
Okay.
Including you. Can you look at this as an interesting and exciting and clarifying challenge for both of you?
I can. It's just
I believe that.
It's just taking a lot of energy out of me. It's just
no,
like draining.
No, it's not. You're the one creating that experience within your own energy because of your belief systems about your relationship to this circumstance. Stop doing that. You're the one that's using your energy to make it seem as if your energy is being drained because of how you're looking at this. Stop looking at it that way, and you will not feel a drain in your energy. You're the one with the hand on the spigot. No one else. If you look at this as an exciting and interesting and challenging experience of curiosity to learn something from this, to make a clear statement of yourself in a way that allows you to stand on your own 2 feet, tall and proud of who you are, why not look at it that way? Why not look at it as an opportunity to be clearer about who you are? Why are you looking at it in such a negative, heavy, draining way? Why do you hold those definitions? How does it serve you to do that?
Okay, well...
Are you getting the hint?
Yeah, I am. I'm totally getting it. But at this point, I feel like I'd rather use my energy in different ways.
Then use it in different ways. But don't you think that that's what we're suggesting that you do?
Yeah, okay. Yes,
Use your
I get
energy
it.
in a different way, and you'll have a completely different experience of this.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Don't run from it. You can't run from it. There's nowhere to run to. If you've co-created it, use it in a way that can reinforce ideas within yourself that allow you to become more of who you are. You don't have to assume that this is a negative experience. Otherwise, of course, that's how you will experience it. Okay. But that's what you're doing. Oh, I've been sued. This is so negative. Now she's threatening to go to... Oh, this is so bad. Not necessarily. There may be surprises in store. Maybe that person needs to learn a lesson in the way that they need to learn it. Maybe you will help them learn that. Who knows? Go into it standing tall with an understanding that there is a way that this can serve you positively, and you will get something positive out of it.
Okay.
Yes?
Okay.
Don't create your energy to weigh you down. Don't impose negative definitions in something just because of how the circumstance looks. Looks aren't what tells you what the situation is about. How you respond to it is what the situation is about. Let me repeat that. Yeah. How a situation looks is not what the situation is about. How you respond to it is what the situation is about. Yes?
Yes, very clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Case dismissed.
Thank you.
Hi, Bashar.
And you, good day.
Thank you so much for this opportunity.
And you as well.
And, I have an Asian background, and we honor...
May I see your background?
Yeah, I am Japanese. So,
oh, all right.
Okay, and then so we honored our ancestors, and I'd like to know the relationship with my life and our ancestors' karma.
Karma is self-imposed. Mm-hmm. The idea is simply an urge to seek balance. You may be connecting to the idea of what you call ancestors in order to create a sense of searching for balance in this life, but this is what you have decided to do. You have imposed this idea of a process of seeking balance in your life that you're calling karma on yourself as part of your own agreement. Mm-hmm. That's all.
So sometimes we do the same ceremony for purified our ancestors' spirit.
You may do whatever permission slip you wish, but it's just a permission slip that aligns with your belief system to allow you to give yourself more permission to be more of who you are. Your ancestors are happy to participate, but they understand that it's just a permission slip.
I see. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
But if it's fun, then by all means, have fun with it.
Okay.
Yes?
And then I have another question.
Yeah.
I'm doing the healing work.
Oh, all right.
So some people says if we do the healing to other person,
yes,
we get better spirit or something. We need to
Do you
purify.
want to believe that particular story?
I see. Okay, I can decide.
Everything in every reality is real on some level. Anything you can imagine is a true story in its own reality. That doesn't mean it has to be relevant for your story just because you're hearing about it from someone else as part of their story. You get to decide whether it's true for your story or not.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes, I
All right.
understand. Thanks so much.
You're welcome so much.
Good day, Bashar.
I know you, good day.
It's so synchronized that the last session we had,
Yes.
my daughter was also called to ask the same problem, same questions, you know. But
Speak up so that all may understand you.
The last session we were here, my daughter was also called to ask a question, you know.
Yes.
Anyway, I want to thank you for being part of our lives and for helping us go through this lifetime of ours, you know.
We thank you for being part of our lives, all of you. We are family.
Thank you. The question is, it's been 2 years, and me and my wife are going through a situation where we're helping our daughter going through this divorce issue.
Oh, all right. How exciting.
It's very exciting. You know?
Yes.
So we have to be in a state of mind of being normal, you know.
Being natural. Not normal, natural.
Yes.
Yes.
And we're caught in a traffic. You know, it's just 2 years, and you have
You
to go
are
through,
what?
Caught in a traffic, and 2
Caught
years.
in traffic.
Traffic, you know, 2 years, and you have to go through this. It's very challenging, very, very challenging.
Well, all right. That's good. Isn't it?
Okay, yeah. Well, we had to be in a state of normalcy, you know.
Naturalness.
And not be,
Naturalness.
yeah, and not be affected, you know.
Yes. When you are natural, then you have command over the idea of what affects you. And remember, there are no accidents. It's all an orchestration. If you are, quote unquote, stuck in traffic, there's a reason for it, whether you know it or not. It's an orchestration that serves you and maybe serves others. Sometimes the degree to which it's relevant for you to be there may be less than the degree to which it's relevant for others to be there with you. They may be getting more out of it, in other words, than you are, in a sense. But by agreeing to be in such a situation with them, you are providing them the opportunity that they need, and that's a loving, gifting thing. So there's always a reason for it. Go with the flow.
Yes, thank you. So the second question was, my granddaughter, well, the main issue was my granddaughter was only granted child therapy, or child play therapy, after 1 year of fighting for it. She claims that she was molested, but she only turned 3, no? So it's a pity to see her going through this.
All right.
What will happen to her?
What will happen?
Yeah.
Many different things will happen. There's no such thing as a prediction of the future. Future's in her hands. If she makes the ability to use such an experience, something that can help her and help others, and perhaps allow that assistance to make sure that it doesn't necessarily happen to others again on your planet, she can have used that experience in a positive way to strengthen herself, to help others who have also had similar experiences. That might be one way that she decides to go. There may be many other ways she decides to use that experience in life. But that's not set yet.
Will she be able to convince the therapist that she was really molested by the father?
There's no way to know that, but it doesn't matter. The point is what is her relationship with the idea that she has been through that experience, and how does she want to use that energy? How does she want to apply it in her life in a way that will transform it into something positive from something negative? That's the only thing that's really crucial. Not that anyone else believes her. Some people may believe her, some people may not. The point is, again, what does she do with that idea? What does she do with that belief? What does she do with that energy? How does she use it to help herself become who she prefers to be, and maybe in the process help others too? That's the point. Yes?
Well taken. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Tadeo.
Monia.
One of the questions from our YouTube list, our Ustream listeners,
yes,
is To which level of consciousness does you exist refer to? Human life has a beginning and an end, linearly speaking.
Yes.
Life is transitory.
Yes.
What happens to a frame of existence once it's been experienced?
But this is exactly what we're talking about. The perspective you consider to be you never changes, even though the circumstances and experience around you may. So no matter whether you experience something with a beginning and an ending in linear time, it's always being experienced by you, whatever the change may be. If you're asking what happens to that experience that you have already experienced, it's still always being experienced by that version of you, even though the version of you are now is no longer experiencing that, because everything exists as a structure. So the you that had that experience always has that experience. But when you say experience, you're implying linear time. You're implying a sense of experience. That's not what is meant by this. We are describing the structure. The structure exists as it is, with all versions of you embedded in all versions of those experiences, but they're not necessarily experienced as experiences by every single version of you. So the you are now has an experience because it's shifting its perspective constantly. That's how experience is created. But the structure that helped you create that experience will always be what it is, always be what it was, always be what it will be. You can have your perspective of that from any direction you wish. You can even, in a sense, seem to revisit it if you wish. That's called memory in your linear time frame. But it's just a change and shift in perspective from your unique perspective. Is this answering the question? Because we understand that sometimes these multidimensional questions can be a little bit limited in your language as a translation.
Right. Well, let's talk about dead people.
Dead people. Do you see dead people?
No.
Are you sure?
I know.
A lot
other
of
people do.
walking around on the surface of your planet are quite dead.
Actually, maybe something like that.
Oh, all right.
But, okay, so let's just say, you know, a person lives and then they die. And
Yes.
then the people who love them on Earth
Yes.
want to connect with them, and
Yes.
they might do it through a medium or through their own dreams.
Yes.
Okay, so what they're actually connecting with when they're connecting with that person in spirit
Yes.
is what?
Another version of that being.
So that's the dead person version of that being.
All right, yes.
And that person doesn't experience themselves as being dead.
Not in the way you mean it. They experience themselves as having shifted into another focus of reality, yes.
So in a sense, that version of yourself continues to live the same life, in a sense, because
it continues to know itself as the same basic fundamental core identity, even though it may take on a variety of different expressions or personas.
So this personality that a person is on Earth
Yes.
then becomes that personality
Not a personality
experientially?
necessarily, but an identity that is recognizable as itself to itself.
And then the you that's eternal and
Yes.
unbreakable in a
Which
sense.
is the same you. It's the same basic you. It's just the you that's now wearing different clothing.
I mean, it sounds like the you that's indestructible is actually a higher state of consciousness that recognizes that it exists eternally and that it never dies. Whereas
Yes, but it doesn't have to recognize that because it is a fundamental state. That's what we're saying.
right.
It doesn't matter whether you recognize it or are conscious of it at all. It still is that way.
So are you saying that the minute you perceive yourself as a personality, you've created a separation between...
You've created the illusion of a separation. Not an actual one. That's not possible. But you can create the illusion, an apparent truth that there is a separation, but it's not the truth that there is no separation.
And since we actually only live one life, but we make connections from the present to all the other projections of our oversoul.
Yes.
How does that fit in with this? In terms
It
of the
fits very
person
well.
who dies.
Thank you.
What?
It fits very well.
That's good to know.
What are you asking?
The person who dies
Yes.
and then still perceives themselves as some version of that being.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Are you familiar with what has been sometimes reported in near-death experiences on your planet where a person goes far enough to have what they call a life review?
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
If that version of them didn't still exist, how do you think that would be possible for them to see that?
If that version of them didn't still exist.
If the version that was alive didn't still exist, how do you imagine a life review would be possible?
Right.
You see, it still exists. Just now they can look at it and experience it from another point of view of the you that they are, rather than experiencing it from the version of the you they were.
Right. And yet all of these versions still continue to exist. They're just like freeze frames.
That's what I'm saying. The reason you can have a past life review is because it actually still exists. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to perceive anything. It would really be gone. But it never is gone.
Okay, so that person that's experiencing the life review is actually now projecting its consciousness through the other frames that were representative of the life that the person actually lived.
Yes, but from another point of view.
Right.
It's like the idea is that what seemed solid from one point of view now kind of seems like a shadow from another point of view, but the shadow is still there. It's just not as substantial looking from that point of view.
So for each of us that are a particular personality in this lifetime, that then pass on and then become another version of ourselves in a more expanded way.
Yes, in a sense still contains the idea of the personality as part of your greater being, your whole being. It's just that you're not looking through those eyes anymore. You're looking from a different point of view of the greater being.
Okay, so you're just a more expanded version of yourself that includes the personality that was.
Yes, you are not actually a more expanded version. You're just more aware that you're more expanded at that point.
Okay.
Because you are expanded as far as you can ever be, because you are all that is. But you're changing your perspective of where you are within all that is, within the all that is that you are. You're looking from another perspective from within all that is at itself.
It's just interesting, the continuity, because you wonder at that level of yourself, do you then have greater ability to perceive other projections of your oversoul that are lives that you connected to while you were that particular personality?
Yes.
Okay. And anything else you want to say about that? When you're perceiving the other lives, it's quite a bit different than when you're the personality perceiving that.
Yes,
other
it
lives.
is. But that's the perception that that version of you needs for its next adventure.
Okay. So ultimately, it sounds like we experience ourselves as living a life and then transitioning to another reality state where we're aware that we had this life, we're aware of the people that we were with.
Yes.
However, we're experiencing ourselves in such a different way on that level.
Yes. Yes. But the point of all this and what we began this transmission with is that no matter how differently you're experiencing yourself, you're still experiencing yourself.
Right. You just know it's you. It's
Exactly.
You're still seeing.
That never goes away. You always know it's you. Even when you're all that is, you still know it's you as all that is. And the holographic nature of all that is makes that true for every single one of you. Each of you experience yourself as all that is.
So every version of you also experiences itself as being you.
Yes, of course.
Oh, that's pretty expansive.
Yes, it is. Is it time for your refreshment?
Well, You know, we might.
What?
Let me check.
What are you
Okay.
checking?
I'm checking the time.
Time?
Well, yeah.
You're checking an illusion to see if you're hungry?
Well, Bashar, if you're hungry, we can stop.
I'm never hungry. At least not for food. For knowledge, yes.
And excitement.
Famished.
Well, we have a little bit more time if you want to talk, pick a name or two, or...
Nope.
You're ready to go to lunch. I bet you that's Darryl.
The
that's ready to
timing,
go.
nope. The timing is what it is, and we trust it absolutely.
Okay.
Because you will see how it plays out later.
Okay, well, since I
So-
trust you absolutely.
Trust the timing absolutely.
Okay.
Have your refreshment break. We will resume this transmission afterwards. Thank you. Ooh, how's it going? I will say, let us continue this transmission with the continuance of your dialogues and questions, if you wish.
Hello, beloved Bashar.
And to you, good day. Just making sure you're all still awake. Speak up.
Okay. I have two questions. The first question is, given that we are all connected and one energy,
Yes.
all that is,
Yes.
do we have the ability to tap into another aspect of creation and perceive from that other aspect?
Yes. If it is relevant for the life you have chosen, to be able to do so.
So it's a way that we can literally, just as you were saying, you don't have a memory, you just get what you need when
Yes.
you need it.
Yes.
It's a way to actually do that.
That is one way, yes.
Okay.
Was that sufficient?
Yes.
All right.
Now let me remember what my other question was.
Well, you should know it when you need to know it.
Exactly. Exactly.
Do you know it?
I don't think I do. I think maybe that's good enough.
Are you sure?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
All right.
Up to you.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Hello.
And to you, good day.
My question for you is that in December of 2000, I was in Sedona and I had a very impactful experience. And while it was a lot of energy and light, it felt clear to me that it was alien in nature.
Oh, all right.
And I was impacted energetically and physically for weeks afterwards.
Yes.
My question is, You've said that your ship is above Sedona.
It is. I'm not the only one, but mine is too.
Thank you. And can you share with me if this was your people and what the purpose of this experience might have been?
The Sedona vortex is a very good reflective dimensional energy window or mirror to help magnify or amplify whatever it is your intentional focus is about. So if you brought in the intention to upgrade your frequency, upgrade your perspective and your energy, you were given an opportunity to become sensitive enough to pick up on the energy that is always being sent to all of you from very high dimensional levels, but which you're not always capable of perceiving. But if you upgrade yourself sufficiently, fine-tune your senses sufficiently to be able to do so, then you can receive the kind of an experience that you had.
So this was not necessarily from any particular alien group, but just the vortex itself?
No, what we're saying is the vortex is utilized that way to amplify, focus, and magnify the energy not only of the natural vortex, but of any connections you may have. Therefore, those on the other end may be very aware of the fact that they are also intentionalizing your experience from their point of view, but at the same time, it's a co-creation.
I see. Do you know who it was that may have been in contact with me through the vortex?
You are connected very strongly to the hybrid race known as the Yael.
The Yael.
Yes.
Could you say a little bit about what my connection with them might be?
Well, you have a counterpart in their society.
And this counterpart, does he have a purpose in that society?
She does.
She does. Can you share with me a little bit about who she is?
Well, it has to do with the agenda to ultimately allow the hybrid children that are eventually going to live among you on Earth to begin to acclimate to your society a little bit more.
I'm not sure what to do with that.
You can put it in your pipe and smoke it.
I probably will.
All right. I figured you might.
Is there any way that I can make use of that information in my life presently?
Of course there is. When you consider the idea we have shared with you, what kind of a feeling or state of being comes over you? When you think of her, when you think of that connection, when you think even back to the experience that you had, that's an indication of a state of being that is more representative of a more aligned version of you. And in using that as a symbol, as a reminder of what state of being to come from in every action that you take, that can assist you in your life in that way to allow you to be more efficient in your application of that energy in the direction of the things that excite you. Yes?
Well, in that moment in 2000 in Sedona, it was a very bright, overwhelming...
Yes, I understand. It doesn't mean that you have to absolutely recreate in the same way that experience, because you are a different person now. You will not necessarily experience it the same way. But every time you think back to that experience and remember what it felt like, you are in that energy. In fact, as we have often said, the trick of this situation is that you actually have to be in that state to even remember that it happened. So once you remember it happened, you're already in that state. Even if it feels different than it did before, you're in the version of that state that is now relevant for the person you are at this moment. Know that and come from that state in all that you do, and your life will be experienced more synchronistically. Does that make sense? More smoking?
It does. I'm definitely going to need to listen to this recording.
If you say so. I wouldn't suggest that you smoke the recording.
No. I won't. Well, that kind of leads into my second question.
Yes.
Which is that, and this is a less formed question, it's a little vulnerable. A
little vulnerable?
It feels vulnerable.
Well,
yes.
Does that mean weakness or strength?
Strength.
Thank you.
I'm 45 and
you're a whippersnapper.
Thank you. And I really feel that deep evolutionary partnership has really eluded me thus far in my life, and it's something that's been a real missing. And it's something that I haven't fully understood.
Yes.
What is in the way?
Maybe nothing. Maybe your assumption that you need that is in the way.
Maybe.
So the idea is fulfill yourself and then allow, not make, not force, not need, allow the reflection to come of the fulfillment you have created within yourself.
I agree.
Understand?
Yes.
That's how it works.
Does my connection with this female counterpart have anything to do with my relationships in this reality?
It does. And you can use it that way to create an energy state within yourself that is a more appropriate reflection of what it is you would be able to attract.
Is there a particular practice that would serve that?
I already gave it to you.
Right.
Anytime you remember the experience you had, you're in the proper state. Be in the here and now with that and act from that state on all the things that are representative of your preserved self. Yes?
Yes.
All right. Does that help?
I think so.
And again, remember, any kind of practice is a permission slip, which you have the imagination to create for yourself, because the ones that seem most exciting in your imagination, any kind of ritual, technique, or tool that your imagination comes up with, is a direct line of communication to your higher mind telling you that the reason that you're attracted to think of it this way is because this is what would work with your belief system right now.
Yes.
So you have the ability to invent your own permission slips, remembering, of course, all the time that you are your primary permission slip.
Yes.
Because the permission slips aren't really doing anything for you except allowing you to believe that they are, which allows you to actually do what you need to do. Does that make sense?
I think so.
All right. Yes?
The last question I have is simply, you spoke about how there are billions of realities happening simultaneously.
Well, there's an infinite number of realities happening simultaneously. The billions was a reference to the idea of how many parallel realities your consciousness is passing through per second to create the illusion of time.
Okay. So if time is an illusion...
Yes. It's a real experience,
right?
But mechanically, it's an illusion.
Yes. What is all of that contained inside of?
Nothing.
Then what allows it to exist?
Everything.
All of the...
Remember, the idea you are speaking of, the question you are asking, what allows it to exist, is a question within existence.
Yes.
Existence is not subject to time. Time is subject to existence. So the questions of what allows it simply goes back to existence is what is. Nothing allows it, it just is. That's its nature, that's its quality, that's its property. It doesn't need to be allowed to do anything. It is that which allows for everything.
And so inside of all of that...
There is no real inside, but we understand what you mean.
Within, yes.
There's no within, but we understand what you mean. There's no inside, there's no outside.
Okay.
It just is. Remember, the discussions of these things are being discussed in linear space-time language.
Yes.
The truth of it is, there's really nothing there to discuss. There's nothing that can be discussed. You can discuss the symbols of it, but not the thing itself, because the thing itself just is. Doesn't require any discussion. It just is. Is this making some sense?
Yes.
And so, is there still a question?
There are multiple races.
Are you talking about on Earth? Or throughout creation?
Throughout creation.
Yes, of course.
And, for example, your race...
Yes.
Are there higher dimensional alien beings who are helping to guide your race?
Absolutely. One of our primary guides is the non-physical consciousness associated with the star system of Sirius.
And they're helping you evolve.
Absolutely. Just as someone is helping them, just as someone is helping them, just as someone is helping them, and on and on and on and on and on and on and on, forever.
So,
there is no end to it.
Well, I'm done. Thank you.
Oh, all right. I guess there was an end to that.
Hi, Bashar.
And a you good day.
I wanted to ask some questions about history on Earth.
Yes.
But my first question, since everything is in the present,
Yes.
what is history?
History, again, is simply your perception of another existing now, but from a linear space-time perspective, which allows you to perceive it as if it was in the past. But all of that exists right now. Just look at it as a pile of alternate realities all coexisting simultaneously that you decide to focus on in such a linear way that it makes it look like one thing caused another, but they are actually completely disassociated from one another, completely. You're the one creating the continuity you call your history. And of course, remember, when you change who you are as a person and you change the reality you live in, you're changing your history as well. You may not always know that you have changed your history. Because if you are really creating a continuity of a reality and a new history that goes with it, the new history that goes with it will more likely than not, with a few exceptions, make itself appear to be the only history you've had in order to form a foundation for the reality that you're now experiencing. So 5 minutes ago, you may have had, literally, collectively, a completely different history, but you won't remember that because what you think of as history right now will seem to be the only history you've ever had. Is this making some sense?
Okay, yes. I'm going to have to get the tape, too.
All right.
The question I had about the history of religion,
Yes.
gods and philosophy.
Yes.
Like, I know in ancient Egypt there were many gods. And then
Well, there were many representations of the idea of all that is, yes.
Okay, so in Africa also, like,
Yes. Well, they're all true because you cannot imagine something that is not part of all that is. So anyone who wants to say, well, this is a representation of God and this is a representation of God, both are correct.
Okay.
There's no contradiction there.
Okay, so when in Buddhism, they talk about the gods of the sun, and
Yes.
the moon, and the stars.
But again, you are creating representations, interpretations in your linear understanding of symbols that work for you to represent the vibrational energy of an aspect of creation that you're calling a god. It's just language.
Oh, okay. And these exist.
They all
within-
exist.
Within ourselves also, because we're all one, right?
They exist.
Within.
Yes. Again, everything exists within, just to use that word again, because there really is no without.
Thank you, Bashar.
Does that make sense?
Yes. it
All right.
does.
Thank you.
Okay. Just one more thing I wanted to say. This
Yes.
voice challenge that I've been having for many years, I feel like through breath work, I'm learning more to heal it
All right.
through my breath.
Then good luck on your process and congratulations for your challenges.
Okay. Thank you, Bashar.
Our love to you. Of course, there really is no luck. It's just the choices that you make.
Hi, Bashar.
And a you good day.
I just want to say on behalf of everyone that can't be here in person from Australia, New Zealand, and everywhere else, thank you.
All right.
You've made a difference to so many people's lives.
We thank you.
My excitement is to be a guide and a teacher and an acclimator for the hybrid children making their way to the earth to blend and to learn. And
all right,
what I can actually act on now is to prepare myself and
all right.
to understand what are their challenges going to be when they're here. They've got such technology, or I assume, to know so many things, but I heard you say before that even just understanding how does the postage system work, simple things like that.
Yes,
might be
well,
relevant.
even people on your planet have difficulty with that. You must understand that even though they are in many ways highly advanced, you are truly an alien culture to them. Therefore, some of the things you do that you take for granted because you've been raised to take them for granted seem extremely unusual to them. Such simple things as, why do you eat food on a plate? Why do you need a fork? Can't you just eat it with your hands? You can, sometimes, but other times it's considered rude. Well, that's very confusing to them because it sounds contradictory. Well, when do you know if it's rude? And what is rude anyway? Do you understand how this can get very complex for them? They really are very alien to you in terms of your culture. Therefore, they need a lot of acclimation, a lot of guidance, a lot of training. That's why some of them, some of the ones that have actually progressed a little bit farther than others, are actually temporarily living among you because they have learned enough to see if they actually fit in. Sometimes you will recognize them, sometimes you won't. Some of them actually have apartments. Okay. They are procured for them by those who oversee them, which is another hybrid race altogether, and act as their guides and act as, in a sense, their protectors on Earth. They acquire things for them because they have more familiarity with what's going on your planet and help them learn how to go through what would be considered a typical daily life on your planet. Now, that doesn't mean that they have to do everything that you do, because certainly they have their own culture as well. And some of that will blend into your society over time, which is the beginning of the creation of the 6th hybrid race on your planet. Nevertheless, they don't really want to stand out that much from you. They want to be accepted as family. They want to accept you as family. And so they are doing their best to sort of meet you halfway. But there will be some unusual things about them that you will enjoy.
In terms of meeting them halfway, I understand that there might be some eating habits and a whole bunch of things that we do that might be a bit disgusting even, I think. This is a word you've used before. In terms of their tolerance and their patience and their willingness to fit into our way of being, how can I meet them halfway? Are there certain things that we can change about ourselves, like yourself is trained as a first contact specialist to ease the path?
Yes.
Is there certain things I can do to change myself to kind of meet them halfway?
Well, again, it all comes down to acting on your highest joy to the best of your ability with no insistence on a particular outcome, because that increases your frequency to the point where you are capable of receiving the imaginations and the inspirations to do what you need to do, because you're already existing on that level, you already have that intention, and therefore the ideas will come. It's important for you to understand that every single circumstance, every single situation actually has, though not a built-in meaning, a built-in structure. So when you go about manifesting and creating with your imagination, your creativity, a circumstance, an idea, a situation, an opportunity, there is a built-in structure that then can automatically unfold. You don't have to do that much once you have used your creativity to set up a certain circumstance. The structure that's inherent within it will allow that to flow into your reality along that structural guide path, and it will fit as it needs to fit naturally. So you don't have to do so much engineering. You just have to sort of creatively make space by creating the fundamental circumstance or situation that's even sometimes just symbolically representative of a reality. In other words, mock it up.
Got it.
Physically mock up what you think it would look like. The closer you can get to what you perceive as an actual physical reality version of it, again, not that you have to insist it must look that way, but the closer you can ground your vision into actual physical action, even if you are, in a sense, mocking it up, creating a simulation, that does carry a certain vibratory frequency to your mind. And when you create that vibratory frequency and immerse yourself in what you might call a real physical virtual reality representation of an idea, then your body consciousness starts to actually respond to it as if it is actually real. Remember, when your brain perceives that the information you're receiving is actually real, it retains up to 60 to 70% more of the information than when it knows, in a sense, that it's a simulation. So the more real you can make it, putting things where you believe they would be, interacting with physical things in the way you believe you would be interacting with things should they happen that way, the more you are training your body consciousness to get used to that reality, and the more it goes into alignment with that imagination vibration, and it starts to synchronize, and it more synchronistically can manifest a reality that is at least somewhat symbolically representative, at least very closely, to what it is you have mocked up. So that's one way to do it. Does this help?
That's perfect, thank you.
Does this sound like fun?
It already is fun. It's
All right.
amazing. You've talked about the economic system, potentially the future of an individual's worth being valued rather than a
Yes.
currency transaction.
Eventually.
I didn't quite understand what that means. Obviously, like teachers in Australia anyway are quite, in my belief system, undervalued. They're paid less.
Yes.
I don't understand what you mean by the worth of the individual will be valued instead of monetary.
What is the value of someone being able to teach you something that you truly need in life to accomplish what you wish? What is that value?
It's priceless in my estimation.
Exactly. So when everyone is priceless, you'll all be abundant. You'll all have the ability to share whatever it is you need to share and receive whatever it is you need to receive because of the synchronicity that will then be paramount in bringing together those that need what others have and vice versa.
I understand. Okay.
Does that make sense?
So the synchronicity will be much more present, and people will give and receive as they need, and it's less.
Synchronicity will be the currency.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
One last question.
Yes.
In Australia, I understand that Ayers Rock or Uluru is a chakra or a strong vortices. Is there others strong vortices on the east coast of Australia?
Yes. What about it?
What are the locations of what they? Where
The major one is what you call Ayers Rock, yes.
Other than that, on the east coast, so Byron Bay or Sydney or Melbourne, are there other strong vortices?
Of course there are. There are many. But the primary one is in the center.
Okay, right.
The others take their cue from that.
Okay.
Yes?
Thanks, Bashar.
Thank you.
Much love.
And to you.
Hello.
And to you, good day.
This might sound kind of silly.
Oh, all right. Let's
But-
hope so.
Okay, good. Since I've just thought of saying this to you
Yes.
for some time.
Yes, yes, yes.
When I really appreciate when you take the letter H from the end of the word earth in the
Yes.
English language, and put it at the beginning.
Yes.
It makes the word heart.
Yes.
And I really appreciate that.
Well, I thank you for appreciating that. There are many, many lessons to be learned in the structure of your language. When you play with it, you will see how you may have even unconsciously put a lot of knowledge and a lot of wisdom built into the language itself if you just know how to look at it a little differently.
Like the word friendship.
Yes. Like many different kinds of words. But if you play with it, with your imagination, you find all sorts of insights and awarenesses that are built into the structure of the language that are there ready to be discovered.
Sweet.
Yes.
Another thing, a few years ago, I got really sick.
Yes.
And I found myself mumbling a word.
Yes.
And it sounded really interesting. So I looked it up,
Yes.
and it turns out to be a location.
Which is what?
Tikal.
Yes, Tikal, yes.
Why would I get that?
Because you have connections to that era, that idea is what you classically call a past life connection.
Oh.
And so you're drawing upon that for the wisdom and the knowledge that you need for certain things in your life, in the exploration of your theme.
Cool.
So investigate it however you are curious to do so.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Can I ask one more question?
That was a question.
Okay. My older brother used to sleepwalk.
Yes.
And he would actually come out of his room with his eyes wide open. I didn't know
Yes.
he was sleepwalking.
Yes.
And have a full conversation.
Yes.
And it felt like it was I talking to someone, a different being?
Well, you were talking to a different aspect of his being,
Okay. It was weird.
if you say so.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
You are welcome.
Take care.
Okay. Where should I take it?
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Yes, it is a very good day.
Yes, it is.
So I've been looking forward to this moment since last September.
Well, we have been looking backwards to it.
Yes. At Burning Man, you know about the Burning
Yes.
Man experience.
Yes.
What is your take on what is happening out there? By the way.
Are you sure you want to know?
Yes.
Well, there are many ways, of course, to interpret the idea, but overall, it is an opportunity for artistic expression beyond the bounds of what your normal society would tend to allow. And therefore, it allows people to break free from the idea of certain kinds of restrictions that give them more insight into themselves in an artistic and creative way. How they choose to then bring that back and apply it into the society is up to them. But it is, in that sense, an opportunity to open some doors that may otherwise have been closed for quite some time.
I'd say that's a very rudimentary explanation of it. There's far more aspects to that if you ever get the chance to experience it. I'd recommend it. But it's certainly done what you just said for me, because I was a left-brain engineer when I started going there 20 years ago, and now I'm a sculptor.
Yes, well, I didn't say that was the only thing.
Right, no, I was just throwing that in there.
Oh,
So
all right.
anyways, I was
Well,
there.
I have an idea.
Ah.
Let's throw that out.
Okay, we'll throw that out. So in any case, I was there, and a friend of mine who is an energy healer gave me an energy healing.
Yes.
And he said he felt something in me unlike anything he'd ever experienced before.
Yes.
That he could only describe as alien technology.
Oh, all right.
And when that came up, your name came up for him.
Yes.
And so I came back and started watching videos.
All
and
right.
felt an immediate and extremely deep resonance to what you're communicating.
Yes.
And a feeling that you're kind of giving us the outward view of how things are operating here.
We are giving you one view. Yes.
Yeah, a more, and that I've been kind of tunneling through that information from the inside or something.
All right.
So, do you know what he might have meant by alien technology?
Yes. Alterations and adjustments and changes in your DNA structure resonate at certain frequencies now that are different than before.
Mm-hmm.
That's an alien technology because you have, like all of you, hybridized alien genetics within you. And therefore, some of them will trigger or turn on or key at certain points that then give off different frequencies that are recognized as alien DNA, which is a type of technology.
Okay. Do you have any insight into what my particular development in that arena might be, or where?
Well, you have, like many people, some strong Orion and Sirius connections. You have some connections to the hybrids as well, not only our society, but the Yael and a few other things that we won't go into right now.
Okay.
Anything else?
Yes. Do you see a clear path of exploration for me to develop
I
those
do.
further?
The one that excites you the most at any given moment.
Okay, cool. So here's
Can't be any clearer than that.
Great. So the thing that excites me the most is what I shared with Darryl here, is the sculpting that I've been doing.
Yes.
I do large, elaborate sculptures with crystals and all kinds of wonderful elements.
Yes.
And have yet to find a real audience or home for them.
Why do
And
you need one?
I believe that they are here to contribute.
They are. But
to the
why do
world.
you need one? You see, when you act on your excitement for its own sake, those that need to know what you're doing, what you have to give, will find you. If you need there to be an audience, then you're making your creation conditional.
Yes.
So make it unconditional by just doing it for its own sake because it excites you. We communicate these ideas to all of you, not because you think in any way, shape, or form we are smarter than you, not because we are, not because you need to listen to us, not because you need to do what we're suggesting, because this is what gives us joy. We don't care if you pay attention to any of this. We love you and know it can benefit you, and we would be overjoyed if you find joy in using and applying it. But we do it because it excites us, not because of what we think it will do for us that you take it upon yourselves to believe us. So we do it for its own sake because it's who we are. That's the only reason we need. And that's the only reason there is. And when you do it that way, you will find whatever audience really needs to be there. Because anyone that has a gift does have an audience waiting for that gift. It may not be the way you wish the audience might be. It may not be what you think they need to be, but it will be there. And it already is here. But again, you will find that it will become more evident when you just do what you love to do for its own sake. Not because you think it has to do something for others.
Got it.
Does that help?
That helps tremendously.
All right.
And I really want to share with you the resonance that I felt with you when I started watching the videos.
Yes.
A lot of it dovetails with a particular system I've been working with for the past almost decade now.
Which is what?
Which is just a really interesting insight on human nature and a way to kind of unfold duality and discover and express what we are beyond these shells.
All right.
Which is simply that, well, a friend was talking about an out-of-body experience that she
Yes.
had, but she kept saying my outer body experience.
Yes.
So I started thinking about that and thought, what if I had an outer body?
Well, you do. You
Yeah.
all do.
So that's what I've come up with, is that my inner body is everything inside my skin, and my outer body is everything outside my skin.
All right.
Everything that I'm dualistically separated from.
All right.
And what I've been tuning into is that the more I serve my outer body's needs,
Yes.
the more I give more unattached devotional love to my outer body,
Yes.
the more everything that I want synchronistically comes to my inner body.
Yes.
And it's been a wonderful focus to be able to channel my consciousness
All
to
right.
create these acts that
It's a
create
very
these
creative
results.
permission slip, yes.
Yeah, it is.
Now,
It's
of
great.
course, ultimately, it's not really that you have an outer and an inner. You are
Right.
a holistic thing.
Yes.
But nevertheless, you can engineer it that way through the linear space-time perspective to be of assistance to you, which is what you've done.
Yes.
So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
That's another form of sculpting. It's another form of art. It's another
Yeah.
form of arrangement of energy in that sense.
Yes, I've been agnostic for a good 20 years until the past year when I had enough evidence in my life that there obviously is a higher order of intelligence going on because of how my life has shifted so dramatically through bringing more unattached love to the world and unattached appreciation for life and to other people.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Bashar.
And you good day.
My English skill is not enough, so I'm catching your attention with my heart.
Oh, all right.
Hello, I will help her translating. Her question is, since her father was passed away, her mother's mental condition was getting worse.
Yes.
What can I do?
About the mother?
Yes.
You can love her and help however you can. But what else can you do except give them the opportunity, if they are choosing to go down that path, to experience that path with grace and dignity, and let them explore whatever it is they are exploring. What else do you need to do?
Okay. 彼女を愛することサポートすること、そして彼女にそのような経験を許すこと、それ以外にできることはありません。
わかりますか?
Yes.
All right. Will that do? Or do you have something else you would like to talk about?
And her second question is like 3 days ago, huge earthquake happened in Kumamoto in Japan.
Yes, we said there would be a natural disaster there.
You guys said the national.
We said a little while ago that there might be a natural disaster coming up in the Japanese area.
Okay. 私たちはそれを少し前にそのようなことが起こると言っていました。
But these things will happen on your planet.
What kind of message, like, does it have any meaning?
Did it shake you awake? Did it wake you up into a new idea? Did it help you decide something more easily? Did it put you in the present more readily? Did it make you feel more alive in that moment?
その地震であなたは起きたり、その今にあることに集中したり、それによって変化が訪れませんでしたか？そうですよね。Yes, yes, absolutely, yes.
Then it could have served that purpose for you. It might have served all sorts of other purposes for other people, but it may have served that purpose for you.
それがあなたへの目的だったということです。Okay.
Is there something that you would like to do as a result of experiencing that or knowing about that? Did it inspire you to do something?
そのことはあなたを触発しませんでしたか？インスパイアされませんでした？
今に集中しなくてはと思いました。
I feel like I should focus on right now. Like I feel like I should focus
on
right now.
Living in the now?
Yeah, living.
All right. Yeah. Then it helped you that way. Does that help? Do you understand?
それはあなたをとてもヘルプしましたよね。Yes.
Will that do?
Yes.
ありがとうございました。
Yes. And this is another question.
Oh, there is another question.
Okay. What's so special about Mount Shasta as a heart chakra of the earth?
It is the crown chakra.
Oh, crown chakra.
Yes.
Okay. Why is that so special?
Well, the earth, like anything, is a series of energy points, and those chakra points are vortices that connect to higher dimensions. So for many people, it's easier for them to connect to those higher dimensions while being in those vortex points, because that's how the electromagnetic energy flows in those points and brings down higher frequency energies and translates them down into physical reality so that you can apply them, so that you can absorb them and use them.
Okay. 地球にはそのようなチャクラのポイントがあって、そこに行くことによってそのボルテックスディメンションにその中に入るということをとてもヘルプします。Okay. Thank you so much.
We thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
The last few years or so...
Speak up, speak up.
The last few years or so, or longer, I have been following my excitement as best I can.
All right. That's all you need to do, best you can.
That's right. And but more recently, I have really bumped that up.
Yes.
And
sounds exciting.
Sounds very exciting, and it is. But then I get a lot of resistance.
That's good.
I get immense fear.
That's good. That's good. That's good. Remember, one of the tools in the kit of excitement is pointing out what may still be within you that's out of alignment with it, so that you can identify it and let it go and add that energy to your excitement. So if you allow yourself to let that be okay, then any resistances, anything out of alignment that may come up can be looked at as part of your excitement instead of an obstacle in it. And that's what will allow you to experience a benefit from it instead of assuming that there's something wrong. Does that make sense?
It does. And I can say that the fear and resentment that I got recently was pretty exciting.
Yes, it
From
is.
some individuals.
Yes, yes, yes. Again, it's just revealing things to you about yourself you want to know. You want to know that you are containing ideas and beliefs and definitions that are out of alignment with who you prefer to be. You want that to be brought to your attention. Now, there are different ways to experience the concept of fear. One, again, as we said, as a messenger, bringing your attention to the fact that there might be a negative definition within you. At the same time, the negative definitions themselves will generate fear as a tool to prevent you from changing. That's one of the things they do. So in many ways, the more powerful you experience the fear, the closer you are to breaking free from the negative belief, because the reason that the fear grows that strong is because the negative belief knows you're about to let go of it and will pull out every trick in the book to make you afraid to change. So as you say on your planet, always darkest before the dawn, as soon as the fear becomes nearly overwhelming, what will help you stay the course is knowing that the stronger the fear gets means you're that much closer to breaking free from it. You understand?
Yes, I do.
That's how it works. So don't be fooled by the negative belief, which will lie to you in order to get you to believe that what it's saying about you is true. It has to lie to you because what it's saying is false. So it has to make you believe that you need to hold on to the negative belief because it has no other ammunition by which to get you to stick to it. Because if you really understood what it's attempting to feed you as a false idea of yourself, if you really get to the point where you can see clearly what it's doing, you'll drop it, as you say, like a hot potato. So it will do everything in its power to prevent you from doing that. And fear is one of the tools. But if you know the trick, and you know it's just smoke and mirrors, and you know it's just a lie and it has nothing to do with you, then you can say, ha ha, good one, fear, I'm out of here. You understand?
I do.
I recognize that what you're doing is just the result of the mechanism of a belief defending its position, and once you know that, you're free. You know it's just a belief. It's not empirically true. You can let it go. Yes?
Yes.
You see, the positive beliefs don't have to lie to you. The negative ones do.
Yeah.
Because the positive ones are telling you the truth about you, and the negative ones are not. But that's how they function. That's their job. That's okay. But if you realize that, then you have the key to freedom. Because you know it's just a belief, and a belief can always be changed.
Yeah.
Does this help?
It does. It helps well.
Well, thank you.
I've got
Yes.
one more question.
Yes.
So I work in the area of searching for life, which is why I'm here talking to you.
Do you mean extrasolar?
Yes.
All right.
And
here I am.
I know.
You found me. I didn't hide all that well, I guess. All right, but we understand what you mean.
In the science world,
Yes, yes.
there's definitions about what is life.
May I ask you a question before you continue?
Yes.
Isn't being here kind of a heresy for you?
Not anymore, no.
Well, thank you.
It doesn't bother me in the slightest.
You are beginning to understand how these worlds blend and that it's not unscientific at all.
No.
In fact, it's a different way of understanding physics, yes?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for your balancing act.
Thank you.
And so, please do continue in your search for extrasolar life besides us. What would you like to discuss?
Science, one of the best definitions is Darwinian chemistry that follows Darwinian evolution.
Yes.
Which is has limitations. So
yes.
So the question I have to you is, how do you define life? What's your definition of life?
In the way that probably you need to receive the information, it would be that which has some expression of awareness of itself. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Even things that seem not to have the same expression of consciousness or self-awareness that you do are still self-aware, but in their own way. They may have a very different way of expressing it. But most things understand the difference between themselves and an other. You follow me?
Yes.
So the awareness of otherness means you have self-awareness. Because in order to know the self, you have to know the difference between the other and you. Does that make sense?
It does.
And all life has an awareness of an other, which gives it some kind of an awareness of itself.
It's very good.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes.
No more questions.
Yes, I know.
Thanks.
So thank you. Oh, one moment. Don't go away. Come back. Come back.
I'm back.
Yes. One moment. We are being given additional information for you in your search. The star systems of Sirius and Epsilon Eridani would be your best bets. All right?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Hi, Bashar.
And you good day.
Day, thank you. Okay, so I'd like to talk about jumping from physical reality to physical reality.
Yes,
And,
which you're doing right now.
yeah, and so I've heard you say that we will begin to be able to perceive that we're jumping
Yes.
when there's a bigger difference.
Yes.
So how do we make that bigger difference? How do we make that bigger jump?
The answer is always the same. There is only one formula. Act to the best of your ability on your highest excitement with no insistence on a particular outcome. The reason this is the answer to so many questions is because it increases your frequency to the point where you have more conscious awareness of how you're creating your reality. It increases your frequency to the point where you become a more sensitive receiver, a more sensitive antenna to higher frequency energy, which means higher frequency knowledge. And when you have more access, more conscious awareness that you are capable of receiving that information and that you are creating the reality you experience within your consciousness, then you have more ability to drop what appear to be the barriers that you have set up between things you call different levels of reality. You can see them more holistically, and in that way you can begin to perceive and also more consciously manipulate how you experience the reality, because reality becomes more like the dream it actually is. This is how we attained our position and relationship with the idea of physical reality. We became lucid in our dreams, and in our dreams realized that physical reality was also a dream, and therefore we could become lucid in the physical dream. Then we can dream it as we wish. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to need to listen to it again.
If you insist.
Yeah.
But basically it all starts with really upgrading your vibration so that you can perceive more. And upgrading your vibration is most easily done by acting on your highest joy to the best of your ability with no insistence on a particular outcome. That's the formula. This is an actual equation of energy. Therefore, it will give you more conscious awareness of how to experience your physical reality dream. You can go in a lucid dream, if you wish, to the template level reality that you use to engineer or blueprint the physical reality experience. That's another way you can do that. And you can alter it in a way that allows you to experience greater differences from one frame to the next to give you a conscious awareness that you're shifting all the time. You can do it that way too, or any other way that your imagination can come up with that works for you. But the basic fundamental idea is what we have already just given you.
So I can do this from a mental state. Is that right? I could.
Not in the way you mean it, but you can use your mentality to create a reference point for yourself, at least as a point of view that acts as a beginning, but it won't necessarily give you the experience you're looking for in the fullest sense unless you incorporate all levels of your persona. And therefore, the actions are important too. Acting on your excitement is important too. Okay. Does that make sense? It's also a feeling. Let me put it this way. Here's a holistic approach. Obviously, you have the capability of imagining what that would look like if you did it.
Yeah.
Skip some frames.
Mm-hmm.
How would you feel if that happened suddenly?
Surprised.
Would it take your breath away?
Maybe, depending on how big of a jump.
Well, how big of a jump do you want?
I don't know.
How big of a jump do you want?
Enough to
I'm
prove that
giving
it's
you
a
a
jump.
challenge right now. How big of a jump do you want?
I want a big enough jump, then I say, I know this is a jump. This isn't just maybe it's a jump.
And that's enough of a jump, yes?
Yeah.
All right. Are you ready for that to happen?
Yeah, I think so.
You think so? Doesn't sound very convincing. You see my point? You're not coming at it holistically. Are you ready for that to happen? And if you hesitate to say yes, look at why you're hesitating. Look at the definitions within you that say, I'm not sure what'll happen, and that's scary. Look for the definitions that say, I don't know if I'll be able to control that. Look for the definitions that say, maybe I'll go too far. All of that is not a definition of the jump that's appropriate for you to experience, so don't include them in your definition of that experience. Know that you are ready for whatever version of it will be appropriate for you, and you won't have to think about all those details and parameters as if you have to control them. Because again, as we said, every circumstance has a built-in structure. So the one that's correct for you will be the correct experience. That's your definition. It doesn't need any other tinkering. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I need to go back and listen to it.
All right. But again, you're taking a mental approach. If you know how such an experience would feel if it went exactly as it needed to, perfectly as it needed to, that's the vibrational state that will allow the greatest opportunity, the greatest synchronicity for you to experience it.
But
Yes?
don't I get myself there with a mental process? I get myself to that state by working through my blocks or my negative beliefs in a mental way, right?
You can use a process to get there, but what I'm saying is going through the process isn't the doing of the thing. Going through the process is bringing you to a place where you believe you're simply ready to do the thing. The process itself doesn't create the doing of the thing. You just finally decide that you've had enough process and now you're going to do it. That's the difference.
Got it.
So process is fine, but the process doesn't actually do the thing. It just gets you to the point where you're ready to do it.
And then the jump happens.
Yes.
And that can be mental and physical.
You can experience it mentally and physically and emotionally and all those different levels, but it's not just the result of a mental process. You have to take your whole self in a jump. Would you want to have it just be a mental experience and leave your body behind?
No.
Then you have to do it holistically. If it's a jump, it's a jump. Now, let me tell you something. This is not meant to scare you, so please don't take it this way. This is just for the purpose of your education and understanding how this works mechanically. There have been people who have experienced a jump only mentally. You call them insane. Do you understand? They have not taken themselves holistically into the new reality. They have only extended a portion of their mentality, of their focus, of their perspective into that, and so they are mismatched to the collective consciousness of the new reality and seem out of step with it, even sometimes to the point where the collective consensus looks at them as if they are crazy. That's why it's more important to do it in a holistic way. So if you just understand that that's the natural way it can happen, you don't have to hold yourself back or resist the idea of the more natural experience of the jump and insist on the idea that only a portion of you should experience it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
But you're going to have to listen to it, right?
I am, yeah. I am.
That's all right. That's all right. This will sink in as it needs to. Now, let us ask you a question.
Okay.
And all of you can answer this for yourselves. Have you ever experienced what you call deja vu?
Yeah.
Then you've experienced a jump. Yes?
Where I jump to a future, I see that bit. And
You have
then-
experienced a jump to a level of reality and a perception where you see what you typically would call the forward arrow and the backward arrow of time simultaneously, because Deja vu is the state of being where you know what's about to happen because it feels like it's already happened before. You have both arrows of time simultaneously, and that means what you've done is you've actually jumped out of the entire film strip of the collective consensus reality onto a wholly different film strip momentarily. Not even just a jump of a few frames, a jump up to an entirely different strip of film, an entirely different movie. So you have jumped.
That's cool.
Yes, it is. So again, you can use what you call the memory of the feeling of the deja vu to also put you in the proper state where a jump even of a few frames can happen. Yes?
How do I know that, say if I do that and I'm working with a template reality and I want to jump to a certain
Yes.
frame,
Yes.
how do I know that I'm taking my body too? That I'm doing a...
What I'm saying is you have to know that that's the natural way it would happen and not make a different way happen. You have to make a different way happen. If you just allow it to happen, everything will go because that's the way it naturally happens. So your focus on trying to make it happen a certain way is actually preventing it from happening naturally where every single thing that's relevant would be part of the jump. So that's why we're saying don't segregate it out into components. Just know that everything that needs to go will go because that's what happens naturally. That's the way it's already been designed. You have to do something different in order for it to not happen that way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Oh, all right, you go on thinking so.
Okay.
But that's fine. Does that help you for now?
Yeah, I've got one other question.
We'll see.
So I've been working on following my highest excitement to the best
Working
of my
on
ability.
it? Is
Yeah.
it that difficult?
It's sometimes, yeah.
Oh, all right, then it must be exciting for you to make it difficult.
Yeah, sometimes it is exciting, but I'm trying to not have it be so hard.
Well, what reasons would you have for allowing it to be that hard? Why would you get something out of making it that difficult? There are no inherently difficult situations. Only your definitions are making it appear difficult or feel difficult. Why would you prefer to do that?
I don't know.
Sure you do. This is no time to be dishonest.
Well, I think that because the changes that I want to make aren't typical,
So what?
so it feels like...
You're talking to an extraterrestrial.
Yeah.
Is this typical?
No.
Isn't this becoming more typical on your planet?
Yeah.
So can't you have a definition of typical that is a little bit different than the normal definition of typical?
Yeah.
Well, then so what? What do you care if it's not typical?
Yeah. It's my parents were very standard, I guess. So
What's that got to do with you?
I've held on to their beliefs of how I should be
Why?
because for safety reasons. I feel like I'll be safer if I do that.
All right. Well, then as long as you feel that that will allow you to be safer, you will keep holding on to them. That is a perfect answer. That's why you're holding on to the difficulty, because you believe that it's safer than the alternative. Even though you know the alternative is what you prefer, you're saying that the alternative seems less safe than what is familiar, even though what is familiar is not what you prefer. When you then reverse those beliefs in your motivational mechanism, you will move forward into what you prefer and leave behind what used to be apparently safe, but what you now know is the least safe thing you could be doing. Because when you are attempting to be something you're not, that's the risk. When you're being who you are, you're perfectly safe. You have your ideas of risk and safety completely backwards on your planet. Being who you are is the safest thing you can do. Because then you're fully supported. You're always fully supported. But you're fully supported in alignment with your awareness by creation itself in being that you. You are fully supported all the time. It's just that you're being fully supported in things you say you don't prefer because you're holding on to them, which to the universe means you do prefer them. So you're supported in those things. But if you are insisting on being supported by things that really are not representative of your safety, you're going to find things being difficult. Because that's what you're asking to be supported in, the difficulty. Being yourself is going with the flow. And when you go with the flow, you're just drifting with the current. And it will always take you precisely and exactly where you need to go because it's your current.
Okay, so I've started doing that.
One moment. That's a crucial point to understand. You are not floating in a current that isn't you. It's your current. Go with your flow, and you will flow to the right place at the right time, and everything will fall into place. You are not floating in someone else's current. It's your current. You are the current. That's an important thing to understand. Maybe you need to think about that.
So, but how does, if I'm flowing in my current,
yes,
then how do I know that I'm not being controlled? Am I being controlled by my...
There you go. There you go. Perfect example. Listen to your definition. A definition of flowing in your current cannot contain the words, how do I know I'm not being controlled? If you say, how do I know I'm not being controlled, that's not a definition of flowing with your current. Those are two completely different experiences. So don't link things that are contradictory belief systems where they have no business being linked. The idea of going with the flow, the idea of acting on your excitement cannot, by definition, contain anything contrary to that state of being. If you experience something contrary to that state of being, you did not have a definition of excitement. You didn't have a definition of flow. You had a different definition for a different experience that is something else altogether. So watch how you define things. That's a total contradiction to say, well, if I go with my flow, how do I know something bad won't happen? It can't if you're in the flow. The only way you can feel something contrary is if you step out of the flow and go with the negative belief. I can be controlled while I'm in my flow. That's a different reality than actually being in your flow. A totally different reality than being in your flow. The ability to be controlled by someone else while you're in the flow, or another part of you in a negative way while you're in the flow, is not a definition of being in the flow. It's a different definition. Is this making sense now?
Yeah.
Thank you. You may go and think about this if you wish. You may flow back to your seat.
Can I ask you one thing?
You may flow back to your seat.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, how's it going?
And to you, good day.
Good day to you as well. It's great to be here for round 2.
Oh, all right.
My first question is, do you know the questions I'm going to ask before I ask them?
Nope.
Okay. Second question.
Why should I need to? Unless synchronicity gives me the information, which then tells me I needed to know it.
So on time to time, you would hear my question before I ask it?
Sometimes we will just know that an answer of a certain type needs to be given, and we will have that information for you when the question is asked, because we will know in your terms ahead of time that such a question would come up. But that's just synchronicity in action.
And when I wear the Esasani crystal,
Yes.
do you and your people, are you able to read my mind and experience what I'm experiencing?
There's no such thing as reading your mind. Do you understand our definition of this, of telepathy?
I would love you to reiterate and explain.
Telepathy is not reading someone else's mind. Telepathy is being on the same wavelength as them and having the same thoughts at the same time. That's why people who are in love often know what each other are thinking, because they're on a similar wavelength, not because they're reading each other's minds. That's an old-fashioned, outdated definition.
I understand what you're saying. So if we're thinking at the same wavelength, we have the same thought patterns that we're thinking at the same time. But is that different from you thinking something else and then viewing into my mind and understanding what I'm thinking?
We can read your energy patterns as you're giving them off, but that's something that's just an observation. It's not reading your mind. It's not even really telepathy. We are just observing energy patterns as we perceive them that are radiating from you in the same way you would look at a red rose and say, well, that rose is red. It's just an observation.
That makes sense. So you're saying that you just observe like what we're observing at the same time in a way.
We observe the energy patterns coming off and we know how to read them. We know how to interpret them in our reality, and then that translates back to some of the information that we're giving with you.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yes.
And then when you're in the channel's body, like do you
I'm not in the channel's body. That's an outdated, old-fashioned description that is not an accurate description of the mechanism involved. What is happening is exactly what I just told you. There's no room in anyone's body for anyone else.
No, I understand. Yeah.
We are now resonating in a harmonious frequency that allows the channel's mind to translate the thoughts in my mind because we're on a similar wavelength.
Yeah, I understood that. I just used the wrong labels to describe it.
Well, it's not wrong. It's just old-fashioned.
Okay, fair enough.
But it's inaccurate as a description of the mechanism.
Okay. And then when the Galactic Federation and the Yael come up with plans to contact the humans here on this planet,
They already have their plans.
I understand that. Did they communicate with the consciousness of the Earth and also the consciousness of the Sun? And did they get their opinion on, going forth with these plans? And if so, what did they say?
They are always taking readings to make adjustments according to what serves the best of all concerned, and that takes into account multiple levels of consciousness.
So they're tapping into multiple levels of consciousness on the Earth and the Sun? And
the entire solar system, your entire reality, to make sure that the interactions will be as effective as they need to be and serve everyone best.
Okay, I understand. Is there also races and beings that don't do this and just like have these plans and ideas and want to impose them onto our people?
Do you mean like the people of your planet?
That's correct.
Yes, of course there are some.
So there is definitely a difference between like people that actually connect with the consciousness of the Earth and the Sun, as opposed to people that just come up with plans, have all these, ideas of what they want to do when they contact us.
Yes, there are many different approaches based on many different kinds of intelligences and the way that they perceive things, the way they think things through, the way they relate to things. However, most extraterrestrial races know nothing about you.
And, well, obviously, like, the majority of them don't.
Yes.
But the ones that are studying us,
the ones that are involved, for the most part, are connecting into multiple levels of consciousness.
I see what you mean, okay. And then I just want to get, like, your perspective on how, like, some organizations and groups within the galactic community actually make, like, synthetic layers of dimensions and then basically have other beings go into those layers. And they think they're ascending, they think they're going to higher densities, but the reality is they're still playing in that construct of like that system. So
that can take many forms and can be used for a variety of purposes. We ourselves in our reality actually have a version of that idea. It's part of our first contact training. The more evolved, the more experienced first contact specialists, when they are training young first contact specialists, will create a reality, an interdimensional reality that seems very much like a normal reality, and allow the inexperienced first contact specialist to, well, have a go at it and see what works and what doesn't work without any danger of actually causing harm to another civilization. It's kind of like a very strong virtual reality in the consciousness sort of experience.
Right. And there are like plenty of beings that, fully think that they're ascending, but there is like a whole nother layer outside of that, so to speak. So you have like the grand arena where a lot of people think they're ascending through different dimensions, but then it goes way beyond that.
Yes.
Do you believe
there are any other kinds of experiences like that in a variety of different perspectives throughout creation?
Okay. And do you believe that you exist beyond consciousness?
Beyond consciousness?
Yes, like beyond that concept.
Well, again, the fundamental basic is existence itself. Therefore, there is nothing more fundamental than that. So, While we could say, well, all right, we can answer your question by saying, yes, of course, we exist beyond consciousness. That doesn't mean we ever become unaware, because existence itself is aware of itself.
Right. No, that makes sense. But is it possible to not be aware outside the universe and like have a different experience like that?
The only thing that is unaware is the one. Everything else, by definition, is a reflection of the one, and therefore, because it's a reflection, it's self-aware.
And do you believe it's possible to exist outside the one?
That is not possible, because there is nothing but the one.
Is it possible that, maybe we're infinite outside the one?
You're not understanding the concept. There is no outside to the one. The one is infinite.
Okay, I see what you mean. So the one that you're describing is the infinite concept that I'm referring to. Okay,
there is nothing outside of it. There is no concept of an outside to it. It just is, and it is infinite.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
All right.
My understanding is that I would exist, beyond the creator of this universe, and I'm just participating in this universe.
Yes. There are multiverses. Many different kinds of dimensions beyond the one that you're experiencing in this focus of space-time reality. But nothing can go beyond the one. There is no beyond.
So it's impossible to be disconnected.
The concept of beyond is within the one. There is no such thing as a beyond the one. Beyond is a concept within the one. And there is nothing else outside. There is no outside.
Yeah, because these are all concepts within
the one.
The one structure. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Does that help?
No, that's a great answer. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
And then just a quick personal question.
Yes.
As far as I'm trying to build a business on my, with my team and stuff.
Yes.
How, based on how you're reading my energy now and, the people I interact with on a daily basis.
Yes.
How open would you say they are to this type of information and receiving it?
Well, in general, they are open, but there may not be the same degree of interpretation in everyone. Everyone is going through a different process of understanding and relating to these kinds of ideas in their own way. So if there is a collective understanding of supporting a process and different processes moving at different rates, then within that collective bubble, you can move forward together as long as you support the different rates going on within the collective bubble.
Okay, I understand what you mean.
All right.
So it's just following the process and really figuring out what's the best time to talk about these sorts of topics and also see if they're open to them as well.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
It's all about clarity of communication. Remember that in many cases on your planet, difficulty and struggle comes mostly from what is not said rather than from what is said. As long as you have the intention for things to be as clear as possible and communication to be as precise as possible, then you will intuitively know by following your own synchronicity when the things that need to be said and how to say them. It will flow.
Perfect. And then
There is no and then.
There is no and then?
There is no and then.
Okay.
Thank you.
I appreciate your time. Can I ask one more question?
There is no and then. You have what you need right now, is what we're saying.
So you don't want me to ask any more questions. I get it.
It's not about whether we want you to or not. We are sensing that there is other information that's going to come to you from other sources that are not our job to give you.
Fair enough.
So move along.
I appreciate your time. Thanks, Bashar. I love you.
Thank you. We appreciate your timelessness.
Hello.
And you good day.
I'm so excited. It's 333 right now.
Oh, all right. We are
so
excited too.
I like 3.
Oh, I mean, we
Three
are
is kinda
excited
fun.
3.
I'm 3 excited as well.
Yes.
I am so high right now, Bashar. On life. I feel so high on life, and life is so ecstatic, and I feel so good.
All right. So do we.
I feel every time I see you, I get higher.
Well, you're not really seeing me, but I understand the sentiment.
Well,
Thank you.
Okay, that's funny because every time I get higher with my vibration, I feel you more.
Yes.
Yes.
And get high enough, you will see us.
Yeah, you guys are like the coolest alien ninja friends ever because I know you guys are right there.
We are right here.
You are right there.
We are right here.
Yes.
Not there, here.
Here. Because everything exists here and now.
Here and now.
So
we
I
are
exist.
right here.
I am?
All of you.
Yes.
All of you. Pay attention to this. We are right here. We are in the illusion of separation closer than you think. You just need to make a slight adjustment in your frequency and talk about a surprise. We are right here. Just don't quite believe it yet.
Just a little pitch away?
Right there.
Thought so. Well, how exciting.
Yes, it is.
I had an experience with you one night. I was down in LA, and you called me up to stage, and you boom me in the face.
Yes.
And that night, I didn't sleep, which was cool. I'm used to not sleeping.
Gave you an energy shot.
That's like part of my training is not sleeping, I guess. That's fun.
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay. And I danced all night. That helped.
Oh,
That helped.
all right.
But on the way home, I was struck. Like, I've been getting these openings of the heart.
Yes.
And this was one of these times.
Yes.
And I was driving, and the radio, the stereo turned on right at the exact time as I had a huge heart flush of energy and emotion.
Yes.
And it turned on to a song that said exactly the vibrations that I was feeling.
Yes. Synchronicity in action.
And I felt my family.
Yes.
And my ancestors.
Yes.
Yeah. And it was
Congratulations.
nice. And then it turned off.
Yes.
And then I cried.
All right.
And then I was like, no one's going to believe me.
Why
But
not?
that's okay. Who cares, right?
Yes, who
This is
cares?
all my psychomanium anyway.
All right.
Okay. One moment.
Yes.
So, this being Tote came to me, telling me about the genetics.
Yes. What
And
about
the
them?
markers would be turning on.
They are all turning on.
And
Different
I feel
rates.
such a buzz and such an amplification
It is
of energy.
very, very buzzy when they turn on, yes.
Wow.
Yes. Well put.
Can we buzz together?
We are buzzing together.
We are buzzing together right now.
We are always buzzing. We're waiting for you to catch up.
So, oh my, yes. Well, you guys are just so much more matched, and that's why I love you so much.
We love you so much.
Because you are the greatest ninja sensei in cutting through all bullshit and manifestations that I do not desire. And thank you.
I think you are speaking of yourself.
Oh, thank you. I marvel your marvels, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
And everyone else. So, with the genetic amplification of energy turning on, I feel the things happening, and it's hitting the fan right now. And I see the train station that you speak of, the
Yes.
realities going apart, and I
Yes.
can see my friends in all the different directions and all
Yes.
the different trains leaving
Yes.
the station.
Yes.
And I see people going down ones they don't prefer.
I understand.
And that's okay.
Yes, it is.
And there's many beautiful, colorful trains people are going on
Yes.
of some kind of roller coaster.
Yes.
We're all going on different roller coasters right now, and it's like, whoa, So I
Yes.
just want to ask them, go into the Earth fear game of my most insane friends. Okay, thank you. So there's these things that was found in Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
Of the Ark of Gabriel.
And so?
And so, Russia moved this to Antarctica?
We are not allowed to discuss this now.
How about the arches that will be constructed?
We are not allowed to discuss this now.
Or the stem cells?
We are not allowed to discuss this now.
Well, I guess the more we focus on that, we bring that reality in anyway, so we just need to
The
negate
more you
that.
focus on yourselves, you bring in the realities that are relevant for you.
Absolutely. So we should synchronize with ourselves in our highest excitement all the
Exactly.
time. Right? When you said synchronization is going to be the new currency.
Yes.
We said yes right at the same time. And I was like, whoa. And I'm like,
There
you know,
you
because
go.
I live my life like that. You know, like I'm a martial artist. I do that for a living, and I live my highest excitement. And it's how it happens. And I'm like, man, I've been coming to these things for 5 years, and I feel it's like been brain surgery. And I'm like,
it is.
And I feel more alien to humans. And I'm like, whoa, what's going on? And I feel like I'm shifting into different realities. I'm like, whoa, you guys are going over there. I'm going over here. And that's okay, because I want to come surf on your wave for a while.
All right.
Is that okay?
Of course.
What are some things we can do together physically besides, not that physically?
We will discuss that at another time.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I believe we're actually reaching some of you.
Hello, Tadeo.
Hello, Nania.
We have about 20 minutes left, so can we call some more names? I mean, I'll ask a question for a Ustream person.
Yes. Do that first.
Okay. Well, actually, there's a few questions here. They're pretty interesting. One of them is, someone made the comment that the very high quality of Van Gogh's artwork was due to the fact that he had no ego. Can you comment on that statement?
Of course he had an ego. You have to have an ego to be focused in physical reality. That's what an ego does. But he had what would be called a prismatic ego. In other words, we have explained that the prism of personality breaks down the white light, the unbroken light of your consciousness, into the spectrum of different things that form your space-time reality experience, such as beliefs and feelings and thoughts and behaviors and so on and so forth. But he had an interesting capability of re-reflecting back through the prism and bouncing that light around in such a way that he actually experienced a prismatic ego, where he could perceive different layers, different levels of dimensional consciousness within the structure of the physical space-time reality that his personality prism was creating. Did you understand that?
Well, I'm visually seeing the idea of the reflective prisms.
Imagine you see the prism, and in the classical definition or illustration, you have the white light going through, being bent, and then broken into the visible spectrum, yes? Mm-hmm. In his case, let's just say there was a special coating on that prism so that not only did the light go through and break into the spectrum of his space-time reality experience, but some of it reflected back and bounced around inside the prism, coloring the way that the white light got filtered so that he would be viewing reality in a prismatic way, multidimensionally.
I think what I just got was the reason that he went crazy was because he didn't know how to define his experience in a way that would allow him to stay connected with society in a normal way.
Yes. That's why you know, and have had the saying for some time, that the line between genius and madness is very thin. The genius is one who knows how to channel the craziness in a way that's relevant for himself, herself, and the society. The madness comes when there aren't the tools to allow that to be integrated into the personality in a way that makes sense to the mass consensus, even though there can still be attributes of it that the mass consensus can still appreciate, such as his art.
So it just seems very important to stay connected with the mass consensus in a way that allows you to act as a bridge.
Well, whether it's important or not depends on the relevance of being able to do so or needing to do so for that particular individual. Just because some individuals, just to use your term for now loosely, go crazy, doesn't mean that that's not the path they've chosen.
Right, because they also have a right to experience what it's like to go crazy. So
Absolutely.
You don't necessarily know if the person is choosing to go crazy because that's what they incarnated to experience, or they actually require assistance to bridge.
Correct.
So how do you tell the difference?
Well, the more tools you have in your society to recognize that either can happen, the more tools an individual will have to apply to themselves to be able to bring themselves into whatever balance or imbalance is actually relevant for them in that line.
I think that's why the map that you've shared of our existence here and how to approach it has been so incredibly helpful to so many people, because before that it just seemed like there was all these different viewpoints and none of it really was integrated.
And we are
fully.
assisting the channel at this point to help break this down even further for the upcoming unified theory of metaphysics class, so that you can really dig deep into understanding these mechanisms.
It's definitely more fun to be here when you understand these concepts.
Yes, it is.
I believe at one time you talked about the idea of a coffee pot, that if you understand existence, it's similar to understanding how to make a good cup of coffee.
Yes. You have all the balance of ingredients.
Right.
So that it's not too bitter or too sweet, but just right.
That's really good. Another person asked, if you shift to a world which you prefer, with a lot less negativity,
yes,
who is going to inspire the people who haven't shifted yet?
There are always going to be those that inspire, because again, remember, once you cross a threshold where you no longer have any negative belief systems to let go of, you will still divest yourself of things. They will simply be things, even though they may no longer be negative, that are no longer relevant for you. So it will still be a process of streamlining, and there will always still be those who can inspire you to streamline further, 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 and further.
Nice. And do plants and animals also have an indestructible core?
Absolutely. Everything does.
Right. Because doesn't it really come down to the idea that everything has its own point of view and
Yes.
is its own, it's the eyes of God. Everyone is
Everything
an eye of
is
God.
a point of view. Yes. Everything is a point of view. It doesn't even have a point of view. Everything is a point of view of all that is.
So when we talk about sentience and we talk about self-awareness,
yes,
the idea is that all animals actually have a type of self-awareness.
Absolutely. As we said, even if it's only the idea of the difference between themselves and an other, you have to have a sense of self in order to recognize otherness as different from yourself. So that's still a sense of self, even if it's not expressed quite in the same way that other species, such as yourselves, might choose to do so.
And so the way that an animal experiences itself and other allows it to be very deeply integrated with the natural system on the planet and experience nature in a very intense way.
Yes.
Whereas we've moved in a direction where we feel that we've lost that feeling of connection with nature.
Well, you're creating belief systems with your self-referential system that are not always in alignment with who you truly naturally are, and therefore that can create a kind of a filter that creates a sensation of separation.
So now they're starting to recognize that not only do some animals like whales and dolphins and chimpanzees and elephants have self-awareness, but they also experience empathy.
Yes.
And so the relationship between self-awareness and empathy.
Self-awareness and empathy are connected in the sense of knowing that the self is also a reflection of the other, and that the other is a reflection of the self, that you are different expressions of one thing, and therefore you can be empathic because you recognize that each is a reflection of the other.
Okay, so let's do that with elephants, okay?
Yes.
Okay, so an elephant sees another elephant that's in trouble.
Yes.
And it goes over and it wants to help the other elephant.
Yes.
What is that elephant experiencing in terms of who it is?
The animals of that nature instinctively understand that service to others is service to self, because even though they have a self-identity, on a fundamental level, they empathically recognize and instinctively and intuitively recognize that all is one. So any service to any part of the one is a service to the self as well.
Okay, and that's part of that herd phenomenon
In a
and the
sense,
connection
yes.
of the family that
Yes.
they experience. But
Yes.
then there was like a video of a tortoise seeing another tortoise on its back, struggling to get up.
Yes.
And the other tortoise walked over and flipped the other tortoise over.
Yes.
So is that a different kind of empathy?
It is empathy, but it is expressed in a slightly different way. In that particular case, the empathy is expressed as a recognition of, well, to use your term, misalignment. There's a misalignment in what should naturally be expressed. Do you understand?
Yes, so
because they can sense the natural structure, and they sense a misalignment in the natural structure. Now, not that the idea of misalignments can't in and of themselves be used as alignments for certain purposes, but in general, They are intuitive enough and sensitive enough to realize the natural structure that exists in every situation, to see the difference between the structure that is natural and one that has become misaligned. And therefore, they feel the urge toward realigning it.
Sounds like an OCD human.
I suppose, in a sense, you could say that the experience you call OCD is an exaggerated version of that.
Yeah, like if everything's not in order the way it should be, it feels uncomfortable.
Yes, but of course, in most cases, the reason that humans express that is because there's something out of order within them.
Right. Okay, so what you're really sharing with us right now is that different animals have different levels of self-awareness.
Yes.
And empathy.
Different expressions of it.
Expressions of it.
Yes.
And that it may come from a different place depending on the developmental awareness of the particular animal.
Well, in a sense, yes, but more dependent upon, rather than looking at it as developmental awareness, more on what's relevant for their awareness. Okay. Because again, remember, to put it simply, many people on your planet may think a dog or a cat are less intelligent than a human. They're not. It's just that they're expressing all their intelligence to be a cat.
Yeah, because they're on the cat channel, and on the cat channel, it's like really interesting to smell other cats and like chase stuff.
So compared to a human who attempts to be a cat is a genius at being a cat. So the intelligence is just expressed in a way that is specialized. It doesn't mean that they're not as smart, as intelligent as a human. It's just that their intelligence is specialized and a human's is more generalized.
And I know that one of the things we've talked about is that many animals actually express what you could call superpowers.
Well, yes.
And really, they're like our library to show us how to incorporate these abilities within ourselves.
All the things of the world, the rocks, the trees, the animals, are libraries of information. If in some way, shape, or form you decide to eliminate one of them from your physical reality, you are losing volumes of information that you now have to access in a completely different way.
Should we go on, or is that enough?
That is enough.
So do you want any more names?
At this timing, we will give you an opportunity to take a short break, whereupon we will then commence with your holotope meditation. Enjoy a short break.
Okay. Thank you, Tadeo.
How's it going?
Kind of Bashar rubs off on him sometimes. I think your frequencies are so high, the room is really hot. Anyway, both Darryl and I want to thank you all again so much for coming and enjoying this experience and interacting with Bashar and, you know, asking him such great questions, which then helps all of us understand all of this much better. So thank you so much for doing that. And I'd also like to thank Kirby Seed and Rebecca and Hillary for putting on this beautiful event for us. Thank you, Kirby. And you know, this is Kirby's holotope, and those beautiful crystals are Kirby's crystals. So anyway, we just really appreciate your helping us be here in Oakland. Okay, so, yes, okay, we'll clap again. Okay, so we hope that you'll take with you all this positive energy that Bashar has shared with us today and use it to propel your lives in the direction of what means most to you and live your dreams. So I guess it's time for you to start, and we will be on our holotope adventure. This is designed to help you integrate everything that you've learned today and crystallize it into your consciousness and make it your own. So thank you.
Thank you. But it'll say, let us continue this transmission in the following way. Allow yourself to become relaxed. Breathe out, breathe in, gently, slowly. Allow your body to become more and more and more relaxed, calm and peaceful in your center, in your heart, in your mind, in your spirit. Allow yourself to take a deep breath in, deep, 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 and let it out. And another deep breath in, deep, 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 and let it out. And one more very deep breath in, and hold it, hold it, hold it, and blow it out. Continue to breathe easy, deeply, softly, gently. As your lights dim, as your experience begins, allow yourself to focus on the center of the holotope and on all of the configurations around the center. For now, this day, this is a symbol and a representation of existence itself. Allow yourself to recognize, as we have discussed, as your lights play and as your notes sway, gently and softly, allow yourself to drift and dream and enter this screen, this mirror, this reflection of existence itself. These fractal patterns, fractals because no matter how large or how small, they are the same at every level. You may dive in deep, deep down to what you might call the atomic level of this image. In any one of those swirls around the center, even as you keep going down, down, down to different levels, magnifying and magnifying and magnifying, each and every level will look the same, will repeat itself over and over again as a fractal, creating this complex, rich, diverse pattern from a few simple principles, a few simple shapes that repeat themselves over and over and over at every level, at every scale, at every amplification, large and small, to generate the idea of this reflection of existence. And each of those individual swirls are a reflection of each of you as an individual reflection of existence. For each of you is a fractal of existence itself. And on every level, no matter how deeply you go, will you still find that energy, that pattern, that reflection. It does not matter the scale, for the scale is infinite in both directions, out and back, up and down, left and right. It doesn't matter. At every level, the fractal is the same. Indestructible. Ever-changing, but indestructible. Expressing itself in a myriad of ways, but indestructible, irreducible. It cannot be diminished. For no matter how far down you go, no matter how far up you go, the fractal of existence will always be there. It is embedded in each and every one of you. And so no matter how you may choose to amplify or reduce yourselves in your own minds, in your own point of view, you will never eliminate the fractal of existence that you are. For you are made of its substance. And nothing can reduce that. For it is the very fabric of existence itself. There is nothing beyond it. It is eternal. It is infinite. And each and every one of you, as a fractal of existence, made out of that substance of existence itself, whatever that may be, whether it is energy or consciousness, or whether those are just expressions of existence itself, does not matter. You are the essence of that reflection, that pattern, that fractal, turning back in on itself, reflecting to itself, patterns within patterns within patterns of differentiation, vibration, frequency, and resonance, patterns that create what you perceive to be the differences within you and within each other, yet made out of the same substance of existence itself, which is irreducible and indestructible. It can never be eliminated. It can never be reduced to elimination. There will always be another level of the fractal pattern. Infinitely so. Infinitely so. Infinitely so. So gaze upon the reflection in this cosmic mirror of existence that is reflecting back to you the unique perspectives that you are in occupying the different points of view around the center. Each its own unique experience, its own unique angle of perception, its own gift of expression, and yet all from the same fractal of existence, that fundamental state of being, the all that is, the one. Both diverse and indivisible, appearing to be separate, yet impossible to separate. A homogeneous oneness that knows nothing of itself except in the reflection of all that is that knows itself as everything. Out of the nothing, the all. You are made of that primordial principle. You can never go away. You can change, you can dance around the center, swirling in different infinite combinations of beauty and grace and creativity and imagination and expression and love and sharing and connectivity and imagination and inspiration and insight and awareness. And that will always exist. Always. Existence simply is. You simply are. No matter what form you take, no matter what level you're on, no matter what dimension of experience you may perceive yourself to be, it will always be perceived as you, your unique point of view, your unique identity, which is irreducible and incapable of being extinguished, for there is nowhere for it to extinguish to. For there is no outside, there is no beyond, there is no non-existence, because that's its primary quality, to not exist. So there is nowhere for existence to go. Existence occupies all that is, and all that is occupies all of existence. You cannot go beyond its borders, for such borders do not exist. You are one and you are many. Allow yourselves to relax into the knowledge, the certainty, the awareness of just that simple, basic fact of your existence. That simple, basic awareness of your existence is your indestructible core. That's all it is. The awareness of your existence and what it means to exist. And that no other fundamental state exists but existence itself. Though you may grow, though you may change, though you may evolve, though you may expand, though you may ascend, though you may accelerate, though you may fill all of all that is, you are going nowhere. For you are always here and always now. And that is where existence is, here and now. And that is all there is. What may appear to be different moments are but a single moment. What may appear to be different locations are but a single point that is dimensionless. Existence exists now. And now is not something that exists with time. It is simply the timeless now. There is zero duration in the now. Zero duration in the now. There is zero space in the here. Zero space in the here. It is a perfect moment of a perfect place, of a perfect now. It is existence, isness, beingness. That is who you are. That is what you are. You are existence. You are a unique point of view of existence, a unique reflection of existence. And the awareness is your core. You exist. You exist. You exist. Take a deep breath in and crystallize this truth, this state of being for yourself. And let it out. Take a deep breath in and crystallize the knowledge, the awareness, the certainty. Let it out. Take a deep breath in and simply feel the now. Hold it, hold it, hold it. You are here, you are now, you exist. Blow that out into your reality experience of space and time. For they are just reflections, yet another angle, yet another perspective, yet another point of view of existence. You are made of it, you are it, it is you. You are here, you are now. That is it. That is all. There is nothing else you need to know in order to know your indestructible core. Go back to it when you need to. Relax into it when you feel that you must. And once you touch into that indestructible core, that awareness and knowledge of just the fundamental fact of your existence, which cannot be destroyed, which cannot be reduced, then you can go forth and forward again and expand and experience whatever you wish to, in whatever form, in whatever place, in whatever time, always knowing that with you is your indestructible core, because everything is happening there, in the here and the now, and nowhere else. Your core is always with you because you never leave it. You never leave it because you never can. You cannot extricate yourself from existence, from your indestructibility. You cannot really separate yourself, though you can create the illusion that you can. Look deeper than the apparent truth to the actual truth. You exist. Take a deep breath and relax. And gaze again upon the mirror, the reflection of existence, in all of its myriad reflections and expressions, in the fractal images that surround the center, swirling and dancing, connecting, creating, loving, interacting, being. Be the dance of the here and now. Be the unconditional love of all that is. Be the beingness of existence itself. Be the essence of indestructibility. Be eternal, be infinite, be you. Breathe deeply and gently, and know that this is always with you, for you can never leave it. And therefore, if you search for it, you will always find it, because it is always here. Always. In the now. Allow your lights to dim. Allow your music to soften. Continue to gaze upon the reflection of your existence, the reflection at the center of the holotope that represents your indestructible core. Gaze upon it. Let it fill you as you fill it. And just breathe, and just be. Our unconditional love to you all. Good day.
All you will ever discover in the deepest, darkest,